So have you ever watched like Foxes getting up there? It's like, what up?
Have you ever watched? Yeah, exactly. Have you ever seen a hockey match or like a football match where the guys get concussions or they get hit really hard and they're sitting on the sidelines and the medics will come over and they'll crack this little like thing right in front of their nose and they'll wake up?
Yeah.
That's the same thing. It jolts your nervous system and it wakes people up after they get knocked unconscious. Let me see. Yeah. It's jujimufu.com. JUJI. Yeah.
Sorry, before we got off of what were you asking me? Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I probably should pull up a visual. It helps so much to try to. Okay, so this right here represents a full precessional cycle. Okay, usually rounded off to 26,000 years, and current measurements of the rate of not pro. Get this straight, everybody. Precession, not procession. Why is it called that precession as opposed to procession? Well, because go out, everything is moving but you got your stand and face the south, right? East is going to be on your left, west is going to be on your right. And you're watching the moon from night to night. It's going to be moving towards the east. Okay? You watch the sun from day to day, month to month. It also, if you were able to like blot out the sun over there and see the backdrop of stars, you would see that it's moving against the backdrop of stars. Almost 1 degree per day. And it's moving towards the east. If you look at the plants moving, you'll see the same thing. With the exception of retrograde motion, if you're facing south. If you're facing south in the northern hemisphere, that's the way to do it. Planets move called retrograde motion, which is not, it appears, it's a visual illusion. It appears that they're backing up in the orbit, but they're not really. It's only something that occurs when the Earth is lapping the planets. Other than that, everything is moving towards the east. However, the vernal equinox, which is the intersection of the two great cosmic planes, one, the plane of the ecliptic, which is the orbital plane, two, the celestial equator, which is the Earth's equator projected into space. Now, the thing you got to realize, I'll use this drop here. Okay, imagine this is the Earth's axis. The Earth's axis is not perpendicular to its orbit. Let's suppose that that's flying around. You should bring up yes, and there's a plane that would take one side to the nose. That's what it looks like. So, well, the Earth's axis is still moving 3.5 degrees. Right. It's going around, and that's what they can see. Right? That's such a nice dude. I was like, yeah, I figured. But wait, that was before. These go natural, and then like nobody ever was saying that. And then he called me and was like, dude, I need to tell my side of the story. I'm like, okay, me and Brian Keller are idiots. You need to go on a much larger show because I like him, so I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. So I sent him to Schultz. I introduced him to Schultz. The currently measured rate is right here. The current rate that measured by astronomers is right at 15 arc seconds per year. So that's okay, you know that every circle divided into 360 degrees, right? Every degree is divided into 60 minutes. It's like an hour of time on the clock is divided into 60 minutes of time. 1 degree of arc in a circle is divided into 60 minutes of arc. In fact, the per minute we're talking about micro podcast. Now, for most day-to-day use, you're not going to need more than that. However, if you're like, say, for example, astronomer, you're wanting to measure the proper motion of a distant star, even a minute or a minute of arc is too big. So they have gone smaller.
In my defense, I never saw this. The only thing I ever saw would be those like promo videos and that kind of stuff. And he's talking about like, you know,
360
you know what I mean? Like he's obviously
60 minutes per degree, 60 seconds per minute.
I am on chip. I live this healthy
lifestyle.
calculator. Supplements I take.
So 360 is the number of degrees in the first. And go
like you still have a business, it would be going right. Even after that, he was still balling. So
okay.
manic episodes going through 300. It's kind of awesome. It's like crazy.
Now go that times 60. So the number of seconds in the circle, you get 1,296,000. Yes, you did. Now I said that the current measured rate is 50 arc seconds per year. So divide that by 50.
That's what's so crazy. And then also, like, if I broke it over blind, like, it goes over honor for my family, but it's like, my family doesn't want you to do this, but also,
look at the graphic up here.
because he always had a
What do
team
you
of
see right here?
content, and it's really good.
29,520.
During this
25,920.
it's just
And zero. So let's say that this is now, and we're going backwards this way through the signs of the zodiac. So 150 cycle at 25,920 years ago. Now, the plane is divided into 12 equal price slices, each of 30 degrees, right? Okay. 30 degrees times 12 will give you your 360.
Okay, got it.
So everybody knows, okay, talk about the age of Pisces and the age of Aquarius, right? Okay. For the last 2,000 years, roughly, we've been in the age of Pisces. What does that mean? Well, it means that the point of intersection, the X marks the spot of those two great cosmic planes, the plane of eclipse and the plane of the equator, are moving through the signs of the zodiac at the same rate as they turn. Okay, is this beginning to make sense? But what we got here is each of these 30-degree slices, 5 slices. Now, wait, look at here. We go back to the dawn of the age of Pisces. That was 2,160 years before present. He is before present. We go back to the 30-degree or 60 degrees old. That's 4,320 years before present. You can see as we go each one of these average, so we take that 25,920 in your calculator, and now divide that by 12. That 2160 represents what we would call the constant one. The one of the great years. So we now conceptualize this analogy between our annual year of 12 months and the great year and the cosmic year with 12 cosmic months. And for the last roughly 2,100 years, the early equinox has been moving through against the backdrop of the constellation of Pisces. It's moving now into, it hasn't got there, but it's moving towards the constellation of Aquarius. And at some point, if people can argue about it, we would then have the age of Aquarius, roughly 2,000 years of the early equinox moving against that particular star. That would be the dawning of the age of Aquarius. And on that note, if you do a few bars from the classic song from 1969, well, maybe we all do it together. Okay, sorry. This is the dawning of the that's it. Okay. Of course, they got the astronomy completely wrong. But we won't get into that. Well, it has depends on how you define it. But that's close. We're actually 300 to 400 years away from the road. Actually, if you look now, define as the start date of the square. 300 to 400 years. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's close. Oh, yeah. We're almost done. Yeah, the age of the thing. Okay, and then if you go into the look, the founding of Christianity, how much fish there was. Follow me and I will make you pictures of the man. Yeah.
People that drive around with the Jesus fish on the back of their car actually acknowledging dreadlocks like this.
Yeah. So I go like this. Switch. If you go back, then the previous one, the age of Aries, you have rams that walk out. You have rams headed. I'm not leaving you. Right. Ram horn. Yeah.
Yeah, so Moses is a representation of the age of Aries. And there's a lot of that. If you go back, sorry, I was going to say, if you go back to the age before the age, so you go, what's the time in the Old Testament? So Jesus, let's say, represents the age of Aries. He took roughly 2,100 years. When did Jesus come to the New Testament? Roughly 2,000 years. How long was the period before that to Moses in the Old Testament? Roughly 2,000 years. Right. BC. And if you think when Moses was introduced to us, he came down off the mountain with the commandments, and he found his worshippers doing what? Remember?
Worshipping a golden calf.
Golden calf. And because the age before the age of Aries was
Yeah, so now the gold age is now obsolete. We got to do it with new energy symbolized by the ram. So you can go back through and you'll see that. And once you know that the astronomical component, you can go back to your system and see what it is. So you see a whole other dimension of meaning.
There's so many layers to this. There's a lot of astronomical phenomena symbolized in particular devices. Right. I mean, the whole birth and death and resurrection is essentially, and there's kind of a story about what the sun does during the solstice. And what is this of the earth moving around the sun?
It's 18.5 miles per second. So convert that into miles per hour. So it's 15.5 miles per second. Okay, it's 3,600 seconds in an hour. You multiply that by 13 which is the key solar.
Break your kids. We're all feeling. Costs will rise on everything: gas, groceries, home repairs, and if you're a homeowner,
666.
financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt.
Okay, so the number of the main characteristics that people have to understand is the number of the number of man 600 stored 6.
Come on, dude. That's
what
math that wants to face.
And it's not what
thousands. Here's the truth. You're only making minimum payments. That debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American financing, because they're saving customers an average of
where do you start?
by using their equity. Finally break
Well,
free.
there's typically a number associated
You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no
and
pressure.
there's a lot of symbolism that you can save right far afield.
Start today. You may be able to delay 2 more weeks.
Okay, this is what the graphic is.
866 886 9262. That's 866 886
All right, so
9262.
notice this line, north, south, that's your fast. The stars. You take the Earth's equator and connect it out to the space. That's your celestial equator. And then you enter the ecliptic, which is where the plane swept out by the Earth is going around the sun. It's the plane of the Earth orbit. Now, remember what I said? Slow motion. Yeah, and it takes a little bit of thinking to get this integrated in your consciousness. North celestial pole. That is where Polaris, the North Star, is. If we could go back half a cycle ago, it would be tilted over this way. And the pole would be pointing towards David. One of the things we do on our we're nice to go out, and I'll point out over the sky, north side, and then the pictures, standing on the earth, the pole, the axis of the earth is pointing but 13,000 years ago, it was 47 degrees on the other side of the circle, and they're saying, so now you can actually picture what happened from Vega 13,000, half of that number, 12,960, half of that number around, one half west of 12,900 years from now, 13,000 years, the whole started to change. So if you're around in 13,000 years from now, you try to navigate from the North Star, you will get lost. I mean, it's like Polaris. You'll find yourself. So this intersection is the point right there. That's what's moving. Here's another version of it. Again, you see the star signs. So look here. Here's an area, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, right? Sagittarius, Scorpio, coming right around. So right now, it's showing at 0 degrees here, which is probably Aries and Pisces, which would actually have been 2,000 years ago. Now, it's over here. This far, 2,000 years. So that intersection, again, that is the celestial equator. Right. The celestial equator is really
crime and kidnapping in the early 80s. It's way higher than this now. Yeah.
That's one of the this is one of several crime. Some people think my actually function as a basis for the
so many people, and
it does affect gradual accumulated climate change over thousands of years. I don't think it's going to take like the Earth's rise, but they have, major shifts from places of internet to so here's your homework. Find a nice flat open space, draw a big cross on the ground, and get a chair and sit right in the middle. Sit there for 1 year. I mean, now you can take breaks, go to the bathroom, come back and sit there for 1 year, face the sun, like this guy is doing. And what you're going to see is the clever folks with the clever state here,
put together over 70 agencies across the state of
right?
70 agencies
And
across
you'll
the state of
notice too that if summer solstice, notice the path of the sun above the horizon is much longer than it is here. And the day is much longer. Now, let's do something. I'm going to go back to the ship on this movie. You're going to see the certain methods of serve over and over and over. Let's see if I've got it. Okay. These are part of the sacred, the Canada sacred. Okay. Now, let's see, here we are now. 25,920. Here's graphics above the stars and right? Half of this number, 25,920, is 12,900. Seriously, this is within about a half a century of the Younger Dryas capacity started. Which one of these Younger Dryas? Right here, like the top of Virgo leaf. It lasted for about 1,300 years. There's a serial killer in this area. We get from there into the constellation of crab, constellation of twins, and this gets to coast places. Then we get into Taurus. Something interesting happens right here. What I have done in the other
One's just like, man, that movie gets really hot and cheesy.
yeah,
Just that's like saying like, like, oh man, people like sushi, and you're like, why don't you just get a turkey steak? They're like, I don't like turkey sandwiches. I like sushi. But look at this right here. See that sentence right there? Online exploitation of children is one of the most insidious crimes we are facing as a society.
Be a marker.
Having kids is like paradise. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Within one session.
the fact that
But it may not have been, we're not saying that it would have been made in that perception. Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but in terms of the young guys, have other sites that they just oversee the celestial calendar indicating
Hey guys,
I mean, that's, I heard that as a
I can't have this flamethrower be doing anything. I just can't have it. I understand.
the age of Leo,
Yeah, I get it. It's like the flip on my thing of three. I get it. It's been so many
somewhere in that
what I've done is I've gone through the scientific literature. I've taken I call it things happen, right? And I've plotted them on this wheel. And there's a very interesting correlation. Let's go back to the top of forest area right here. And 4,320 years. That's twice 2160. You've got climate event 3 happened 4,320 years ago times 7. So if we go back to here, and then we go back 7 cycles around, when event happened, 30,268 hours under issue. So we're not sure other than what we know is the manifestation of the concept called behind the goal. Behind the event is when you have this massive, they got a picture.
Will be in St. Louis this weekend.
30,000 years ago.
St. Louis is going to be a fucking dude. It's going to be 109 degrees in St. Louis. So here we go.
You go 7 times around, right back to when the vertical equinox was standing in the same position in the sky. But 7 times Oregon, it's just
traveling around with him. I got a few shows for myself, but I'll let you know. You know what? Thank you for
Let us go back to
all the people that support Chris, all the people that send me messages to go to ChrisMillion.com. Thank you so much.
So here's the end of the overdrive.
All that support.
Here's the beginning.
Support for Chris, support for me, support for Drive Fast, All Gas, all the people that, Ryder Kid, all the support we get. We appreciate it. Keep it coming. Keep the content coming. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I just did I was just talking about gift hunting. So we made $85 yesterday.
Yeah.
Christmas all
And
over.
then here's
Really
the end of it.
I was playing.
And then, by the time you get to 10,000, which side? Which way are you moving around the field?
It was super late at night. I could still hear the home line.
Yeah, we start here, we go back in time. So this is here back to say 8,640. We had a higher than again, take time set for 50,480 years ago. So again, the falls of the translation. From 6,480 years ago, you had the onset of neogenesis. Now what happened was, during the age of Cancer and Gemini, these two ages right here,
it's like 2 feet from the tip of your
the
nose.
planet went into what has been called the climatic optimum, where temperatures were warmer than they are today. Now, this is well established by multiple lines of evidence. 3 lines of higher, 7 was higher. You know, the younger dryad is a flowering plant that's quite cold weather. It's a polar wildflower. So, in the older dryad, in Europe, in northern Europe, you had an abundance of dryad octopus down. So many of these games, just the flowering plant, that went away and was replaced by warmer southern seas. They developed, if you look under graph, that's from right at the end of the oldest dryad, and there was a sharp temperature. The cold-loving dryad octopus gallus did not like this rise, the warmer temperature, because they were adapted to the polar climate. Well, the polar climate came to an end, and you had a warming period for half of the cycle. And then, very suddenly, at around 12,960 years ago, dryad octopus gallus suddenly returned. The cold-loving flame. Now, that's an example of how you can use botany to determine environmental change. Because if you go from cold to warm, plant and animal species will change. So, cold times you're going to have certain species of animals. The warm comes back, and now you bring back your plants and animals that have warm species. Now, you correlate that with studies of where sea level is. So, typically, what happens, temperature rises, more glaciers melt, sea level rises. Right? The latitude of warm weather, those warm climates shifts to the north. Just like if we go back to the medieval war period, say 1,000 years ago, but that's roughly from 900 AD to 1250 to 1300 AD, sea level's higher, you had much warmer weather, warmer climate, you had flourishing wine industry in the British Isles, right? Which did exist until genetic modification allowed the reuse wine grapes. It's also when Greenland was colonized by the Scandinavians during this warm period. Well, the warm period gave way to the Middle Ice Age, and then when the Middle Ice Age came, you had this expansion of polar ice. Now, during the medieval war period, Greenland, you can stay up in northwestern Europe, to Iceland to Greenland. When the medieval war period ended, the sea ice, the polar ice, extended far to the south. It sealed off Greenland, so you couldn't stay up to Greenland anymore. It almost felt the Pacific States as an all-human society on ice. Because there was trade going on, and the cold weather, the return of cold weather, drastically affected agriculture, caused, fruit crops to spoil, that led to hungry, and that led to famine. So what we see if we look at history is cold spells in global climate have always been far worse than warm spells. Warm spells increase the growing season. They tend to decrease the amount of rainfall. I've documented and talked about this extensively on my Cosmographic slideshow, project, showing this overwhelming evidence that warm periods have been benign times within human society. Usually associated with, like, you go back to about 540, roughly, AD, the onset of what is called the Dark Ages Cold Period. Saw famine, it saw pestilence, pestilence followed naturally. People get malnourished, their half the population. So now you have this whole series for about 300 years, 400 years, and now that gets played to what's called the War Series. Going season extended, three lines moved up. You started getting a much wider range of latitudes. You could grow food. You had a longer growing season. Right during the Dark Ages cold period, the population of Europe declined during the medieval war period in England. After 150 years of growth, so much prosperity had improved that allowed Washington to bring the people. That was exactly timed within that medieval war period. And you can see in the Great Cathedral building era ended with the end of the medieval war period, which occurred between 1250 and 1600. And then in 1300, we began the first phase of the Little Ice Age. And again, a whole series of prosperity over the next few decades. And then in the 1440s, we had the Bubonic Plague, which again, that was definitely decimated a third of the population of Europe. At that point, the Great Cathedral building era came to an end. And we went into the first phase of the Ice Age. That ameliorated somewhat, right in the middle, the 1600s, we had the Renaissance, and then the cold came back. That cold, which was the second phase of the Ice Age, kind of came to an end between 1860, about the mid-19th century, and by the 20th century was over. Interestingly, all of our measurements of modern warmth are the baseline at the end of the Little Ice Age. So again, think of the analogy that I was drawing while I'm here. You can almost not see it. There you got the onset of the Dark Ages, and here you got the onset of the Little Ice Age. So we'll go back to getting a Little Ice Age to Turkey. It didn't start everywhere at the same time, but within half a century, it's pretty much affected the whole world. Now, that Little Ice Age was the coldest half millennium since the end of the Great Ice Age. Now, knowing this, how do we know that? Well, from all these other factors that I talked about. For one thing, glaciers around the planet expanded enormously during the Little Ice Age. In Europe, northern Europe, you had whole villages and farms that were wiped out by the glaciers that had swelled up to be bigger than they had been into the Great Ice Age 11,000 years ago. Now think about what it means for our determination of, global warming and so on. Our baseline is the coldest period of 11,000, 10,000, 11,000 years. Just like the analogy I used earlier, you started marking climate warmth but starting in March 1st, and then you get to June. Well, obviously, yes. Each month you're going to see records being broken, right? Yeah, but people are not taking out, and the scientists who know this stuff are pointing this out. They're being dismissed as climate deniers, even though there is no such thing, because nobody denies that the climate change. Right? Show me one professional, one scientist, one meteorologist that's denying climate change. They don't exist. It's a completely fabricated concept to try to discredit anybody who's pointing out that the whole climate change narrative has been manufactured and is based upon certain assumptions that don't come out legitimately once you examine it. Because most people don't realize, okay, well, we're measuring glacier recession from the point at which the glaciers were the biggest they were in 10,000 years. Yeah. See, this is what's not being told. And it's deliberate. It's a deliberate deception. How far back was the glacier? Yeah, Greenland and Antarctica are going to be the longest. And yeah, we can see in there that there's massive changes. Now, there have been changes enough to completely up the way that Greenland ice is organized. However, the Laurentide ice is settled most of Canada, which is big as the South Pole. The Cordillera, which was over western Canada, was about roughly the size size of the Greenland ice sheet. The Anatolian ice sheet over northwestern Europe was bigger than the Greenland ice sheet. All of that ice melted away literally in a few thousand years, and we don't have an explanation for where did the thermal energy come from to affect that drastic change that could cause that much ice to melt away. And given that we don't really even have an explanation that anybody thinks that there's a consensus around what causes the onset of an ice age and what causes the termination of an ice age, if we don't know that, how in the world do you claim that the science of climate change is simple? It's ridiculous. If somebody says that the science of climate change is settled, or they call anyone who questions something the climate change denier, right there, those two things are telling you either they don't know what the hell they're talking about, or they're phoning and they're lying.
I think people get lost in this politics.
They do.
People don't understand the history of it. People get more nuanced when they're arguing over whether it's climate change.
The question is how much and how significant is that relative to the natural forces? And I argue that if you look at the history of the climate change on Earth, the natural forces are overwhelmingly the dominant factor.
Right. And we talked about this a little bit on our first podcast, but there's way they're measuring the climate right now. So they have these like goals that are like near the airport or something. Yeah. Right. Well, and they just like the old data guy too. They train the trends match some of the models. We're not entirely
He's great. He never does some good stuff.
How does it be like the data stuff that matches the predictions that they almost exactly? And it is really unfortunate. I always find it telling that the first moment you usually ever engage in something that's skepticism around narratives of climate change, you first of all have to then defend yourself and say, well, pollution is bad as well. Right. For some reason, it's weird. It's like, of course, pollution is bad and we should do it all the time. But that right there is telling you that it's there's some idiots who reverse engineer people who want climate change and said basically all you have to do is figure out those rules.
Yeah. That's right.
What's going on, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the point. I mean, the point is,
Figure it out. You keep fucking kids up. Okay? So,
no,
it's again, okay, yeah. Okay, 4 kids.
over and over and over. Right.
You know,
Never
okay.
going to say,
Okay. You know, you got it fucked up. Maybe the parents
it doesn't exist.
They got
So what you're now going to tell me is that all the natural factors causing the climate change, whether it's sun, whether it's magnetism, ocean currents, spirit currents, changes in albedo, volcanism, I mean, go on with the list. I'm going to tell you now, all of those are irrelevant and non-operational. Only because people are driving into
It's like you're gonna make.
But we're not going to eat out.
What do you want? You want to be a fucking star, or you want to be? I mean, this is just sad. What does she look like?
But I think that the agency most big that there was a simple and a lot of their mythology.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was thinking like people's transformations, and it's just like,
Environmental
I was thinking about like,
because you look back
that could be your wife.
legacy
You
of
know what I'm saying?
care
Like the one of the ones with big screen left, you're like, damn, look at this time I'm married.
over and over again, we have to recognize that catastrophism is a major part of all of it. And you can start to think this obviously the first blood you're all pretty good out on the beginning of tradition. Well,
you wouldn't go like one day she looks
the
like
great
this,
blood
and then
is
sorry, but I don't know what to do. We're going to make, by the way, we're going to make $45 million.
In the aftermath of that, what happened is that Taguchi talked to the wife that lived there. They wanted to do religion. And Audrey, the god of fire, descended from this guy who punished the people for their sins and their practices and the things of bad behavior. So immediately we see that a modern concept, a celestial event like that, spawning a religion. Now imagine if you have a happen 10 times, 100, 1,000 times more powerful than just a single Taguchi event. Obviously, yes, and if you start looking at bloodshed, that is a thing. They'll be bigger than Montana. Brad and I are exploring landscapes that were created by flows of hundreds of millions of seconds. We'll be exploring landscapes that are carved and created by water flows that are 10 and 20 times greater than every single river on Earth combined. Now, if you survive something like that, yeah, it's natural for survivors of events on that magnitude would look at it in theological terms, but moral terms and so on. But behind that veneer, the theological and moralistic veneer, they're looking at very natural events that we now know we can document that events like this that occur repeatedly. And the wonder of it is, in some ways, how we is not into the way of what was man. Yeah, we did have a bubble. Yeah. So it was definitely a bubble population of diversity. It's kind of funny, there was a study done recently. But it's a study that shows that there was across the world, all population everywhere, simultaneously went through a decrease in genetic diversity, particularly in male populations. It's all associated with a period of time shortly after the onset of the young rise. So, of course, the study group was making connections to, the undergrad period because it's still the debated topic, I guess. But they said that well, perhaps there was some sort of somehow simultaneous change in breeding and preference patterns between these isolated and different groups of people that resulted in this genetic diversity. But it also coincides with things that we're negative on everything, gas, groceries, American finance. I can see what you're saying. Pay off this credit card debt. You can get yourself to that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen, that low rate is not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25%. Come on, dude. That's math no one wants to face. It's costing you thousands. You don't have to the White House half to make a formal species on Earth and not affect the other half of the make a formal species. It's not like
because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month.
the severity and magnitude of those things completely exterminated half the other
to your family see what's possible.
right?
No upfront fees, no
No,
pressure,
look at how close the bison, the American bison, is becoming extinct from the turn of the century. Now it's going to go to the social store and buy bison for 10,000 years from now. You could completely miss the fact that bison became this close. Because it's only, within a few generations, once they're made up the bond, people decided that they wanted to sell the species because they wanted to so, 10,000 or 1,000 or 13,000 years ago, the species may have come that close to extinction, but there was still enough numbers to prevent the centuries could recover. And it brings us to the question of how aggressive people will affect the I think there's parts of the world as well. I mean, it's not like the same undergrad, although it's probably the most dramatic opposite of the planet. It was at 5 million. Yeah, I mean, it might have been it is but it's not. There were parts of the planet that weren't as affected as other and badly affected as others. Certainly North and South America was tremendously affected.
kid in enough like now. There's so many Africa has a lot of exports, and you look at the estimate the age is top of the ship.
I'm thinking about this too. I was just saying, like, hey, right?
Across Australia,
yeah, I'm gonna go outside.
Australia did undergo very
I was going to gone till November. I was gone till November. I didn't say like going outside. I'll be gone till November.
Even though we know both experienced about a 75% reduction in megaphone. So those are both very often four species of proboscideans. You have the woolly mammal, Columbian mammal, imperial mammal. You have mastodons, you have direwolves, you have giant hay bears, you had moose, you had giant deer,
giant armadillos, all of them also
and giant ground sloths. I mean, the list was up to like close to 100.
the 70s, late 70s here.
Right? So North and South America both lost about 3 children to the species. Eurasia lost a little more than about 35% of the species in Eurasia when it
like so many people, and they rescue her from 100 kids. Yeah, it's just
so a lot of the big animals in Africa are the survivors of
from sex trafficking.
People don't realize it. Those like the albinos, hippos, elephants, and giraffes, and the rest of it. So really, now, one of the other things that I noticed in international is that a lot of times,
250 people were arrested.
You had places where there was obvious settlements. They've been there for centuries, and then all of a sudden they're abandoned. Usually the question was, these people got up and migrated somewhere else. Problem is that then the other places find evidence
So like it took like how many people, like I was reading the article and it said like brought together over 70 agencies across the state of
like that.
70 agencies across the state of Texas
The rescue
to rescue 250 people. So like
so that was a fairly long period of occupation, and all of a sudden those get in, and that determination coincides in many cases with the beginning of the ride. And it's probably more occasions, less occasions, they got up and moved somewhere else because they didn't survive. Like the quarry, when they're throwing flint or stones to their are active for safety, and all of a sudden they're abandoned. Oh, well, they got up and moved somewhere else. Well, then they moved it. But the more likely is that, that particular social group died out, and that was the end of it.
How much debate is there over costs whether comets or solar ejection or algae balls? It's still fine, I'd say that. At this point, on papers peer reviewed, that the vast majority are very much in favor of the
there's a serial killer in it.
so initially I think people think that nothing of it in terms of a single fact, but it very much seems like it was a series, especially different periods of problems that can handle. Ever so also problematic. We have there's actually been a few really good studies of stuff that show that it's not related to the basically discovered the source of the chemical but there's there's sort of another paper released recently that was attacking the theory pretty poorly, I thought. Some of the opposition to it is quite strange. And some of them has probably no place in the RSA2. Like the whole record younger right paper is still but safe to say at this point there's still some play. I'm not playing in that arena, so it's been for me like there's a vast amount of evidence. Both on the macro and micro scale. Yeah, so a lot of the papers focus on we have a number of sources. A lot of papers that focus on the things they find in Australia as a reserve of the macro evidence, all of the stuff that really good a lot of evidence that causes an traumatic period. And if something happened and then there's all the science work that sort of says, well, these are all the facts. It's a great presentation by Mark Younger for sort of looked at a lot of this evidence. I think at one point some of the rebuttals of some of the naysayers have been pointing out that we're not looking at microbiomes here and looking at like bugs. Bugs don't the same. So the deadline died I think that's worth it. Now, it's up. We have a lot of evidence for carbon but there was also catastrophic for the younger one. We don't have the same kind of evidence for impact, carbon impact. I don't know if I'll be accepting the possibility of but he's been arguing in favor of a clover. I think that's over. Particularly since I learned that the correlation of the impulse planetary mass sun and the reaction of the I've supported guys who are insight that we have into the sun since we started deploying solar satellites. We now know a whole lot more than we did. Let's say since the early 90s, we've got 5 or 6 satellites looking at the sun. The evidence is emerging that the sun is much more area. We go back to the beginning of the science model, and the first IPCC report, which I believe was 1992, they were not looking at the sun at all. They were still looking at the constant sun. So if the sun is not changing, then you can't blame the sun for climate change. It's a variable sun. However, if the sun is far more dynamic, then it is going to play a role. And on multiple levels. And I think that's what we're seeing now. The
the cutting edge information about the sun.
Nicolas Cage and Con Air when it's fine.
Much so dynamic, a more dynamic star than was assumed.
So I do think this was the game that was fun, Cyberpunk.
With the computer
The comic came in at this time.
generated, and the sun could be dismissed.
This was the biggest
The solar constant was
and they fixed it.
was the
But enjoyed
sun.
it. Understood, but
Well,
now I
the sun
just
is
started.
constant, and the sun is not.
I understand. Yeah, Chris, why don't you play a game
But
that
that's wrong. I think at this point, clearly, assume that that's wrong.
Yeah. And the fact that in China also
It's really fucking hard. This dude is like getting shot in the leg. I understand, dude. I don't know on normal mode if it was on fucking hard mode. It'd be
there's I'm thinking actual date.
You know, there were telegrams.
I don't know how it works.
It was
Why it is, but
something
it's just
1870. So it was essentially
it's kind of fun to do this.
solar
Okay, so
flare
here's the thing.
happened
I wanted
in
to
that
know
period, and it immediately said telegraph wires on fire.
I don't have any
And if it happened today, as council said, well,
I drink
it might fly all the electronics
it's like
on the other side of the planet.
it's just like
It's a huge part of that solar flare. It's just like
I don't ever want to. I look at a idea of them, but then I play them and I'm like, come on. I don't ever want to have to pick
surprise electronics.
choose
We
what
get a
to
lot of
say.
electronics very sensitive to electronics.
I hate that. Oh, they do. It's so important. They're gonna tell me what they're gonna tell me
There are
anyway.
more
You
serious
should play
events than
the
that.
Harry Potter game, dude. I tried it. I'm like, you know what I mean?
make associations.
That's too bad.
Understand
It is, but it's
you're a litter. You look up there, and those they'll just be shapes. They won't convey any meaning. They won't convey information at all. Well, if you're a litter. So, what I'm getting at here is that there is a grammar syntax, a language of pastoralist theology that even most theologists are not well versed in. So what I've been doing for 40 years is learning that language. So when we go into the field, we look at things, and what I'm trying to do is to be able to read that and understand it. All your life, you've been going through, you're surrounded by words. And maybe if you're intuitive type, you can sense that they want to do some kind of meaning here, but you don't know what that meaning is. Now it's coming to do a week-long intention. And I started explaining to you, well, there's this cloud to that, there's other things, this is a this word, this word. You know, you take letters by themselves, isolate. What do they mean? If you arrange them in a certain way, suddenly the word has meaning. If you take those words, you put them in a certain arrangement, it's a sentence. More depth of meaning, a word. Put those sentences into paragraphs. You see what I'm saying? Now, let's say we do a week-long intention, and you go from being completely illiterate, and now you walk out, and suddenly words all around you start conveying insight and information. That's the goal of these tools. These people that has literally been hidden within the landscape of the entire planet for 10 or 11 or 12,000 years because nobody had the perspective to see it on the scale that we can now see. That's why when you do our briefings, the whole study of what we're doing, it starts with, we look at myths, we look at stories, then we look at photographs, then we look at videos, then we look at NASA satellite photography, we look at geographic information systems, we look at Google Maps, we look at digital elevation models, all of this, because now we can see things on a scale that our grandparents couldn't see. 50 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, we didn't have satellites for photography where you could get to see the scale of some of these events. It was played out on our planet. So I try to bring in as much of that as possible. Then the crown of that is to go out in the field. You start seeing this stuff, and I tell you, even with all of the photography and the videos and the drone footage and everything, see that, still to get out and it's just naturally. You never realize I'm still here. I'm like a micro. These things that have played out on the surface of this planet are in another realm all together. So, yeah, you start to appreciate it. Because literally, like, I just want to say that they pull it, it's American people that know that they can use world, and it's literally something like feel like it's really something over, you can get a sense of some of those processes and stuff. These catastrophes, and that's why I think catastrophes is such a, and the evidence for it is such an important key of the possibility for a longer timeline. Because it literally changes everything. It changes the surface. And this is drone footage from none other than, oh shit, man, am I okay to go? Yeah, okay, but I want to make sure that this is Ben's work. This is one of the places we did this. This was a canyon that was probably touching the neighborhood. And by one of the great floods. Now let's take a look at this. And what you're seeing here is not a canyon that is over the years. Now the conversation is like, by flow, you can take your check. And so this entire fan around. And again, a lot of this is not going to be.
And he was like, I saw two hands up. Bullshit. I'm not fucking texting like this when I drive. You know, even if it wasn't like that. So I was like,
But now you can see here, there's some
okay.
outcrop boulders to the left of the aftermath
And then
of the
he said,
great
your learning curve is obviously very flat.
Yeah.
I've given you a ticket before. And I know the other cop there. He's pulled me over and he's been like, hey, what's up, bro? He's like, dude, the other guy gave me a ticket by eyeball.
to the top.
Just spotted him. Whatever I say names. Thank you, sir. So how much is it? I don't know.
Well, it started
I
with
gotta go. I already got tickets. I gotta go.
here is what you call a cataract. This bowl shape. Now, this entire landscape. This little fault is all that's the whole ring. But you can see it's cutting its own little cataract here. What's the cataract that is by this is long?
Thanks to whoever one of our sponsors or the game with these suitcases. I forgot who it was, but this was great. They were good. What is it? What's that called? It's not a Mary way. This is a very
picture out here. This is like a turbulent entire width of the scene. It's probably close to 200 feet. Choked with thousands of icebergs. It's moving towards the viewer. And this is a ridge, and behind you can't see here, it drops down into the Columbia Valley. This water is pouring over this ridge, and these walls here about 400 feet. Think about this. You have floodwaters coming through, ripping up stuff, excavating, eroding. Well, that's half of it. The other half of the equation is that material is translated and it has to be deposited somewhere. So you learn to correlate both of them. What kind of rock rips up from here, where does it end up? Right. So you're going to see West Bar here, which is pretty amazing. We're coming around. This is West Bar. You're going to see it now.
There are giant shocks here that came from somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
There's a rat. Even some granite that's overcame with a big erratic story.
I want you to look here. The surface of this 3-mile long, 200 or 300 foot boulder tower, a giant turn ripples. Now, the height of these turn ripples varies between 30 feet. The height of like up to a 5-story building. And that's how you know, without any doubt at all. There we go. Look at these. These are the kind of current ripples. I mean, you can see walking along a sandbar on a creek. Except that these current ripples are gigantic. Like I said, from this also Sahara. Well, you have sand dunes in the Sahara, and they're being blown by wind. Now, water, they're dynamic. These are not dunes. These are pretty much like they were when they were deposited 18 or 14,000 years ago. Gravel water. It's actually a bowl. That's what you see. It's right. That's right.
Scalabarity, right? It's
Yeah.
Same sort of phenomenon that works in small scale as it is.
Street mostly.
You can imagine the current
Twins.
water
But if I want to get my see this is where you look at all that shit. No, this is a streaming device. I have an A12 and I have my webcam. And now if I want to hook it up to my computer, I would use this stuff. But I can stream from the Xbox with this, and you don't have to use your phone. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now hasn't people pointed out specifically, I think it might have been Jim, who pointed out that those things are really shot stuff. But it's water ripples. That was you. Oh, okay.
Really, so now you're going to use that structure.
Exactly.
They don't agree with that. Now, I think the most likely, if it is, I think the most likely place, most consistent, dialogue is the rent, the violence of the top to top, whose bottoms are part of the plateau, about which there is a lot of evidence that it was subsided at a substantial amount since the last ice age. And I do a whole, I got like 9 hours what I do. It's a pretty solid interruption.
What are the recent voyages that was out now? We were talking about it. David Cameron. I love it. Died or something? I think unfortunately a lot of the exercise figures that they had to make it sort of seem floating around the 80s. Because of the real stuff, not the 90s and the 30s.
Oh, yeah, like they, for example, one of the seamounts back in the Atlantic seamounts. In the literature and everything, I got the old 60s, 70s, closer to now, the same seamount has been renamed the Atlantic. Yeah. Well, I need to try to
That means you can stay confident for present and
but what I try to tell is my
over 150,000 pros have made the switch. You can read their customer reviews right on the site.
I mean, if you start talking about, whatever,
certified doctor, 100%
crystal space or whatever, yeah. But if you stick to whatever Plato actually says, which is what I do, I pretty much break Plato's 2 dialogues down and go, what does he actually say? Now, what is geology, geography, oceanography, and so forth, botany, genetics, what does all that say now in the context of what Plato says? So that's why I come up with but I'm not saying the Azores was there. What I'm saying is that if Atlantis is real, of all the places that have been named as potential sites for Atlantis, I think the Azores is the most consistent place.
What if Plato got his information from Socrates?
In the Socratic form, he was like the great grandson of Vulcanus, who I think so again, the date, 9,000 years in their sacred legend. So you have 9,000 years, 600 BC, where the 2,600 years ago was 11,600, which is precisely the end of the Younger Dryas, which precisely coincides with what's called meltwater pulse 1b, where there was a massive melting of great ice pouring water into the ocean, causing the ocean to rapidly rise. Coincidence? Maybe. So what if it's not coincidence?
The stuff that I know you cover in the next series, right? The righteous melting, rebound, trust, all those white and white on the top of the globe here is come off it, so it's a hell of a beautiful analogy. It goes up the mid-Atlantic Ridge, which is where the Azores are located. It's like a hinge point in the capital place on the planet. So imagine if the land over here is going up, then what we're going to do is pull that apart. So you're going to have to submerge the land and contact with it. Yeah, it's going to go down.
I'm sure they'll say anything about the shoes on it.
that weight millions of tons taken out of the ocean. So, like for instance, the beach ball, if the beach ball is less consistent, right? If you can't even get up and go and sit down on that cliff, it's what happens. Isostatic depression. When you get your ass up off that cliff, you don't have isostatic right? The whole week you go rolling in it, I was explaining to them, and I said, this is real. But right in this moment, your ass is causing isostatic depression.
So when you're right, so if you get the comms turned on for 3 seconds,
I did say
you can hear the person like
one more thing
setting
I
it's
want
great.
to
I love
tell
it.
you.
But they just turn on a thing called proximity chat. Because now if you're like 30
The
meters in the
idea
game
of
around,
the solar shift,
you can hear them talk.
the magnetic pole shift at first is like a 90-degree tilt.
As a lot of these people in the circulating don't really seem to understand the difference between the magnetic pole
Here's the argument.
and the
Here's the argument.
geographic
So you're
pole.
we're gonna
Geographic
simulate
poles, there are
killing people,
axis of
but
rotation.
you have a problem with things that I say.
So magnetic pole doesn't
they actually
necessarily
like tone down,
exactly
like they were
coincide.
painting
In
people
fact,
crazy.
in my perspective,
Left or right, you can
coincide with the axis
But
of
now they're just
geographic
going
pole,
like,
which is the
we're
axis of
dropping it where it is, what
So
it
there's
is.
two different things.
That's good enough.
Now, I believe, I personally believe that when I first studied the master's in the work of Rothschild'S
I also take a
Charles Hapgood and others. Charles Hapgood
he was just a member of the Miami
saw the catastrophic history here. He was trying to come up with an explanation. He came up with a relatively sophisticated model of thrust, not the whole mass of the planet. He looked at the math of the
Right, exactly.
The Jewish
right.
So it becomes this factor from like the mantle.
Yeah.
The Venus is
Yes.
the plastic heat kind of.
You're saying
The
that?
Earth is like this thrust is being like this.
Nobody says that. Yeah, true. You know what I mean? Like the N-word is in every book. It's making fun of everyone on that Jewish rap.
It's like this tectonic plate is running around them.
If you're saying that, it's kind of ridiculous. And it's not even one that's like, it's like these like racial slurs. I don't know if any of them are truly offensive. So it's just the value that we put on the
If it holds that after
you know what I mean? But like that one is like, that has been gone for so long. You know, who's that even bother?
But of course, then not the risk thing on this was a much lower process where after the stuff was flat. Not the 100% sure that abandoned that idea. Didn't abandon the idea of just the mechanism that caused catastrophes. Now, I have a very different. I think that back to the subject of so now, remember the 15 miles so that's the rate. The rate is the diameter double. So now, picture this. You have a huge so let's say that the weight of the ice over North America, the area of North America is the biggest ice by a couple of thousand feet. Well, now it's not in equilibrium with its latitude. Because all of the surface is crust. If it's the northern latitudes are going to be miles closer to the Earth's center of mass than the equatorial. But now what happens if you change that distance by thousands of feet, or maybe even in the case of the ocean bottom, some right? Now, it's not in equilibrium. There's not that correlation between the latitude and the distance from the Earth's center of mass. Could that then lead to accelerated plate tectonics, where the planet is trying to regain that equilibrium? So in other words, you've got parts north to half of North America is compressed by
It's just your shit,
thousands
you know what I mean?
of people.
And that's
And then all of a
like
sudden,
in,
I say all of a sudden, it's geological thing over 2,000 years. It's moved away from the center of mass. Now, the distance that it would want to be if it was a much more southerly latitude. Does that make sense?
I think so. It does. I think so. Yeah, so then it's trying to that technical school economic adjustments
A period of accelerated growth.
So you're saying it's the rate from,
it's a mess.
or the mass of the ice sheet on top of
I can picture this.
Take a little break here because summer's here, man. You're getting ready for your next adventure. These shaders that are being blast.
Happy.
Our friend that Shady Rays had
No
a
45
premium
degrees
fluoride shade
halfway
that
to
will
the
break the
North Pole.
bank. Shady
Well,
Rays
now
is proudly
it's
innovative
6.5
Southwest
miles
company, offering top-tier quality that
right?
rivals even the most
Go
expensive
even
brand.
further. Now it might be
10
10 miles
optics are
closer.
perfect for every
Right?
outdoor moment.
Now all of a sudden, let's imagine that
It's bright as hell out
it
there.
shifts
Well, Shady
upward
Rays
a
has a wide
1,000
selection of styles and colors. You're guaranteed to find your perfect
Now where it wants to be happy is going to be further south. It's going to want to be farther away from the Earth's center of gravity.
will it cause it to
Not sure if Shady Rays is right there for you. Don't worry, if you don't love them, you can exchange or return them for you within 30 days.
From
Shady
off
Rays
of the land surface into
Take
the
moments
ocean.
at your back with personal fast support.
And during the onset of the great regulations, the opposite. You're drawing out trillions and trillions of tons of water from the ocean, piling it up on land, and now that wave is pushing the land down by perhaps several thousand feet. At the same time, it is moving gently in the ocean basin, which is going to cause the ocean basins to want to rise. So picture glacial interglacial, that water being contracted to the ocean, building up on the land surface, from glacial back to interglacial, which is all melting and going back into the ocean. So if you look at over a long period of time, hundreds of thousands of years, oscillations, glacial, interglacial, interglacial, the shape of the air is closely in response to that redistribution of surface mass.
I'm just saying, dude.
Now,
I
I think it's a possibility, and I'm not a geophysicist, but I think it would be a possibility that could introduce this disequilibrium that would cause the movement of the plate to try to shift. And once they start moving, the inertia of that movement, they're not going to necessarily stop. Because too, like Hector was right, that you look at more organic mountains. If you've ever been up in Canadian Rockies, look at some of the older trucks.
Yeah, that's true.
We have slabs of rock, thousands of feet thick, crushed up over forming these mountains. So, as they do look at rates of erosion, and the higher you get material up, the faster the rate of erosion. The problem with mountains is this, that seems to be ignored, is that when you look at rates of erosion or down cutting, they're roughly, if mountains are being built by continental drift, continental drift is a few centimeters or 2 inches a year, that would mean that you're moving, it's causing the plates to buckle and raise the mountain. Well, the uplift of the mountains isn't going to be any faster than the lateral movement of the plates. But we've got mountains that are 10, 12, 13,000, 15,000 feet high, yet when you look at the rates of downcutting and erosion, the rates of downcutting and erosion, the eating away of the mountain mass is being uplifted, is roughly equal to the rate of uplift. How they get up there? Unless the rate of uplift is a whole lot faster.
What's your routine?
It's possible. I mean, I think my perspective on the that whole plateau got up there and how to get the whole better shit. There isn't really something that's going to fast it right. I mean, I don't think it's like a day, like looking over it. That's too much emotion.
weekends I'm always on the lake, man. Like the lake's right by our house. We're on the boats and shit. It's great for the kids.
So I think we need to kind of go back to the geological history of our planet within the context of the
I'm saying it's like if it is there, it is there though. I mean,
end of the 19th century until the 1980s, the model of Earth history was strictly gradual, strictly uniformitarian, meaning we have unlimited big holes in the flood over 6,000 years. So if you have 6,000 years, you got to do all of this great the surface of the world as it now is. We have to be catastrophic, right? But now suddenly we've got billions of years. So we're going to get away from biblical literalism. It's actually kind of a straight jacket on science. We're going to get away from that, and we've got now unlimited amounts of time. So given unlimited amounts of time, we don't need catastrophism. So it's kind of a case of the game going on. We're going to dump biblical literalism, but at the same time, anything catastrophism within that framework of biblical literalism. So it became one grain of sand, one drop of water at a time. And people like Dave Hollendrath came along and proposed the first to propose to the scientific community because we were looking at Washington with the flood. Even if we checked it for 30 years, we've gone beyond that. We're beyond all the biblical stuff. We don't need big floods anymore. You're just trying to take us back to Noah and the Bible. But that wasn't the case at all. The reality was that he was documenting gigantic, you could almost say biblical flood. But yeah, what is it we're going for? It would have felt biblical as you think would be. Somehow, by some means, they were able to witness it and survive. You could definitely see how it would spawn that whole theological moralistic framework for understanding. Fritz was eventually well, he got actually, I think it was 96 years old when he got the Penrose Medal, which is the highest honorary medal in geological science. And like I said, I think he was about 96, and the reporter or somebody asked him, well, how do you feel about this? Finally, after all these years, and he said, well, it's great. The only thing is, my only regret is that I outlived all my critics, so they're not around for me to gloat over anymore. I was right, and they were wrong.
Yeah, I was bringing it all back. Last time I had you on here, we were talking about like how what's it going to take for not just media to accept some of the stuff that you guys are talking about. What is it going to take to make this like the accepted narrative of the history of Earth? Or not even the accepted narrative. When are they going to open the door to other opportunities or other it's happening.
Cosmic stuff. Perfect.
Right. And what I was explaining to Ben was like people like you and Remy and Ben, both you guys have more of a reach to people than any textbook has, or that any teacher at university has. Although it's surprising what the quote unquote narrative is that you learn in school out of the textbook. And
unless you really enjoy looking at this as your
jam. It's well, it is. I can see that that's a crazy.
What I'm saying is like, I get your point where it's like, it's all the natural person. You start going to work and you're like, I don't want to do that.
I'd still love to see I still love to, I mean, I'm going to buy it. I love to see that. Just think the nice but I hate that there's actually battle on because I still think that I need more sort of rigorous open engagement debate, which is not social media is not the place to do it. Proper forums for that type of thing. I think it's definitely really
there's a competition or it's just because it's good for your heart. See, that's a good point right there. And it's just a guy who just maintains. I don't think you have to work as hard to maintain, right? That's what you're not doing. It's also, that's what a grand is. Got $700 barrels on a market. And that's great. The whole he's built a lifestyle that they can maintain. That's awesome. I love it.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. I mean, anybody who
just
studies
to get
the
into that.
planet acknowledge, yeah, the climate has changed. Hourly,
It's like
over and over and over
in
again.
the last couple of years.
So don't tell me
He just made
that
a
I'm
switch
a
in his life.
climate
He's like,
change
oh, get into
denier.
this. And
I go, who's the real denier? The real denier is the one who refuses to look or refuses to admit that the climate business dynamic is so profound. And if there is nothing that has happened recently that is unprecedented, what is it? We'll talk about it.
Well, the one thing that you will say is somebody who's fit.
We're not
You know that there needs to some level of this.
I don't know if you've seen my theory just about the podcast.
It's like, you know, you have,
If you haven't watched it,
I mean, you know, there are these
circle back to the Maui. I've heard the Maui's directed. I don't really
right change. And, you know, you can understand why certain types of certain
you guys look it up on
dude, I didn't know what it was. Like, they wanted to keep getting fat over the years. I was in a new agent. I feel like you didn't send those.
Well, that's a great place to end it, guys. Thank you so much. Just one last thing.
Yes.
The Cumberland Jordan still got about a half a dozen seats coming up in this week in October. It's amazing.
But it's
If
like,
you go on to
it's not just the motivation to start, but the motivation to maintain.
explosive
Like, you
information
know, I
about
was
where
sure
we're
he
going,
did
what
that.
we're going to be doing.
You know, and that happens a lot. But I was trying to, like, I would go
We have these amazing landscapes in our backyard. Nobody really knows about them.
And it's told me to do, you try to check in. It's different. But the exercises become different, you know? So you're just like,
Montana Fit's coming up, well, that's what they on the top of the contact
let's go sit and think for your ass.
And Ben and I will both be there in person.
We will.
We will. I'll link both you guys' YouTube channels just below so we can go check it out. And then website, regular website.
Uncharted X.
Yeah, I need to. I got this
Beautiful.
point.
All right. Sleep tight, everyone.
You know people that choose to lose weight, that shit looks dumb as fuck. Like, you look dumb. You seen Jonah Hill? That shit looks dumb, dude. Look at what he's wearing Jonah Hill. It looks like somebody that looked like this. Yeah. His hair is coming out of the hole. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't like that. That doesn't look good. You don't get too skinny. I remember when, you know, he shit that that mess, by the way. But I remember, like,
Welcome back,
the
man.
third
This
season
is your
of
homecoming.
you know, she was
You'll be back next year, man. About a year ago.
and so then, like,
Bill Rogan,
posted,
Blake,
like,
and other
I will
podcasts.
say, like, a
There's been a few, I think that's mostly the biggest studio they have.
we didn't hire Steve on there.
That was a lot of fun. I know I was a fun Rogan with Jimmy. That was that great opportunity.
That's like, it's actually,
Kind of people
California, man.
the remote side. Yeah, you were the first guy. In studio podcast. Well, cool, man. I think it's inspired those guys to study. I know where we already see that.
Hollywood is
But it's been all over the place too. Check out this first recently. England came up this year, and then England.
skinny, white dude, that's, it can be black women, like, yo, man, fucking can't get that part. Because the part was written for upwards that looks like this. I mean, that's, you know, it's the, I think it's like a one thing, like, okay, we'll let that go in that business. But, you know,
So what are you doing in Turkey? Where'd you go? Did you go back to Taipei?
We did, so we did, I did a couple of weeks in Southeast.
so it's been a way to go to this weekend, we're in Indianapolis,
Centered around the
Irvine,
city of
and then
Shanghai,
Houston, and then
which is
Miami.
the difference in Tesla, the city of profits. The city that goes back thousands of years, and it goes to the population of it's a really interesting city. It's sort of Abrahamic traditions, where the legends from scripture with faith that how it recognizes Judaism and Christianity, a lot of the events that happen in the world centered in that area. You know, it was really part of like the Silk Road, the Northern East End of what it is. That's what the tanks were back in the day. So it's an ancient they actually got helping facilities trying to help people to sort of recover from it. But he said it was probably more like 250 people that might have died in that if you include Syria, because it's right next to the Syrian border, and there's a lot of Syria that was affected as well. But yeah, so that happened, and they're like, man, okay, so the city itself of Shanghai wasn't the infrastructure was still up, the roads were okay, like when people would fall down. Some of the other cities were were impacted much more. And then they had these rains, they had these floods, which were almost unprecedented floods in that region. It just closed down, and there were people that died in Charlotte purely because they didn't have anywhere to live, and they were in these tents, and they got sort of washed into these alcoves and carried away in these floods, and a bunch of people died. So I was like, man, and all this happened within a couple of weeks, and I guess around the month leading up to it. So we were like, geez, are we going to do it? And he was like, yeah, we can do it, and sort of reassure the people that are coming with us. We can make it happen, and we did. Unfortunately, obviously, places like the museum, they have this wonderful museum in Shanghai where a lot of the artifacts from Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, like all of the recent archaeological sites there, are housed in this museum. But it was they had to evacuate it because of the floods. They basically boxed up like 100,000 artifacts or something and shipped them off, so we couldn't get into the museum. But also, as a consequence, it did make the place green. Like normally, you see pictures of that region as brown, but we were there as just breathtaking views. These limestone hills were just breaking out in wildflowers and grass, and everywhere we went, it was just gorgeous. And of course, the sites there are just incredible to go back forever. There's Göbekli Tepe, which was everyone, I think, who's interested in this field should know something about Göbekli Tepe. It's the site that was, it was originally discovered in the 1950s, I think. There were some farmers that they saw the tops of what had turned out to be these big pillars sticking out of the ground on this side of a hill. I think it translates to Top-Belly Hill in that language. And they sort of dismissed it as being, they thought, well, no, this is a relatively modern cemetery or something. Like it's not it's not, the stonework was too good to be considered very ancient. And it wasn't until the mid-1990s when the German Archaeological Institute and Klaus Schmidt, who sadly passed away since then, began to excavate at Göbekli Tepe. And that's when they found, okay, yeah, so this is actually tremendously ancient. It does have some very unique stonework, including megalithic work. You've got pillars that are 8 feet tall, and it's a very large site. It's all of these stone circles. These pillars are encompassed by more of a military rough stone walls, and it spreads out. It's quite large. There's a number of excavators on that site. And it shook the world up because they based on some of the material that they found in that dig, they pretty much conclusively dated that thing to about 11,000 years old, which is much older than any previously recorded evidence of civilization or this type of occupation. So going there was a really interesting experience. People have said for a long time that it is deliberately buried. The work and the research and the science on this is slowly changing. It's starting to move away from the idea that it's deliberately buried. It changes the big layers of sediment that it builds up over time. There might have been some periods of burying. In fact, if you tried to bury it, it wouldn't take years to site. But what was interesting to me, researching the site is that you look at the picture. This is a picture of it. I have too. You have two styles of architecture. You have the megalithic work, the huge pillars, and there's not just the pillars here. They would actually cut down the bedrock. You see that area around the pillars. When you go there, it looks like cement. It's not cement. It's actually I believe, limestone bedrock that they've lapsed down to be flat. So there's these huge, big flat areas, and they inset these stones into them, or some of them are set up on pedestals like that central one. And these T-pillars, though, a lot of them are not all complete. Some of them are broken. They have these amazing high relief artwork on them. By that, it's they're things you're carving away with negative space to make the figures pop out of you. And that's a good example of that image there of that one stone. Yeah, if you look at that, so pick up the walls around it kind of encompass those stones. Like they actually cover up some of the features. And built to reinforce these stone circles, to preserve them very much. And looking at the walls, and this is also true at another site we'll talk about, Karahan Cafe, inside the walls is actually pieces of broken pillars that have been used as material in the building of the walls. And the material, the organic matter that they've used to date the site to give it that 11,000-year-old age came from inside these walls. So it's like, to me, I look at that as just
for just $10.99 each.
No.
It is potentially indicative of two entirely different periods of occupation and building, because these walls are quite primitive, local stone, and they're actually using pieces of broken pillars, which means that those pillars could have been there for who knows how long, actually fallen over, some of them might have broken, and they've been encompassed and used in these walls that were then used to sort of resurrect or renew or renovate the site and protect these pillars. So do we know if it's 11,000-year-old? I think that's kind of the earliest date, the youngest date. It could be far too old. We really don't know. And you said there's a bunch of this that's still under the ground. Heaps of it, yeah. So they kind of excavated on one side of a hill, and that's where the UNESCO, the World Heritage Site, is now. They put a big cover over the top of it. It's actually great. Like, yeah, see the walkway there. There's this big. They want to keep the rain off it. I think when it does rain, if they left it out in the weather, it just gets really muddy, and it'll just wash away a lot of the sediment. It's a great way to view the site. It'd be lovely to get down in there, but they get a lot of traffic. Like, this has become a major tourist attraction for that part of Turkey. A lot of people want to see this. And they've built a big visitor centre. Yeah, so it's a nice way to view the site. If you have a camera with us in, you can quite see a lot of the detail. Yeah, the high relief. There's lots of interesting studies that have been done on Göbekli Tepe. Martin Sweatman, who I've talked about, he was presenting at the Cosmic Summit recently as well. I've talked with him on my channel. He wrote a book called Prehistory Decoded, and he contends that Göbekli Tepe is something of a celestial calendar. He uses a method of statistical analysis that shows that it's extremely likely that's what it is. He's looking at the figures relating to precession and constellations in the sky, and that when looked at through his analysis, it seems to mark interesting events that we know sort of happened, like periods like the Young Dryas, because this site dates back to the Young Dryas, and had there been this comet or these impacts of these fragments of things coming from the sky, that's probably something they would have noticed. He wrote a whole book on this. It's a very interesting theory. He gets attacked pretty hard on the basis of it, I think, from a lot of people that don't really understand the nature of statistics and how they work. He actually wrote there's a peer-reviewed paper that you can read if you're interested in kind of diving into the research or detail. There's other studies that have been done also that are interesting on the geometry of the site. So there's not only do you have you have these stone circles, which the circles themselves, and this is true also of Karahan Tepe, have interesting alignment. So they align to, a lot of them may well have been used as solar observatories or observatories. So there's alignments on the site that point to significant periods of solstices, lunar events. But there's actually a geometric arrangement between the circles themselves that go to Tepe. So they form equilateral triangles. I think there's been some studies done that shows there was a very deliberate layout plan of how these stone circles were formed. So it was fascinating, and not to go back to Tepe was obviously a highlight, but what I didn't know on this trip was the fact that I knew about Karahan Tepe, so that's another site that's nearby. It's actually pretty close. There was a site that was very recently discovered. It's an active archaeological site now. I believe the University of Istanbul is excavating there. It's another stone circle site. It's similar architecture to Göbekli Tepe. You have huge T-pillars, but it's something like 10 times larger than Göbekli Tepe. And they've only just sort of scratched the surface of Karahan. They're still digging, and we had special permission to go in there and look around the site. And you can literally walk through these beautiful hills with flowers on them and just poking up everywhere up to the tops of T-pillars. You just see this tiny little top of it, and you can clearly see it's a T-pillar and there's something buried under here. And there might be as many as 1,000 T-pillars on this site. It's at least 5 times or more, I think, larger than Göbekli Tepe, and it's at least least 500 years older based on the dating of material that they've found so far. Which it's kind of funny because when they built the visitor center at Göbekli Tepe, they called it like the 0 point of history. This was the brand name that it gave going to big light shows and wall sort of cinematic experiences to look at the sites. And it's like, well, I guess that makes Karahan Tepe 0 point minus 500 or something. Right, it's even older. And I actually was out there like 3-4 times during the 2 weeks. It's a wonderful site. I could probably look it up and use it if you want to see it. But it's, yeah, they're just starting to excavate. And you see a similar thing. In fact, Karahan, there's evidence of domiciles. So it's one of the controversies about Göbekli Tepe is this civilization. Because technically, you go look at, and I guess this is more along the orthodox line of thinking, the date for civilization hasn't really changed. We're still saying, well, 6,000 years ago, Sumerians, Mesopotamia, that was the start. But when I look at a place like Göbekli Tepe or that screams civilization. Right? The theory is, it's purely ceremonial. It was what happened, and this sort of came out with the Michael Shermer, Grant Hancock, and Randall Carlson podcast with JRE. I mean, they've essentially just changed the definition of hunter-gatherers to now not just be, well, no, this is not just out hunter and gathering, but on the weekends, I guess, when the men want to get away from the women or kids or something, they'd like to participate in a little bit of megalithic stone building and things like this, and building these 20-ton ridiculous. It's insane. But there's infrastructure on these sites. They're massive. There's systems. There's quarries. There are other structures at Karahan Tepe. There's actually evidence of domiciles and permanent housing, which is another indication of sort of settlement and civilization. And I just look at the scale and scope of what's on these sites, and it's like that's not something you do on the side. Like this requires specialization, right? So for people to be able to specialize in doing this type of stonework, this type of a logistical endeavor, the artwork that's required to carve these things, you need to have infrastructure around you that means there's other people collecting food, there's other people doing things. Like it's that organization that essentially defines civilization. I think just the scale and scope of the work requires that. So I think it's kind of ridiculous that we don't consider it civilization. And the nail in the coffin for me, and this is something I learned on that trip, is that not only is there Karahan and Göbekli Tepe, but there's between 40 and 84 sites that they've discovered just like that. Around that area, southeast of Texas. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of other well-known sites, like and other places, but these tepes and these stone circles, they're doing a lot of ground penetrating radar and that type of thing, and they've discovered somewhere between 40 and 80 that want to open up like and that's like, at that point, it requires a big population. And it's civilization. I mean, it's like a lost chapter of human civilization. We've got some artifacts and we've got some indications, but it's a whole lost chapter of our history. What are the organizations involved with working with this ground penetrating radar discovering these sites? So a lot of it is happening locally with the university's research. Oh, okay. Istanbul, I mean, they're excavating, I believe it's the University of Istanbul, is excavating with Karahan. There's a huge archaeological institute with Göbekli Tepe. It's, the way these projects get dealt out and the way that things happen and sort of institutions get involved, there's no regular process. It's like a negotiation process. I assume there's some academic institution somewhere in the world wants to go and dig somewhere, and it's a negotiation with the government to get the permissions, and then they kind of get to run the side, and then it takes like Göbekli Tepe when UNESCO gets involved in a whole other thing. It's the same thing in Egypt. Like there's various. You have the British in one area, you have the French in another area, you have the Germans in another area, you have the Egyptians themselves doing a lot of work in different areas. So it's a case by case basis. Certainly, any publishing of findings has to be done in close concert with the Department of Executive Formerly Council. So you would, they essentially control the release of information. So people that have seen things like the recent scan pyramid project, those sort of data, when they found that in China, in the Great Pyramid, and stuck a, like a little camera in there to take a look. That was all released by the Department of Executive in partnership with the Oh yeah, but this so as well, it's been going on for a couple of years now. So it's been the Scan Pyramid project is what it's called. They're essentially using muon cosmology, or it's basically cosmic ray detection. So they put all these sensors, and I've seen them a bunch of times because I've been into the pyramid over this period of time several times. And down in the subterranean chamber, there's a rack full of gear, and there's boxes up on the Grand Gallery, and then the Queen's Chamber, like the parts that you can't really get to, that average tourists won't be able to get to anyway, like special permission to see. There's a lot of this infrastructure. And so what they're doing is there's these cosmic rays of muons in this case are passing through, they pass through material, they pass through stone and everything like that. But there is a sort of a very slight difference when they pass through the material versus the void. So they put these detectors in there and they leave them for a couple of years, and they've got them on the outside as well. So they're measuring it kind of from all different angles and putting all that data together and crunching it has let them kind of put together a rough picture of where they think they're recording. So these are like empty space. And one of them was a small empty space above the main entrance. So the main entrance is above where you go into the sailing, go up on that north side, and you enter into what's known as supposedly been hammered by the Kelly sort of hammered through the limestone superstructure of the pyramid, and you hit the junction between the ascent and descending passageways. But up above that, you can see that in those chevron blocks. So the descending passageway actually goes all the way up to a doorway that's below those two triangle-shaped chevron blocks in that So there's a doorway there. That's considered the original main entrance to the pyramid. Now this was all in antiquity still cased over, so this wasn't visible. But at some point it was certainly open in antiquity, so the Albany wasn't the first one. But it's actually where the void is above that, sort of behind those chevrons. There's a small chamber, and they either drilled a hole or they found a space where they could stick a little tube in and then put one of those little snake cameras in there, and they had a look around. And sure enough, there's this space, and it was a big size of the building. This is this little chamber. It's got these chevron blocks. It's like those chevron blocks keep going back into the pyramid. It doesn't seem to go anywhere, but we don't know that because often some of these passages will be blocked up. That was certainly the case with the ascending passageway that comes off the descending passageway that you see down towards flood. But the really interesting part of this Scan Pyramid project is that they found a massive void. A really large void. Like this is a tiny little space that they took that, but if you've seen the layout of the pyramid in the area above the Grand Gallery, it's kind of above it, a little bit to the right. They found indication for what is just a huge chamber. It's something like 40 meters long. Which one is the Grand Gallery there? So it's that large angled piece on the right. See it's the one that's just to the right of it. It's the angle down. Like, I see it all. Okay, got towards the top. Yeah. So it connects the asset. So the descending passageway is the passageway that goes down to. That kind of is the scale that picture. I don't know. That's not the architecture for the pyramid. That's very odd. That's a completely. That's not the actual pyramid. But it's a huge. Yeah, that's what I know. This is probably a little closer to reality. Is it obvious to you if you're on the pyramid that these things were meant to be looked through? No, not at all. It doesn't feel at all that way. But I actually think I don't think they were making it that way, and I don't think they were going to do that. Well, certainly, I mean, this would not have been an easy space to take some sort of formal procession of pharaoh bodies
into these places. It's ridiculously difficult to move around in them today, and added steps and weight. It's a difficult exercise for anyone. Just the passages are like 3.5 feet high and feet square, so you do this pyramid crash thing. They're on a pretty steep angle, going up and down. The longest passage is like 300 feet or something. There was a descending passageway that goes down to the subterranean chamber, and it's quite an exercise getting out of there. And I can only imagine how difficult that might have been without the modern steps and handrails that we put in there to help people. It's not an easy task at all. And then you get into spaces like the Grand Gallery. I mean, that thing there's so many indications in there that had some sort of function. It's outrageous. There's all these slots on the side of the walls that there was a mechanism moving up and down. I know there's architects that propose it, but this was almost like a slate of people that they would use to hold up and do things like this. I'm not convinced of these theories about those slots that have been used to set out series of concepts, resonators that were part of this whole pyramid I'm interested in any function of I don't know what personally, I just like to get the indication for being in there that it feels like it feels like you're walking around in the guts of this is what it feels like. It doesn't feel like super stairs and handrails on this, but this is the Grand Gallery. It's like, what was it about? It's huge. It's probably about 40 meters high. Like it's showing it's steps up. It has that step sort of angle that goes forward. And along the edges of the wall, you have these slots. At the very bottom of it, you go straight, and that goes to the chamber. And at the top, you go straight through the next chamber. So the more you take down, it's actually above this. And it's equivalent in size, so more or less equivalent. It's something like 40 meters long, 40 meters wide, and essentially 30 meters tall. They're not quite sure of the angle they're straight, but they kind of prove their mechanism and their procedure with the first tour. Like they did their scans and they said there's probably a board right here, there's one right into the front entrance. And sure enough, they drew a hole in there, there's a little camera there, like there it is. There's a very, very high likelihood that it's undercover changes. It's with that more reveal, and I very much hope that if it is explored or done, that I feel into it, make a big difference later. It feels like this is everybody's history. Now, you were at your back exactly. Are there any rocks or stones that show any of these machine arts that you actually did? They're all not at those sites that I've seen. It's definitely. I mean, you don't see the same sort of advancement. What I would term the science of advancement and in other areas. I didn't see that in all these sites. It's very significant achievement, but it is in my estimation all things that you think can be done with limited methodology. I mean, at Karahan-Tepe, there's still a stone that's in the quarry. It's a big cut out. It probably weighs around 30 tons. I mean, so that's doable. Then there's still everywhere. Like that's the other thing. You see little things sitting around the ground. We were just on the side, really, Karahan, you could find all of these shippings and little arrowheads that have come off. That's little waves. But yeah, there's a big circle of things buried attached. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do, but logistically cool. That said, there are other sites in Turkey that do visits to them there. There's one called Zanaki Tepe, something like that, but it was very much classical sort of megalithic mansion stuff in here, photos of food drills and other indications. And it would take more investigation to see, well, is this specifically something that needs, about specifically what I say is like, this can't be done, with primitive methodologies. It's very specific signatures in stone, it's particular achievements, and it's things like precision, measures, stuff like that. And, I also classify like the massive logistical challenges. I would like to say 250, 400, 1,000 tons. I don't think we've answered the question or satisfied the statement that I think you can do that, and people have demonstrated moving large loads up to 100, 150 tons, maybe even 200 tons. I don't know, but at some point there's a line. I don't know if it's 300 or 400. I mean, anything above, for sure, above 400 tons, I'm really starting to question that this can be done with purely primitive methodologies, particularly those attributed to the dynastic and shift because the Romans could do, I think the Romans used tools, and they had metal, they had steel, they had a lot more capability than what we know that dynastic Egyptians have. I mean, the ultimate. And for a lot of that civilization, they had no use of the theater. They literally had like wooden levers, sleds, ropes, and horsepower. There's no evidence they even used animals to force stuff around. So that's a very much a different challenge. Gigantic, single piece objects, right? Way down the top of which there is evidence for moving. And in fact, I think there's evidence that the stones of this size were even being removed from quarries prior to the pre-dynastic civilization. I mean, there's strong evidence for that. The Aswan Quarry was a new area of the I can actually show it to you. And Cleopatra was in the most recent. She was the last, right? And I think, I don't know where I saw it, but Cleopatra is actually closer to us than to the building of the Great Pyramid building to the Great Pyramid. Yeah, so this here gives you an idea. So, you're talking about a little earlier than 3000 BC, so around 3150 is more or less the date where you have men in the first pharaoh of the 5,000. Yeah, a little more. That was, so anything prior to that is what you would call pre-dynastic. Okay. And there's a few cultures that we associate with that, the Zag culture, several others. It's a very interesting time because we get a lot of very interesting artifacts. Things like, precision made stone bases. Yeah. But that's the early, it's what's known as the early period, the first couple of dynasties. Then, sort of 2700 BC or thereabouts, we get into what's known as the Old Kingdom. This is the famous period. I love studying this period, famous period. This is where the mega pyramids come in, this is the huge granite works, the Valley Temple, the Sphinx is in here, all of this stuff that happens in the Old Kingdom. This is where mainstream archaeologists believe this is where they do the pyramid. Yes, yeah, they date this, so the pyramids all dated to a reign of family. In fact, people don't realize this, it's like the stone pyramids, the massive stone pyramids, all of them, I mean, just in Giza alone, those three pyramids supposedly were built in a period of less than 100 years together, like it was success, because you had this is the Orthodox time frame, you had Khufu, you had his son, possibly his brother, I think, Khafre, who was the North Pyramid, and then Menkaure, who might have been his son, so you got this successive generation of the pyramids. And if you go back a little bit to the other massive stone pyramids that are attributed to one guy, Snefru, who was the first pharaoh, I think, of the fourth dynasty. He has three pyramids. He has the massive pyramid that's in Kanu, which is just a huge structure. There's the Bent Pyramid, which is, probably the best preserved, at least the exterior structure is the Bent Pyramid, because stones are all locked together and most of them still in place. And then the Red Pyramid, so the Bent Pyramid, the Red Pyramid are in place with Dashur, and they're about the same size as the middle thing, so very close, because these are the same sort of achievements. So if you take all of those stone pyramids, they were all supposed to be built in just like 150 years. It's kind of silly, and if you Snefru alone, I have a video on Snefru. Well, I mean, there's so many questions. Like, they never found it, they didn't find any burials. It's the same story. Like, no inscriptions, no burials, no remains. And why does the pharaoh need 3 years? They kind kind of go, well, you know, he kind of stuffed up on the best pyramid, he didn't get it right, so, you know, had this angle change to it, which was a mistake, which is complete nonsense. You don't make, you know, these things aren't made up as they go along. And then they go, well, it's is any the red pyramid, probably very the red pyramid. What is the increased pyramid? And if you did feel all three pyramids, I did the math at one point in the video. I think it was like over a 25 or even 40-year period. I think you had to have and install more than 350 tons of stone every day for that entire period. Those three. That's finished, like that order year, in 40 years, something like that. You have similar logistical challenges with the Great Pyramid, right? In a period of 25 years, because you have to, this explanation for how these things work is constrained by the fact that they have a rough idea of how long the king may associate to them. And of course, you want to build your pyramid while you're alive. You want to be buried in this. The next guy to come along may not finish that for you. He might take it off you. Or who knows what, right? So they go for Khufu, for example, the Great Pyramid, roughly 25 years. The math works out with that thing with 2.5 million stones, more or less making it up, and something like 5 to 6 million tons. It's one block, quarried, cut, transported, dressed, finished, put in place, complete every 5 minutes. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year. What's the average of where this block? That's it. With blocks ranging up to like 60, 70 plus tons, like the ground block. A good example, I love this story. I use it in one of the videos that I have. I'm looking at the sort of this absurd timeline of these pyramids. So in France, it's well and over. This was shown in the Revelations of the Pyramids of fantastic film. But there was a quarry in France. Like they dug a hole, basically. They quarried out of stone or something like this. It's weird, and it was roughly the same volume as the Great Pyramid of Giza. And they used it as this big hole. They're like, all right, well, we finished quarrying or we finished doing this, so we just use this for a dump, for like material, like rock or whatever from the building sites. So they would literally just dump truck would just back up with this, whatever, third big material sites and just dump 24 hours a day. It's just this one operation. And all these projects, they just drive in front of us. And it was 12 years to do it. Like dumping into it with modern dump trucks 24 hours a day, all the time. 12 years just to fill that space. And you're trying to tell me that 25 years of building what is still one of the most precisely made structures on the planet in terms of alignment, the incredible precision that is exhibited in the stonework on the inside, the whole orientation of the entire structure you've got. And not included in that figure, by the way, is the bedrock. I mean, you've probably got years of planning, right, just to survey it and plan and design this thing. Then they actually had to level the bedrock, and they had to get down to a point where they level it inside. There is a primordial mound sort of thing in the middle, which is another interesting fact of what other sites. But it sits on tiles, or foundation tiles around this pyramid, some of them weighing 200 tons. A lot of people walk up and look at the pyramid, but make sure you look down at your feet. You're walking on something that was constructed before they ever laid the first stone down to build the pyramid. So all of that's probably taken years as well, and then you've got to go through the process of actually constructing the thing and finishing it, because the inside, they definitely use mortar, and there's it's not you wouldn't call it like super precise in most of the superstructure, but the exterior casing stones were incredibly well made, as was a lot of the structures on the inside. The whole massive granite structure that's in the center, the King's Chamber is part of, and what was above it, there's like 5 or 6 chambers above it, all made out of granite. So yeah, all of this happens in the Old Kingdom. So you go from there, you have these intermediate periods.
All right, let's get into it. My man Jesse, aka Jesse on Fire, is here with me in Austin, Texas. Long time coming, my man. I can't thank you enough for coming over. I know other people in the chat would like to know. Right down.
Another intermediate period, the New Kingdom. That's a relatively famous period. You have guys like Ramses II, Menkaure, Seti I, notorious pharaohs, and this is actually an age of great power.
All right, let's get into it, my man Jesse, aka Jesse on Fire, is here with me in Austin, Texas. Long time coming, my man. I can't thank you enough for coming chat
and then
like
civilization as
right
we know
now.
comes to an end with Cleopatra, famously
So I need to bring somebody in.
So
Not just,
yeah,
just
that's
don't
like
know UFC.
closer to
You got
us.
your
The building of
ground,
the pyramid is true. Like it's, it's
you know what you're
just
doing.
under
You
2,000
do all this
years
shit. You're kind of the
since
mastermind of it.
Cleopatra killed
So
herself.
before
You have to go back,
we get into UFC 370, it's international fight
plus
week.
like
Solid
2,700
card,
years
main events off the hook.
of the pyramid. So,
I like Coach Real Housewives.
yeah, and that's the official title.
There's a lot of drama going on.
People speculated it was a lot earlier, right? I question the dating of the pyramid. I think, it's a difficult thing to say purely because I'm looking at the skeletal remains of something that's probably been worked on and renovated and reused and just I'm sure the dynastic Egyptians were working on these things. They did things to them. They used them. They became part of their culture. My problem with the pyramid, particularly the Great Pyramid, because that's the one we studied the most, but actually most of them, obviously you have the logistical issues with the timeline.
Let's get into it with my man Jesse, aka Jesse on Fire. He's here with me in Austin, Texas. Long time coming, my man. I can't thank you.
The Panama Canal, or these giant projects, they're infrastructure projects, they take a long time. The problem I have with them is the precision and the knowledge that's encoded. Like, I think any honest analysis of the pyramids leaves you in a position where you have no choice but to reevaluate and rewrite history. You either end up and go, okay, the dynastic Egyptians built it, fine. In that case, they had far more capabilities, right, and far more knowledge than we ever attributed to. I think I've talked before about the fact that you have the dimensions of the Earth encoded into the pyramid. Right? It's essentially a scale model of the northern hemisphere. There seems to be specific information about the fact that the Earth's an oblate spheroid, that it's longer around the equatorial circumference than the distant polar circumference. Right? The grid of latitude and longitude, like that ratio, or the fact that we're slightly longer east to west than we are north to south, that ratio, if you knock it out on like a grid of latitude and longitude, those squares, they're not really squares, they're rectangular. Because the way the Earth's shaped, the latitude lines are shorter than the longitude lines. So if you take a square unit, basically out of the Earth, starting at the equator, it would be wider than it is tall, and if you scale it down, it is like within inches, the exact size. I have it here. Let me grab it. This is it here. So it kind of starts here. This is where that ratio is encoded. It's in something called a socle, which is essentially a cubit pi. It's like a little. Think of it as like a little platform the pyramid sits on, which gives you two ways to measure its perimeter. Right? You can measure the perimeter based on the perimeter of the socle or the perimeter of the actual pyramid, and then. So this is exactly what you're talking about. So 1/4 of 1 minute of latitude at the equator on the Earth is 3,209 feet. A quarter of a minute of longitude is slightly longer at 3043 plus 5 feet. And then so the perimeter length of the pyramid without the socle is 0.2 of a foot long, and this is 0.1 of a foot long, being exactly that same ratio. So you have latitude and longitude. You have the dimensionality of the planet. Which is Randall mentioned this the other day. Is we didn't really get an accurate understanding of that until we had satellite surveys and we did space observations in the 1980s. And it turns out because we had a much different idea of this before that time, and the more accurate we became, the closer we got to the pyramid numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like we started to learn actually the pyramid very accurately encodes this data. You should have some other things on the pyramid, like it has that ratio of 4:3:2. This is one of those cosmically significant numbers in that pantheon of very interesting astronomical numbers, and it's at a scale of 42,200. It essentially replicates the Earth. You multiply the height of the Great Pyramid by 42,200, you get the whole radius of the Earth. You multiply the base perimeter of it by 42,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth.
This was coming up a lot yesterday with Randall.
Yeah.
He was explaining this plasmoid generator type thing, and how the dimensions of the tubes of the sphere and the thunderbolt generator are. It starts at
that's why I say that I think, and you know, other people argue there's a school of life encoded in it. And obviously, there's precision stonework in the pyramid. So, you know, and it's a logistical achievement like no other. It wasn't built until relatively modern times. So I think under either case, so either the dynastic Egyptians built it, or they didn't, right? So you won't say it's either one or the other. But if you go with they did, then we need to reevaluate and rewrite history based on what it means and what information they have and their capabilities. And we've got to vastly underestimated the dynastic Egyptians. They were far more capable, and where did they get this data from? How did they know it? Like, that's a rewrite of history. And if they didn't make it, like they for sure worked on it, but if there was something else here and this inspired them, then that's another picture. Like, who did them? So that's where you get to this concept of inheritance. And and this is why I'm a supporter of the lost ancient civilization hypothesis, because I think the vast majority of evidence favors that answer. But I just think there is so much evidence of renovation and reuse and imitation. It's like I look at dynastic Egypt, and I think this idea of them being basically a giant cargo cult, the world's most advanced cargo cult, makes a lot of sense, because you've got to imagine the other problem with the pyramids is that, you know, these are the first pyramids that were ever made. They're like, that's at the very pointy end of the first ones were the best ones. The first ones are the best ones. Yeah, you can step pyramids another story. I think that is dynastic. But then immediately after the step pyramid, you have these mighty, gigantic stone pyramids that were supposedly constructed. But they kept making pyramids after that. I mean, think of this. Like, so, you know, to me, it's why I get this term a tale of two industries. You have the earliest pyramids, these giant stone structures that are still standing today. They kept building pyramids right through the Middle Kingdom. But they were making them from mud, and they were much smaller, and they were much less sophisticated. And they're today eroding away slowly because this is how they were made. It's like this technology just disappeared if they had it. And then they were trying to imitate these other pieces, these other works with mud bricks. And in fact, this is also supported, this primitive methodology is supported by scenes on the wall. Like, there is a scene of pyramids, like, but it's mud bricks. It's literally, it's in the tomb of the Nova in the West Bank of the Nile. Mud bricks. Well, they put together these mud, they bake them in the sun, or they might have baked them in ovens, and they make these big mud bricks, and then they transport them to, you know, it's like straw or hay and mud, and you bake it, you stick it in a mold, and you cook it. Geopolymer people through what it is. It's a form of geopolymer. And then they'd stack them up, and they build it that way. It's a process that continues to this day. Stuff that way, but that's how they build them. And so what's interesting to me is that this concept that, you know, there's an advanced version of a particular thing, pyramids and monuments, and a primitive version of a particular thing that matches the tools and techniques that we know about. Right? We know that they were relatively primitive. They didn't use oil, they used manpower, they used primitive tools like chisels and pounding stones and, you know, wooden implements and this sort of stuff. And there's scenes on the wall that support it. Right? So they showed us how they did it. That exact set of circumstances exists not only for pyramids, but it exists for bases, for columns, for boxes, for slabs. There's an advanced and there's a primitive version of that, and I've been slowly trying to document that in detail over the last couple of years and look at each category of these and say, okay, so what matches what they use? The tools that we know they could use and the techniques that we know that they used and the stuff they drew on the walls that showed us how they did it versus the stuff that isn't explainable by those mechanisms. And so that's why I think there's, when you look at these advanced things and you look at what the dynastic Egyptians are doing and you look at their own history and what they say about their past, all of a sudden this idea of inheritance, you know, and a longer timeline, the fact that maybe they got a kickstart, you know, when they finally came out of that Neolithic or Mesolithic Stone Age, and they began to, or they had enough people and they were organised and they might have started with all of these artifacts and objects. And you know, and that's actually what they say too. Like, they trace their own history back some 36,000 years. Like, their origin stories, the time of September and the time when the gods walked the earth. They talk about the time of the Shemsu Horde, these mythical, you know, demigod-like people with magical powers. All of these rulers, they had a king's list that goes back, like I said, over 36,000 years, I think. And then it gets to the dynastic civilization at the end, Well, there's a couple different sources. There was an Egyptian priest called Linnaeus that talked about it. Probably the primary source for that is something called the Turin Papyrus. There's also Sumerian kings list that's different. They go back to 100,000 years ago. But there's a Turin Papyrus, which is where this is written, and it's actually in antiquity. But it's they deciphered it on the back of a piece of parchment. So we're lucky we've got that much of it because it's quite a long story about how that thing came to be. It was falling apart and managed to put most of it back together. But there's a couple different sources for that king's list. And not only that, they have cataclysm origin stories. Like the story of Atlantis comes to us from Egypt. That's entirely the source for that is all in Egypt. Yeah, I mean that's where so Plato in roughly 200 or 300 BC or thereabouts. He talks about it in the Timaeus and Critias dialogues of how we get the story. That's probably the best account we have of Atlantis that comes from his ancestor Solon, who lived around 600 BC, and he tells the story when he was in Egypt at a temple up in the Delta. The temple doesn't exist anymore, but it was a priest, an Egyptian priest, at one of these structures at this temple in the Delta, that told him the story of Atlantis and said this happened 9,000 years ago, which so Solon's 600 BC, 9600 BC, 11,600 years ago.
Yeah, press
And
them.
the Younger Dryas.
Go press it
Writing
up, press them.
about water pulse 1B, when we had
Time
level growth. But this is
here, baby.
the correlation I think Graham Hancock
Oh,
made it. The only one of the first, I'm not sure who, but this relates to Atlantis. It comes from Egypt, and not only that, but it's also written on the walls of the Extra Temple because the Primeval Sheba story. It doesn't specifically say Atlantis, but it tells the story of the few sort of plot passages. I've got the photograph of it actually. And they talk about the Primeval land being an island of Spain. They had to go to the homeland and build the Primeval house that was where all the temples would be. And beneath the pyramids and all these other structures, you have Primeval man. So there's a lot of correlation to this concept of those civilization, call it Atlantis, call it whatever you want. But that's why I think all of this evidence makes sense. So, the Egyptians are connected to it, we've got the evidence of the artifacts for us, and then I think you also, with the Egyptian iconography, you're looking at that as well. So I do believe there's plenty of evidence to support statues of Boston, certainly several, and certainly the very large ones. Because he doesn't know when he does a great drawback giving videos outside of the octagon. This most recent one, it's like, I don't know if you agree, but I would say it's nearly a certainty that the instant 180 where, the fight's done, I'm retiring, and then the next day a criminal complaint comes out on this incident with the naked chick in the car. Is this what I'm looking at right here? Is this the uncensored? Is the authorization cover? Because I only see it with her. So I was wondering, if he's going to be going around with a naked chick in the car, what's that girl doing? Like Instagram? If you had inherited that as a video,
John Bones.
he talks about a story of a
Never would have been made. It was him on the phone. Like, if he, honestly, you can kind of know what that affects. Like, you think I'm banging this girl right here? Yeah, it's good. I hadn't seen her Victoria. I was like, you're telling me you believe that story, that this is the greatest fighter on the planet? I was banging this girl at that point. And when she married Jake, she came straight from John Jones' house. She wore that to John Jones' house. Just wore it with all over the pictures.
If you had inherited these iconography, and particularly if your culture was connected to it, like
she doesn't have pants on, so like he literally just put on a shirt and nothing else. He just
and one thing
it's savage. My thing is,
and you see how the Pharaoh
listen, he's just getting his love on the rest of this fight keeps doing this stuff. Remember, everyone has those
and they always depict themselves as being
we all have those friends.
Pharaohs were considered gods.
Only time he's being calm.
And then generation.
So yeah, this is an icon on top of Davies by doing this every night, damn near.
So
This is just the first time that we know that it's been covered because he knows what's going on. I don't think all of this is, alright, you've led this thing on this. You've doubled that. Look, you've killed the company. I don't know what that's. Like, you've been through this. You're on a
this get pulled over and John's just like crying and hands the phone to the cop. He just why would you even have a conversation? Yeah, you're also experiencing this dark arts. Why do you have a conversation with this cop? Yeah, it's like John is one of those guys. I have so many friends that worry that there's like all these different types of people who drink. Like I got a buddy who would never name publicly, but like he's like a serious guy. Like he's like a really serious guy. It's terrifying when he's sober and when he drinks. He's the happiest, most fun dude ever. And then I have guys that are super fun guys. They get drunk and they are like John's one of those guys. Like he's a different person. He has there's exactly and there's like. He can't figure out that they just identify themselves as the cops. Don't talk to them and don't threaten you. My brothers are just bored enough to put you in the ground. You're like, shut up, guys. A cop. And then going back, I just think none of it makes any sense. People try to do the same thing. I just think it's just about that guy. Did you see Jeff Brunson's tweet? No. It was Jerry Taylor. Jeff Brunson's like, I used to go around shows that Jeff Brunson tweeted out. I trained John for years, Steve, with Albuquerque, we'd go out, and I'd be chicks, and like, dude, let's just stick with the chicks, we don't need to do all that shit. I said, shit with the drugs. You don't need to do all this. We got the chicks here, why are we still doing the drugs? Like, we accomplished the whole time to get chicks, hot chicks. They're here, dude. And this guy was saying this to Joe Yes. He's like, why you gotta do all this? Doesn't make sense. We shouldn't do that. I never saw the progress when he did that. He was like, oh, you're not down for this? Cool, man. He's like, thanks for the advice. That was beautiful. I was like, dude, I can give you one reason why you still want to get drugs because he wants to mix Viagra and drugs in front of the night out. So he was trying to lead to get out of Albuquerque. And another thing to successful. It's a fresh start, change. Go to the way you said you gave John advice, and John was like, oh, man, he was like, you're out. And the other thing, too, is like, any good Jared Brunson, like his account, like Jared Brunson, too, is making an excellent point, which is like, the cops brought this case against him because John has such extensive history with the Albuquerque Police Department. You get out of town, you need a fresh start with the cops. It's like John and Adolf, get the fuck out of town. So here you go, this is Jared Brunson's tweet. John, and then, obviously, like, hang out just about every day when I was in town for 3 years, until 14. One night, there's no straight line. Obviously, the work is something. One night, I went out and I said to him, why would you put this? Let's just hang out with the ladies and have fun. That seems like a good idea. An extra stuff isn't needed. So to me, it's like, drugs. They're already here with us. We've done it. Technology. So like I said, I don't need a dad. I need a friend. This was the last time we ever hung out. I couldn't sit back and watch it, to be honest with you. I did my game totally straight. And like, I understand John's position where I'd be like, what? I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't need you. I need you the best coach in my life, the best of your friend. You're trying to help me out. You're out. Yeah. It's just, I don't need you sitting here fucking judging me while I'm doing blow and smashing 7 girls tonight. Here's what the talks about what you have in life. You know who John is? Yeah. Whatever was at one point, does she go, all right, dude? I don't make that an agreement where she's just some primary. I take care of the kids, we pay all the bills, I'm selling a house. I don't know his personal life. But I do think about her, like, come here, like, dude, Connor for sure has a agreement with the end. Like, he's just too out of it, and like, if she's not around, it's whatever. John, I have no insight whatsoever into what his home situation is. I just know that, like, if he wanted to stay in trouble, all he has to do is just not drink. Like, every time he's in trouble, he's like, there's 6 points of like, leave Albuquerque, you're joking. Everyone sees you like you're in trouble. Get the fuck out of there. You're the liver king. You know what I'm saying? Get to him. But I do think when I saw this, I had to talk, right? I'm like, God damn it. And also, this guy makes sense. I'm not disappointed. I'm going on MMA. I
pre-screen site, we know they were getting all over the European.
And then, there's this little indentations on the wall, all this shit. And this is one I question, because I do think the fight was a great deal. I think John, Tom, and even Tom, got a fight.
It's one of the issues.
It went announced it, right?
It goes further. Once you start to see this stuff,
I do think that was the plan.
technology, this artifacts themselves, and the writing start to see a lot of places. Great it's equal things. But you can see there's some risks shown up by the
using like I do pretty well is no one
finds out first
find this basic mistake and gets in trouble.
you see the hammer mark, you see the company is back on hand. And here's another key. The fibers are getting polished. Right? So the rest of the stone is polished. And there's obviously color flat surfaces and polishing with lots of and quite sort of parts of the stonework that were polished.
And still close the pipes gap and still
incredible stuff that come from the old season.
The only thing that really makes sense is they have the biggest
particle that is all beautifully done. You have the fingernails, the cuticles, the insides of the fingernails. All of that stone was polished, right? This isn't like they were capable of polishing stone. Whoever built this statue could polish stone in whatever form they wanted to. It's just what it is polished. And you get these beautiful
I think the coincidence of he retires out of nowhere, and the next day the news breaks that there's a criminal complaint against him. No one's going to answer that. It's like coincidence.
How hard is it? Slightly harder than granite. Somewhere between
like this, to your point, I'll let you do this contract, but the Alice Prior thing, that's genius. Like that's the short-term solution for basketball. Yeah, so I'm not doing that for it. Seems to be 6.5. He's in his prime. Can't get fights. Basically, Jalen Connor. Waiting for the right pay. Now it's not happening. So we'll find out what the UFC thinks of Tom based off his next matchup. Now, you look at the roster currently, Arena,
and they do have artifacts like those
stuff that we can even these starches.
they were shaking with the and copper and bronze like
excuse me.
marble like a
Conversation
the outside like a three traditional soldiers don't know
so once or after Tom gets paid, the fan base gets on top side. This one,
yeah, if you're a
there's no star loss, start of loss, and
yeah, the point is that again, even with these articles like this,
so
it's not solid, right? Even in the good articles that are on the side of the statue,
after that, we figure out
the interior of the
necessarily on the planet
for most people that walk
away
that cartoon show, not straight and not polished. You notice how much he's below it.
has issues with this is a different, so
this was done with a different technology. Actually done with an entirely different technology. So it's difficult to say then that the writing is how we create it.
business partners and shareholders, DKO,
This artifact into the story, it's entirely possible. That
he was ridiculous in the past.
comparison
Coming to the fight, they can't find any fighters to get shit.
and
Let's sign
in fact, we have
Francis.
evidence of that very
They carry Thomas should go. Alex Francis, huge dude. Take my fucking money. And then those are coming, maybe fight some shit.
good, but
But
they're
we have
all
that chair. Whack, it's going to struggle around until to figure out all this.
the practice of writing somebody usurping an artifact the great usurper is one of the people think about him as one of the most powerful information.
John will be available, and then you have your final boss.
But he was story.
Let's say Tom does what I think you're my favorite all through those fights.
That's the cartoon
Take Tom past all those tests.
This is right here. It's carved in very
That's what you
deeply
pay for.
into
And also,
carved deeply into what is a
your best case scenario as a promoter
look closely
is to have Tom Aspinall considered a massive superstar
over the top of a
in the conversation because he's young.
So
Like you can write that
training,
training,
they
like
got
once you have Anderson's
riding over the top.
it was like Anderson's always fighting. It was like who's he fighting? It's like this guy for the third time. He still sells.
And
But
Tom
Tom has had some guys that he don't match that people know. Because that's the problem is like people look at Tom.
before he
You know, it's like it's from Silicon, it's
And what I love about this one
he has a functional gone, but he
you actually
knocked
look
out
at what
Popovich in the first, and knocked out Kurt's Blade in the
a
first.
particular
Like he's basically beat the majority of these guys. First runners, there's nothing there. What's sad about that is that right now it's definitely worse.
And if you see all this, the ones that have writing on it, the writing's good. It's not horizontal. It's
Generation for heavyweights, but
it's
not his fault.
So the writing on can't do so this is the original writing. But not only did the public right, this thing was originally yeah, it was just a piece of most of it, yeah. And so it was and they will reuse this thing like walls they built in the past. I mean, there's a foot from 1,000-ton statue that's been rebuilt. So they were reusing broken pieces.
I would have to think about that
Not
particular
only did they reuse the ones that were the wall, then someone wrote something on it the first time.
maybe Cyril
And then later on, you know, how long later, Brandon things like the top 10 and stuff. So again, this thing's been inherited, renovated, and reused like 2 or 3 different
it's
times.
a bad time of heavyweight.
And it's just not horizontal.
It's just bad. They should just go buy Francis contract with $8 because they don't want to pay the $8 million. They don't pay the next time he fights. They don't have it. They don't have it. They don't like they know like when they had it like the first time. They're still like there's hope that maybe we've got this. Maybe we'll be all says maybe we're anybody right, but maybe we're talking to like they sold nothing. And they got no one to fight. And you actually had a half decent opponent for it last time. That dude was a 9-feet tall.
Look who it is. How are you, big dog? Jacob, how's life? Taking ass, taking names. You got a lot of feedback. What's going on? Big dog. Barely. There's a lot of feedback. What's going on?
Stuff, but it's kind of a weird,
Big dog. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How are you, big man?
Same, man. Every day is play by ear.
Absolutely. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Not too bad at all, man.
Excellent.
Good to hear from you again, man.
Well, I've been live streaming, doing my best to go viral on a platform called Blue Sky. Have you heard of Blue Sky?
I've never actually heard of Blue Sky. What is it?
Blue Sky is the liberal Twitter alternative, and it's got like 35 million members. It's big. It's like where, I don't know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Kamala Harris and all those people ran after Elon Musk bought Twitter. And so I've created robots that are successfully spamming them. And people talk about me once and about, on average, about 1 or 2 times an hour, which is great. I mean, I'm just basically just sitting here, and to get people talking about me is a major benefit. So I just spam people about world peace and futurology, and a lot of times people don't know what to make of that, but then they come in here and give me an opportunity to talk to them, and then they become allies. So that's been really good, and it's been really successful. So I'm pretty proud of that. How are things with you?
That's what I love about you, man. You give everyone a chance to talk with you.
I do my best to. How are things going with you? How's your brother?
He's doing all right. I mean, he's not getting any better, but at the same time, he's not really getting worse either, so that's good.
Yeah, definitely. And is he, I imagine he's still taking up a lot of your day. How's Oliver?
He's just as hyperactive as the day I got him.
Oh, no way. Okay, so he's still biting through stuff?
No, thankfully, I taught him that, through a little persistence and repetition, I got him to stop that. It's more of he has to be around somebody, otherwise he just has, some sort of nervous tick. But he definitely came from an abused home. Because, I kind of play with him a lot, and then I kind of, put my hand up really high, and then he, ducks his head down really low as to, indicate that I might hit him. I've never hit him before in my fucking life.
Right.
How the hell would I start now? So obviously it's previous.
Right. And how old was he when you adopted him?
I believe he was about 1.
Okay, so he's had some trauma early on in his age.
Yeah, he's locally adopted, so he's from around here. So I mean, he could have came from a meth lab for all I know, and I mean, who knows what kind of environment that thing was raised in. But it wasn't exactly friendly towards him, I can tell you that.
How? What kind of breed is he?
I think he's got a little beagle in him. He's definitely got some Welsh Corgi, predominantly. I mean, that's more of like his stuff. His features are more like Welsh Corgi-ish.
Does
So
he?
Corgi and Beagle for sure, and then he may have another breed in there somewhere, but I don't know, maybe Terrier or something.
Does he like to not hunt, but like basically when he sees a small animal, are his senses aroused?
Oh yeah, he definitely needs to be on a leash outside.
Okay.
Because he's got like massive ADD. Because I mean, if you don't distract him, he's off in his own world. He'll just go along with it.
Okay, very well. You want to play some Battle Box?
No, I haven't played that in a while. Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm about to send you an invitation. Wait, have you been playing a different game?
The what game?
Have you been playing a different game?
No, I just really haven't been on that much.
Very well. I've got people who come in here every single day and play a game with me on at least a couple games on here. I've got some women who play with me, some men who play with me, people domestically, people like as far away as Australia, and I've got to say I appreciate you sharing the knowledge that you gave me to recommend this app because a lot of people really
Hey,
enjoy
man, I
it.
got your cousin anyway, so.
All right, I'm gonna send you.
I would have known.
There we are.
There it is.
Alrighty, sir. Go easy on me because what vehicle do you usually choose?
My favorite's the Raptor.
All right. Battle start.
I was doing some family genealogy and I was using AI for assistance. An AI called Perplexity.
How was that?
It definitely led me down the wrong fucking rabbit hole. I thought it was Native Americans for a while.
All right. What, it said that you weren't?
Pretty damn good, so much so that I mean, I even applied to be on applied for the Dawes roles and everything else because I thought my ancestors were on it, and apparently they weren't. But that particular AI kind of got me the wrong information, let me believe that was my ancestor. It wasn't.
Oh, so it told you that you were Native American when you weren't? Oh, dude, what happened to your vehicle?
Which one?
Your vehicle is like stuck.
Oh yeah, it's in a little crevice.
Can you get out of that? Oh, wow. Oh, good move, dude. That was baller. Oh, wow. All right. Let's try. Oh, good shot. I didn't even know. I don't even know if I hit you. I did. Wow. Uh-oh. 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 Next turn. All that stuff should be falling. That's gonna get you. It's gonna get me.
Yeah, but now you can't go anywhere though. And even the shield won't help you. And I've got the more powerful TNT weapon.
Oh, you just killed me. Wow, 3,170 wins. That is a lot of wins. Okay, so you had the TNT weapon. Is that better?
Yeah, it gives you more power. It gives you more damage on the people that you're shooting at.
Okay. How did you get that weapon?
They're displaced all around the board.
Oh, okay. So you picked it up from there. Okay. All right. Let's try it again. Oh, what a jump! What a jump! Come on, baby. Oh, that was my chance. That was my chance. That was my chance. All right. Can't believe that. Just flew right over you. Oh, what a move! What a move! What a move!
You can get hit a lot more, and it'll take less energy from you.
What was that?
The boost with the arrow, that blue one that I have, that means that you can hit me, and it won't have the same impact as the same as if I hit you.
I gotcha.
It takes away less energy.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Uh-oh.
But those little power.
Yeah. I see that. All those bombs are gonna be coming now. Oh no. Airstrike warning. Oh, dude, smart move.
With this stage in particular, it's best to try to go on that ledge, and like you pretty much have to own that ledge, and you'll be able to defeat any kind of like enemy as long as you take out the bottom layer, which is like obviously you have to shoot at it.
Which ledge? The one by you or the one that has
This one over here. That one right there with the little red pins and the blue thing.
Okay, alright. And what's the blue thing do?
That one freezes you. So if you were to collect that,
oh no.
That means I pretty much can't move, and I'm stationary for that particular move. So it helps if you're like the one with the bouncy stuff and all over. You know how it turns all tired. Yeah, the power ups definitely help.
Alright, let's see what this one does. I've never used this weapon. Oh, it worked. Perfectly. Perfectly. Okay, airstrike. That means it'd be best to use a shield. Now, why didn't you use a shield? Dude, look at this thing. It's just bouncing on me.
Because I got the little arrow thing that takes less damage, so it really doesn't matter.
Okay. What's the plus thing above me?
That's health.
That's what I figured. Okay. Get some of that. Oh, stop. Okay, so can I blow up the like ledge you're on right now?
Yeah, of course.
Not of course. I don't know that. Nothing's of course in this one. At least Okay, yeah, you can. But can you blow up the one that is striped?
No, because that's fixed. It can't be like dismantled or blown up or anything.
Okay, there you go. Oh no. Is that gonna blow up?
I'll launch you towards that.
Is that gonna blow up? Yes, it is. Okay, and then do you die if you fall in the hole?
Correct.
Okay. Oh wow. So you're just taking out. Oh, okay. I see why you say to get on that thing is really good because you're basically like if you don't get on it, you're kind of fucked. All right. This is gonna
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what kind of shot you have.
right. All right. Now I see. Oh, look at you just taking out. All right. Look at this shot. Oh, what a great shot. Dude, man, I have that counted. Oh, wow. Okay,
Now you're pretty much trapped.
let's try it again. Oh, no. Oh, you got me. You got me really, really well. Oh, man. Okay, I need that help. I'm going to have to make some moves. Oh, I hopped you. Oh,
Shit. That's game. That's game. That's game. Oh, almost.
all right. Let's reload it. Let's see if this works. I'm taking some major risks here. But I only have 18 health, so it's like, oh, that's game. Oh, are you serious? That's what I'm talking about. Let's try it again. Oh, wait, wait, what was that? You can't go, you can't.
Over the barrier.
Oh, okay, I did not know that. Alright, that's alright. I'm gonna get you, don't you worry.
Well, not in robots.
Oh, for sure. Dude, I see.
You have to use like a
I'm gonna get you. There's no doubt. I'm learning all of your moves. Alright. Oh, look at you making moves. I've got you here, no doubt. I'm gonna get you really, really good. Dead on. Dead on. You're locked on. I've got you in my sights. I'm gonna get you with a big one. Are you fucking serious? What a move. What a move. Was not expecting that. Alright. That was great. Oh, are you serious? That was really great.
I'm gonna get that help before you do.
Yeah, you probably will. Go, go, go. Alright. Next turn. Now, can you get extra health?
What's that?
Can you get more than 140 health?
You can just get health to it maxes out. You can't really get more than it when it's full.
What's the max out number? What's the max out number?
Whatever the health limit is, whatever the line is.
140.
Yeah, whatever the maximum is, that's how much you can go. You can't go past that, unfortunately.
Okay, it's 140. Man, dude, are you serious? Go in the thing.
The green I've got, it's a poison. So if I touch you with that, you slowly deplete health.
How many rounds? Oh, dude, you got me. You got the point. Okay. So you maxed out to
Not many
140.
people know that. The good thing about the poison thing, if I get that little thing right here, I'll show you.
Yeah, I got it.
It's like a blue thing. It's like a friend. If I were with the frozen, it actually counteracts the poison, and you get free of the poison.
Okay, what was that?
Here, let me hit you.
Fuck no. Oh, what a move. Okay, so did you just freeze me?
Yeah, but you're not poisoned anymore. You don't. Your health isn't depleting anymore. You're just frozen.
Okay. So you can't freeze someone and health deplete them at the same time. It's one or the other. What's that green thing?
The green thing's a poison that I poisoned you with.
All right, let's get that.
Oh, and you got me.
Oh, did I get you poisoned?
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, it is.
I'm about to die this round.
Now, why don't I have any missiles left?
You actually won this round.
It ain't over till it's over. There we go.
Was that your first win?
No, it was my fourth win, but it's my first win against you. All right, battle start. Oh, this is an interesting map.
With the ones with the artificial base, it's best to try to like destroy the ground first. That way your enemy will fall.
I gotcha. What's that blue thing that just fell below me?
That's the freeze.
Oh, okay.
So if I were to touch you, that means you won't be able to move for that round.
I gotcha. Oh, are you serious? Are you serious? I'm gonna blow myself up. I did not know. Okay, so okay, I'm learning. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Now, why don't you protect yourself from bombs? Oh, are you serious? Okay. What's that thing that's kind of where my thing is? What is that in the air? What did I just get? What did I just get? You're done. You are done. Oh, what a move. What a move.
I'm going to get that help. If you aim a little above me, you can be able to hit me.
I was gonna try. Okay, so you got the health. Oh no, don't blow up near me. Come on, stop. Stop moving, dude. Are you fucking serious? Okay, but I could get you by blowing up the ground by you, right?
Now you're frozen.
Okay. Frozen isn't that big a deal. Oh. Next turn.
Might be game right here.
No way.
Oh, nope. All right, that's game.
Ooh. All right, I'm gonna get you now. I'm gonna get you now. I've got it, no doubt. No doubt.
Dr. Dre's song. No diggity, no doubt.
That's right.
She got tricks and stuff. That's when it comes to the guy.
Are you serious? Oh, look at us. Oh, wow. I overshot you. Oh, what a miss. What a miss. No way. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, I'm done. All right, this is a big round. Oh, how didn't I get you? Don't hit me. Don't. Are you serious?
I can stay away from you and your help.
Oh, so you got me with the poison?
Hold that and the bomb behind you.
All right. Here we go. Raptor. Confirmed. Here we go.
Pretty cool.
Game starting in 16. All right. Let's see what I want to do.
I'll get you no matter what in the first time.
No way. Oh, how did you get that? How did you do that?
I've got the other box.
Oh, you got a different. You didn't get the Raptor?
No, I chose the other one.
What's that one called that you have?
something with a weird name.
Oh, did you get that help?
Yeah.
All right, big shot here for you. Big shot here for you. Whoa, what is that? Oh, I'm gonna get blown up really badly. Not that badly though. Give me that. Give me that help.
You got beat to it.
I know. Not gonna happen. I don't even know what to do here.
Oh, where were you going?
I don't even know. Oh, that's only.
Yeah, some gaming arenas allow you to go backwards and shoot you from behind, but other ones they just go into an abyss and they don't have a backwards.
Oh no way. Okay, I did not know that. So this one just goes into an abyss.
Correct.
Oh, okay, dude. What? WTF with that fucking laser? Oh, look at you. Look at you keep getting blown up. I just won. Oh, wow. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, so what is the like when you're on the screen? What's the one with the laser?
The one I just said?
Yeah, what was that?
That one's the Majorlin or MJOLNIR.
Okay, cool. I want that one. Wait, I have to buy it?
I got it like a couple years ago, so that was before we were able to buy it. You had to buy it. I'll just go with the Raptor. You can choose whatever you want, but
Yeah.
I purchased them with the points on it. Now they don't let you purchase them anymore. I mean, now they don't let you purchase them with points. You have to actually use money for some reason. And it's just another glitch so they can make money off it.
Right. Okay, no big deal. Oh, look at you. Look at you. All right. I'm going to do the same thing. Same exact shot. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. What did you just pick up? What did you
picked up the one with the white arrow.
Yeah, what is that?
That means my damages are going to be less than yours.
Okay.
So if you hit me with a rocket or something like that, and I hit you with a rocket, your damage is going to be more. Mine's going to be less because it's like a protective thing.
Oh, wow. Do you slide more on the ice?
Yeah, the ice.
And you can't destroy it? Oh, look at that. Oh, so it does. Oh, look at that health. Dog. I got
I can get you before you get to it.
Oh, what a move. What a move. Oh no, no, don't hit the thing. Oh no. Okay, what's that dynamite thing above you?
That means like all our weapons are going to be more powerful.
Okay. Oh boy, I'm done. Oh no. That's gonna get you. No, it's not. What's that one that just went on the top row?
I don't know really. I think it's just a booster. It just
have no idea. But you just killed yourself.
All right, so I never even get to know what it does. R.I.P. Boom. All right. Are you willing to play me at mini golf?
Of course.
Dude, I'll destroy
You
you.
know?
I'll destroy you at mini golf. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Dog,
We'll get into it.
I am. Usually I play 5 holes. I accidentally sent it for 3, so we'll play this one for 3. I'll destroy you at mini golf. I've gotten disgusting at it. I was once ranked in the top 1,000 players in the world.
I think I got it in the hole one time on this course, but it's like extremely difficult to go up that middle hole.
It is. Now, here's a secret. I have a friend of mine who has an iPad, and it's a lot easier with an iPad. So basically, if we ever play this hole, he automatically wins it, which sucks.
Don't you also have? Remember that bot I think you shared with me, or the cheating thing where you can like cheat on this game?
Yeah, there is a way to do it. This one would be hard though. The one that the ones that are
issue on this game because it's different because you don't have like one fixed spot to go to.
right. The
as
one
opposed to
like
what was
darts.
It, bow and arrow or
Darts. Yeah.
And bowling especially. I mean, those are the ones that you want to use that on because it's got like a fixed target.
That's correct. Yeah, but this one's random every time, so it really only would help on the like tee shots. Ooh, not playing well. I'm not good at this hole. That was a great shot, Jacob. That was a great shot.
I gotta figure out how to fuck. Oh, almost.
Oh no. Oh, I got fortunate. I got very fortunate.
Deuce.
Yep. This is my best hole.
Ooh, nice one. Really good.
Thank you.
I think you got the score on this game.
Yes, sir. I told you I'm good at this hole. I have not lost on this hole in like maybe the last 60 times I've played it. It's my best hole.
Good game.
GG. All right. Now we're gonna play it with 5 holes. This is what separates the men from the boys. Do you follow that whole Joe Rogan sphere?
I heard some news about the Liver King, I guess, like throwing some threats out. That's about all I've heard about Joe Rogan recently. Like, what the fuck's that about?
Yeah, I mean, that guy, I think, just was not mentally unstable, but maybe, and just was throwing out threats. But yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between wanting attention and like, is he really gonna go beat up Joe Rogan? Like, does anybody really think that he was gonna go and like fight him? Like, he probably, I don't know. I kind of just think he was flapping his lip, and he should be allowed to do that as a free speech protection. I get it. Like, he went to Austin, which is not good to do, But I don't know. That's kind of like what people do. It's like, to me, I'm a free speech absolutist. So I feel like you should be able to say whatever you want. And so long as you don't physically hurt someone, you should be able to say whatever you want. Whatever the fuck you want.
I didn't really see I didn't really see the terroristic threat there. He kind of just like challenged him to a fight. I mean, obviously out of nowhere for no reason.
Exactly, but isn't that what those?
It wasn't real. He can obviously turn him down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, isn't that like what those guys do? Basically, like, how is that terrorism? That's a bad law. That like, that's terrorism. Terrorism is like, I don't even know what it is, but it's not that. That to me is just flapping your lip, and I think that should be a constitutionally protected right.
I'd say it falls under free speech too. I didn't really see any terroristic threats at all.
Exactly, and especially, yeah. How is that terrorism? Like, I don't know. That's a stupid law to call that terrorism, or making.
It's like if I challenge you to a fight, you can just say no. I mean, that'll be it. You know, you can't like it's a fuck.
Exactly, and like, let's say we had an instance where you, let's say you hurt somebody. You have two people, and one of them hurt another one. Let's say they defrauded them or something like that. You mean to say that you can't say, like, if you defrauded my sister, I'm gonna fuck you up? You're not allowed to say that.
Very true. I mean, I don't get the terroristic threat at all, other than just wanting him to fight him.
Right. So, and that's what they do. They're like steroid headed, like, they're on gear and all kinds of shit. And not only that, but Joe Rogan. Exactly. Joe Rogan has like literally special ops security, and okay, so that's actually
literally he's got like Navy SEALs protecting him and shit.
Exactly. So I'm like deep into that Rogan verse. I listened to Joe Rogan's first episode December 24th, or December 26th, 2009. I mean, I've been fucking in it for a long time. But that's not I mean, yeah, there's Liver King. That was a thing. But I think this is even bigger. Is okay, do you know who Brendan Schaub is?
Oh, I can't say that I do.
Okay, so that's fine. So basically, Joe Rogan, has a lot of guests on. Brendan Schaub has been on the Joe Rogan Experience more than any other person ever. Okay, so he's the number one guest in the history of the show. And he's a former UFC guy who has his own show. Do you know who Brian Callen is?
No, I can't say I don't know who that is either.
That's okay. He was a guy who used to be on Mad TV, and he was on Sex and the City and like some other shows. And I can't believe I didn't go in. And they have a show together. It's called The Fighter and the Kid. And look at you taking the lead.
Okay.
All right. So it used to be a really popular show. Do you know who Theo Vaughn is?
Yeah, I know who that is.
Okay. So Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn used to do a show together called The King and the Sting. And basically what happened was Theo was owed a bunch of money by a third-party company, and he eventually left that show to go do his own show, which is now really big. He gets like Donald Trump on it and like JD Vance and stuff. And all right, so basically Theo Vaughn abandoned ship on this Brendan Schaub, and all these people in LA were like basically like abandoning ship on these guys, on the King and the Sting, or on the Fighter and the Kid, which is Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. And look at your shot, dude, that was great. And so Joe Rogan recently had Brian Callen in at the Comedy Mothership to do comedy, and Brian started talking to Joe, and Joe was trying to convince him to move to Austin like he convinces everybody else. And Brian Callen made the decision to move to Austin. So they moved the podcast, the Fighter and the Kid, to Austin, Texas. Now Brian Shaw or Brendan Schaub was a UFC guy, but he's also he was a comedian, and he has the worst reviewed podcast special in the history of IMDb. He actually has the worst two in the history of IMDb. They're like a 1.7 out of 10. I mean, they're just really, really bad. And I've watched them, and they're funny because they're so bad. And so basically, these guys were like flaming out and unable to get guests anymore in LA, and so they started um, making the decision to move to Austin, which they did recently. So they just moved to Austin, and in doing so, they you would think that like, oh, these are like new comics or like new UFC personalities in the Joe Rogan sphere. They're going to be on the Joe Rogan experience, but they were not. And Joe Rogan hasn't even like texted them or anything, or like at least one of them. So it turns out that this recently came out that one of them, Brendan Schaub, had been like he's basically being sued, and he's got all this IRS stuff that's gone wrong, and he's in a lot of trouble. And so, like, if you follow that whole Joe Rogan sphere, you'll learn that like one of his boys is like basically pretty fucked at this point. And yeah, I didn't know if you were
A lot
following.
of the people like on too. They've actually been paid by like Saudi Arabia and shit to say like anti-Semitic shit.
Who is this?
Theo Vaughn as well. There's other people like Candace Owens and shit like that. They're like shills for fucking anti-Israeli type shit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that they should be able to say whatever they want. That's what the First Amendment's about. You just shouldn't be able to necessarily. You don't have to listen to them. Oh, good shot. But yeah, no, I do see that, and I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is.
Their own prerogative. I mean,
There are
wanting to their own way, but I mean, it's definitely kind of misleading for some people because they believe in like everything they say type shit. But then again, they'll be swayed either way anyway. It doesn't really matter who's really saying it. They would have thought the same thing no matter who said it.
Right. I mean,
like sheep will be sheep anyway. I mean, don't really need much help.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of deplatforming or canceling people just because of my very strong beliefs in the First Amendment. And so, like, I mean, I get shit. I get shit. I get shit from people every day who are mean to me for numerous reasons, and that's fine. I don't feel that they should lose their accounts because of that. They should I just don't have to pay attention to it. And I feel like that's how generally it should be treated, but I get it. Some people call for, deplatforming of people and canceling of people, and I get that element of it too. I and like, people are allowed to fund what they want, and at least
there's a girl recently who just killed herself named Michaela Rains, and I've been subscribed to her page for a while now because I love animals, and she adopted and raised like wild foxes and adopted them. And I went into her page, Save a Fox, and people were just like, I guess like blaming me for her death. It's like I haven't even been on one of her lives in like a year or so. Like, why would you even say something like that? It's crazy.
Wait, they blamed you personally for this woman taking her own life?
Yeah, because she, I guess, was online bullied or something like that, and took it to heart. Obviously, not a lot of people share the same sentiment that you and I believe that you can say whatever, it's not really going to hurt my feelings or anything. But some people take that shit to heart.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good shot. I don't know. I just don't. I feel like it's best to just not let it get to you. It's best to not.
Behind the screen.
Yeah, I mean,
and at some point, you're going to have to retract that and have people take responsibility for the shit they say online. Because, I mean, you can just pretty much say anything, but I mean, I don't really want to infringe on people's First Amendment at the same time.
Right. I mean, I imagine a world in the future where you'll have to have like an internet ID. Oh, thank you. Where that can be suspended or whatever. We're in the wild, wild west of free speech, or I don't even know if it's free speech, but online anonymity. And I can imagine that goes away in the future, especially with like companies like Palantir. Dude, I got accused yesterday 3 separate times for being
like people just throw that out there just to discredit you. And I mean, you obviously don't even like have any relation to anything like that, and they'll just straight up call you that just to discredit you.
100%, dude. I got called it yesterday 3 times. I got called an AI Palantir bot. It's like you think that a Palantir, this random ass company that's worth like billions of dollars, is funding me, which is just basically like a mom and pop shop of a live streamer? It's like what are you talking about? But I get accused of. I mean, people just don't know what.
Like, where's the line to be drawn where it's not free speech more or less than hate speech? Like look at the Columbia University people like screaming like globalize the Antifada. I mean, that's fucking insane. Like you're literally glorifying terrorism.
Yes. Again, though, I feel that they should be able to say it.
For sure. But,
you don't have to follow it.
That be like okay.
You don't have to follow it, but there's a very dangerous precedent that we set when you can't say something, and I want to stay away from that because they can use that against you.
When free speech is infringed on.
They can use that against you, basically, and I don't like that. It just depends on who's in power. And so because of that, and being such a free speech advocate as I am, I do my best to limit. I mean, I'm a free speech absolutist. You should be able to say whatever you want to anyone you want under any condition. When we start putting conditions on it, that's where we start to nice shot. That's where we start to run into trouble of free speech zones and all that other shit. And I just don't like that. I'm against that kind of thinking, and I feel that the founding fathers were as well.
Idea that it's kind of like socially acceptable for you to say I hate Jews or death to all Jews, but God forbid you say death to blacks or something. I mean, isn't that the same fucking thing? It's just different races.
Yeah, but it absolutely is. I feel as if you should be able to say it though, and then you just look uneducated when you do that. You should be able to say the N word or the K word or the F word or whatever you want to say. Say whatever you want to say. It's only going to look badly on you. But when we start saying that certain people can say a word and other people can't say a word, that's where you get into trouble. And then you have courts who are established to be unable to be able to differentiate. Oh, well, this person has 50% African American blood, so they can say the N word, but this person has 49% and they can't. And you don't. That's not what courts are supposed to do. And
yeah, but why? I mean, considering like the Liver King, for instance, I mean, how is saying Haitian Jews are white a terroristic threat as opposed to death to all Jews? You know what I mean? It's just like, where's the common sense there and what the terroristic threat?
Well, you're exactly
like personal feelings.
You're exactly right. And throwing the word terrorism in that kind of discussion is a joke. It actually undermines what terrorism is. Like basically, this guy just was feuding with an online personality, and I don't know, unless he actually frankly, like, attack Joe Rogan, he should be out of cuffs. I mean, I'm not a Liver King advocate. I really didn't know that much about it. Like, I'd seen him online, but he wasn't like in my understanding of, like, he wasn't in my consciousness. Now I know who he is, and I hate to say it, but like, I understand, like, I don't think it's cool to say that you want to go beat somebody up or whatever, but I think that that's covered by the First Amendment. I frankly do. And I know I'm not alone.
Exactly. I mean, how is his speech, but saying death to all Jews, globalized anti-Semitism, that's not terroristic threats, but saying I challenge you to a fight is a terroristic threat.
Exactly. And I think that both of them should be allowed to be said. Because when we start litigating speech, we run into a major issue in this country, and then it creates loopholes, and I don't like that. Look, if you want to litigate, if you want to legislate speech, that's fine. But there's one thing that you have to do first and foremost, and you have to pass an amendment that essentially eradicates the First Amendment. So long as the First Amendment is law in this country, then you should be able to say whatever you want. And there's the argument
that originally got like started to eroded the First Amendment, which is, well, what about saying fire in a crowded theater? Well, guess what? You should be able to say fire in a crowded theater if there's a fire. And people don't understand. You should be able to say fire even if there isn't a fire. You know what's going to happen the next time that person says there's fire? People are going to ignore them. And that's basically the way that it works. When you start legislating about what you can and can't say, it's a dark road that you go down. And so long as the First Amendment, exactly, so long as the First Amendment is the law of the land, you should be able to say whatever you want. It doesn't say that you can't say something under Emergency Powers Acts, or it doesn't say that you can't. It's Congress shall make no law limiting essentially the right to practice of religion, the right to a free press, and the right to like, you know what, this is important enough, I need the actual language. The right to like protest. Hold on. First Amendment. And if I know, but it's important enough for the stream that I have this correct. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So long as that's law of the land, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. Now, if you want to go and get rid of the First Amendment, that's fine. But then that's when I'm going to reconsider where I live. So long as that's the law of the land, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. You should be able to say death to blue people. You should be able to say life to green people. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. And it's up to the people to be able to make a decision. Do I want to follow this person or not? But it's when you start to get into this, well, it becomes hate speech or it becomes a terroristic threat. That's when you start to say, is it really that you have two guys who are obsessed with fighting, Joe Rogan and the Liver King, and Joe Rogan starts making fun of this Liver King's family, and the Liver King gets pissed off about it and wants a showdown? Is that really a terroristic threat? And is that any different than what you're going to see at any bar on a Saturday night between two guys who have just had a few drinks and get pissed off at each other, we're going to start calling all of those terroristic threats now. It's just, I don't really, I don't buy that. That kind of shit goes down every single day. And it's covered by the, I mean, much of it is covered by the First Amendment. And anyway,
Yeah, it's bullshit. It should all be legal or be illegal. You know what I mean? Like, you should have exceptions.
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. And so long as we have a First Amendment, the way I interpret it is it all should be legal. Now,
it's not like the dude was just like, I'm gonna personally come over to your house and I'm gonna kill you. It's like that is a personal threat. I mean, I can see where you can get a terroristic threat out of that.
Yeah.
As opposed to I challenge you to fight, where you can personally disagree or agree to it. I mean,
yeah.
That's kind of like up for somebody else to decide.
There's even though something in business, in contractual law called puffery. Have you ever heard of puffery? It's where you say like your product is the best that's ever been, and that's protected within at least contractual law and free speech. And I almost feel like there's puffery within individuals that you should be able to say, like, here's a perfect example. If I say, dude, if you touch my wife, I'm going to fuck you up and I'm going to fuck up every person you've ever encountered in your entire life. Like, okay, that's fine. Now, let's say, does that mean that that should be a threat on the life of thousands of people? Like, that's technically what it is. Or isn't that just puffery? That's just somebody letting off some steam. Like, basically, if somebody says to you, if someone says to you, uh, and I don't like, you own a cat too? Okay, let's say, do you own a frog? Jacob, do you? Okay, no, you don't. Okay, yeah.
I think I ran one over a couple days ago.
Okay, but that kind of stuff happens. I understand. But let's say I don't want to use an animal that you really have. But let's say or like do you have a bird?
No, but I rescued a lot.
Okay.
I mean, they kind of like follow me around. So they're kind of my birds, but they're like, they're free.
Okay, sure. All right. All right. Let's see. You have a brother. You have a sister. Do you have a grandparent that's still alive?
Unfortunately, no. That's what deal with that right now.
Oh, here's a perfect example. Do you have any children?
Of course not. No.
Oh, okay. Perfect example. But you can understand people get really protective of their children, right?
Of course, definitely.
Okay.
I can see how that could be a thing.
Okay, exactly. So let's say someone says to you, I'm gonna hurt your child. Shouldn't you be able to say, look here, motherfucker, if you hurt my child, I'm gonna beat the fucking shit out of you until you are unconscious. Like, that's something that's pretty normal in
I think I would do that, but on a more personal level, to where nobody but the person who is intended for hears it, like face to face, or
I get that.
And sort of like a one-up.
I get that. I understand. But you should still be able to say that in a microphone. You should be able to say that on social media. Like, basically, somebody's making a threat to your child, your family. You should be able to say, look, if you fuck with my family, I'm going to fuck with your family. Like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And that shouldn't be a terrorist.
Major with social media nowadays, the censoring is just out of fucking control.
I agree. But what I'm saying is that if somebody, let's say someone says, I'm gonna hurt your child, or like not only okay, not even necessarily hurt in a bad way, but if they say I'm going to sabotage your child. Let's say your child is an athlete, and the person says I'm going to sabotage them in their game. You should be able to say, look, if you sabotage my child, I'm going to fuck you up big time. That's fine. In my opinion, that's fine to say. And it's probably like a pretty normal thing that a lot of parents would say. But technically, that's making a terroristic. Exactly. But technically, that's making a terroristic threat. And I just think that.
Unfortunately, I mean, it just.
And I
depends
just.
on who's viewing it and who. in charge of saying that is.
That's basically what the Liver King did. I mean, Joe Rogan called out the Liver King and his family or whatever, and the Liver King's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. Not even that. He was like, I'm gonna fight you. Um, just just recently, I get people all the time who make personal attacks against me. They say they're gonna kill me. They say that they're gonna gas me. They say they just make complaints about me all day long. And I get it because I spam them, but I don't really spam them. Here's what I do. I like their comment and I repost what they posted, and I will put a comment under their post. Is that enough for you to want to gas me or and kill my family? And you get what
I
I'm
don't know if that warrants a death sentence because you spammed somebody or something. Maybe being told fuck you or something.
Wait, exactly.
I don't know about death threats.
Wait, exactly. But and so I don't take it seriously. But does that mean that I could go on Twitter or Blue Sky and have hundreds of people arrested because they've made terroristic threats against me? No, because I understand that the First Amendment allows some protections, and they should be.
So he pretty much essentially has law available then, infringing on his First Amendment rights.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that I feel that they should be able. Look, I admittedly create hundreds of accounts and spam people, but it's not like what do you consider spam? I'm actually helping their post. I comment on it, I upload it, and I like it and I repost it. That's gonna help you in the social media algorithm. But like I get people who say you don't want to meet me in a dark alley, or I'm gonna fuck you up, or I want to kill this person, and I frankly I I don't feel that I have the right as a person to go and charge all these people with terroristic threats. It's just it's kind of it's kind of ridiculous to me. Um, and they have a point. They have a point. Like, hey, this person won't leave me alone. So, but it's not that. I don't attack people personally. It's just random of how these bots work. But again, this is to me. These are First Amendment arguments, and they shouldn't be litigated. Um, and so anyway, but what I'm
Well, they'll be available for First Amendment infringement.
yeah, what I'm basically saying is that these people should be able to make threats against me and against my family that's protected by the First Amendment, and um, and I'm fine with that. I but like of any
I
person,
hate them fucking first of all. Because I support Israel and they think I'm Jewish.
well, and
So I don't say that I'm not. I kind of go with it because I mean, I'd rather someone try to fuck with me or try to take my life as opposed to somebody else who's innocent and unknowing.
does that mean that you should be able to litigate against that person and that they should be criminally charged? Not in this country.
But I prefer to handle it personally.
Well, and you're allowed
They
to.
got that much hate if they want to hurt or harm me or something. I mean, really nothing I can do to talk them out of it anyway, or just encourage them to say, "Come on, try."
Perfect. Yeah. Even saying "come on and try," isn't that making your own threat against them basically as well?
Well, I mean, it's more like accentuating it, I suppose.
Exactly, but you get what I'm saying. Like basically, do we need a court to sit here and say whether one side is like that's not what courts are for. And in my opinion, that's a free speech argument. You guys should be able to say that. Look, here's an example. Okay, and I really mean this. So take this example seriously. If someone says that they're going to hurt your child, and you say, if you hurt my child, I will destroy you and everyone who comes from your ancestry. Okay, you got pissed off because somebody said they were going to hurt your child. But technically, everybody comes from your ancestry if you follow everything back evolutionarily. So that means that you're now making a threat against 8 billion people on this earth. So does that mean that you should have 8 billion individual counts of terrorism? No. You should be able to say that. Like that's something that you should be able to say. We shouldn't put people in jail for it's simple as this. We should not put people in jail for words. There's the old adage, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And you should be able to say whatever you want.
Especially when the internet gives people so much immunity to hide who they are, they can just say things without taking any responsibility for it. And plus, there's a mass epidemic of mental illness in the world. It's just like everybody seems to be on that bullshit.
There's that too. People have times where they have temporary insanity. If somebody said to you, I'm going to hurt your child, and you say, if you hurt my child, I'm going to fucking kill you. I mean, that's almost.
Well, I would say that, but in a direct threat way. I would say, well, if you hurt my child, it'll most likely be the last thing you ever try to do.
Okay, so that's.
So it would be insinuating the sentence, just not saying it.
Right, okay. But a court may say that you are insinuating that you're going to murder this person, and you go to jail for it.
But I would say objection, that's pure speculation.
Wait, exactly. And here's the thing. That should never go to trial. That shouldn't have any discussion. You should be able to say that. You should be able to say that. Now, what about a situation where someone says they're going to shoot up a school? Okay, so they go on Facebook. Their girlfriend broke up with them, and they say they're going to shoot up a school. Okay, in my opinion, I think that you should be able to say that. I know that's probably.
That's definitely walking the line of legality there.
I get that. Wait.
I get what you're saying. Like, you should have the right to say whatever you want, but at the same time, it's like there's been so many fucking school shootings and shit. You don't know what to take seriously and what not to. And who's unhinged and mentally ill, and who's just straight up planning and plotting weird fucking terroristic shit.
I get that.
So you kind of have to treat everyone.
Wait, I get that. But I'm a free speech absolutist, and if I'm going to be a free speech absolutist, I have to even defend the people who make threats to people like that. I get that. What do you do in that case? I think you can probably find that person some psychological help and help them through whatever issue they're having. But that doesn't mean that I think that they're threatening the lives of 150 people or 1,500 people, however big their school is. They were just pissed off, and they made a threat. I think that people should be allowed to do that, and that's protected by the First Amendment. It's my opinion. I'm a free speech absolutist. I know that isn't technically courts have found that we don't have free speech absolutism in the United States, but I feel that those courts are wrong, and I can have that belief. I'm allowed to have that belief.
It's all about wording, I suppose. For instance, if you say, in my opinion, to a police officer, you can pretty much say anything you want to after that. In my opinion, I think he should drive off a cliff or something, But if you say, if you're going to drive off a cliff or whatnot, I mean, that's kind of a different scenario there. You know what I mean? It's all about wording.
I don't agree with that. It's not about wording. You should be able to say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you want, but there are going to be repercussions if you don't word it right.
I don't think there should be. I mean, that's, I guess, free speech absolutism. That's free speech absolutism.
I'm right there with you, man. I'm all about free will. Everyone's choice and decision to do what the fuck they want to. And more or less say anything you want to.
Well, and I don't even say more or less. You should be able to say whatever you want. I'm not saying you should be able to do anything you want, but you should be able, if there are words that come out of your mouth or they're words that you write, you should be able to say whatever you want.
I agree, man, for sure.
And even though that's a tough situation, it's a tough situation.
At what point do you put that off to realize this is an actual threat or a precursor to a terroristic action that you could have prevented by taking action, but you didn't because it's it's free speech.
That's
you know what I mean?
that's
But you don't want to condemn free speech at the same time as condone some sort of like threat that could have been prevented.
That's why we have the First Amendment. If you want to get rid of the First Amendment, then we can play those games of these word games. But so long as we have the First Amendment, it's the overarching law of the land, and basically you should be able to say whatever you want. Now, where's the line where there's a threat? I mean, where's the line if a child says, or let's say someone who's 18 years old says, I'm going to shoot up my school tomorrow, versus I'm going to kill everybody on Earth? What's the difference?
It's pretty much the same thing.
Exactly. Should that person be charged with 8 billion attempted murders? You get what I'm saying? Or should they be charged with?
Yeah.
No, they shouldn't. It's not like that's not practical. People.
Yes.
Exactly. In business, there's at least in the law, there's something known as puffery. Puffery is undue or exaggerated praise. And just like you can have like, oh, this car is so great, it's going to run 1,000,000 miles for you. Does that mean that that car is really going to run 1,000,000 miles for you? No, it's just somebody basically using puffery. It's exaggerated praise. And I feel that there's exaggerated threats, like basically like you should be able to say, if we're going to protect it in business, why don't we protect it in society? I don't understand that. Now, I understand not everybody agrees, but then those people get locked up in or get caught up in the law and these fine lines between things. And that means that if you have someone who like says, I'm gonna hurt your child, even if it's not like like what would be a weird, I don't know, almost like let's say you have an adult daughter who's 25 years old and she has some dude who says, your daughter broke my heart and I'm gonna go and be in another relationship to hurt that girl just to make her feel the hurt that I felt. And you as a father are like basically, if you hurt my daughter, I'm gonna fuck you up. Now you're in jail for attempted murder because you said I'm gonna fuck you up. That's not realistic to me. That's also not a terroristic threat to me. And even the term terroristic threat, look, we made that all changed on 9/11, as you know. But people made these threats to each other long before and nothing happened and we lived in a fine society. So I don't understand why it's any different today.
I don't know either. It's just everything's ballooned up to where like feelings are more important than law.
That's exactly right. And okay, so here let's have a situation where you are a business owner and somebody tried to destroy your business. Let's say they were gonna burn it to the ground. Okay. Is it wrong of you to say I'm gonna fuck you up or if you burn my business down, I'm gonna fuck you up? Is that wrong to say? No, it's completely practical. I'm not saying that that's the best thing to say, but it's understandable that somebody would say, if you or your house, somebody says, I'm going to burn down your house. And you say, if you burn down my house, I'm going to fuck you up. You should be able to say that. That's protected speech. It's not a terroristic threat.
And so for that Joe Rogan thing, I personally feel like he didn't warrant an arrest for saying that, well, he's going to beat Joe Rogan's ass and he challenged him. I mean, he obviously gave him an option. There wasn't no, like, I'm going to beat your ass and this, and that. He was actually just challenging him. It was just like a yes or no question.
Right. And in my opinion, there's some puffery to that. I don't know, it doesn't have a word, but we need a word in society for basically like over exaggeration of physical threats. Because if not, let's say the Liver King said, I'm going to beat your ass and your whole crew's ass. Well, now that's hundreds of people. Perhaps thousands of people are in Joe Rogan's crew. Now that guy's got to go to jail for the rest of his life because he made an Instagram post or whatever. to me, that's why you don't litigate on those things, and you should allow people to say what they want. Now, even in a situation where, even in a situation, exactly. Let's say the Liver King says to Joe Rogan, "I'm gonna fuck you up," or whatever. "I'm gonna fight you," or "Do you want to fight?" or whatever. And he goes to Austin, and he goes to Joe Rogan's house and rings the gate and says, "Joe Rogan, I'm here, and I want to fight you." That doesn't mean Joe Rogan has to come out and fight him. He can just be like, "No, dude, go away." Now, when Liver King steps on his property, then there's an issue. Then it's trespassing, and he can go to jail for that. But that's a different story. That's a physical act. Joe Rogan doesn't own the whole city of Austin. And well, exactly. And so I was even watching a podcast on this earlier today, and the people were like, "You mean you can't do what the Liver King did, which is basically challenge someone to a fight? You're not allowed to do that?" And they're like, "Well, I guess not." Like, and now he's got to face like a terrorism charge. I mean, that's that to me is an overarching of the law, and you shouldn't. That just it's like okay, you see this all the time in the UFC.
Who are in charge over there are obviously going more or less on their feelings and emotions and straight up law, and that's just wrong in itself. And unfortunately, that's not exactly an uncommon thing to happen.
Exactly.
I mean, it happens quite a bit.
Exactly, and I think the city of Austin recognizes that Joe Rogan's a business owner, and that they want to make sure that he feels safe in that city because he brought a lot of money there, and if he leaves, then they're going to lose.
Supersede the First Amendment.
They're going to lose that money. You know, you see this all the time in the UFC, where two guys who have a sanctioned fight are like, "I'm better than you," and the other guy's like, "I'm better than you," and then the other guy says, "You better not find me in a dark alley someday." Is that a terroristic threat? Is that something that they should have to go to jail for? Absolutely not. They should be able to say that. That's protected free speech, and that's kind of what happened in this Liver King situation. I understand it's a little different, but um, I frankly think that Joe Rogan should have. I mean, I guess he just ignored him or whatever, and that's all that should have happened. Joe Rogan has a huge security team to the point where he's been getting um, some uh, some what's the word for which I'm looking? Some not payback, but um, some flack, essentially, because he says, I mean, like this is how Joe Rogan goes to his club. He has a huge caravan of people. They block off the street. They allow him to walk in, and like he can hang out at his club. And then when he's done, he goes back in the caravan and they leave. But the thing is, 6th Street of Austin is very dangerous, and it's got homeless people and zombie-like people and people who are chasing you. And a lot of people are saying like, this isn't what we had in store for Austin, where you have like the ultra rich who go down there and they can play their club and then leave. You know who Tim Dillon is?
Bob Dylan?
No, Tim Dillon.
Oh no, I've never heard of him. Is he a musician?
No, Tim Dillon is a comedian. He's a very popular comedian in that Rogan verse. Do you know who Shane Gillis is?
Yeah, I know who that is.
Okay, so both of them have come out and spoken about Austin and how unsafe it is. And they're like, it's one thing if you are like a multimillionaire and you can go down there with a bunch of security and hang out at your club and call it how great it is and say how great you think it is. It's another thing if you're just a random individual and you are unconnected with that wealth and you go down there and you get robbed. It's two different worlds, and it's like even some of the people who moved to Austin to uh, live, they have since moved back to wherever they came because they are unsatisfied with it. Long story short, I mean, this is a discussion on free speech, and again, as a free speech absolutist, sometimes there's that phrase. I may not agree with what you say, but I will give my life for you to be able to say it. I mean, it's kind of a common thing that is said in um, like the military, and I somewhat agree with that standpoint. I don't want to necessarily exactly. So that's that. All right, big dog. I've got to use the restroom, so I'll be back. Can you hear me? Sounds like a plan, man. Pleasure to always speak with you, Jacob. You're a good friend, a good person, and feel free to come back whenever you have time, okay? Peace, Peace Jacob. God bless you as well.
Time. UFC can figure that out. It's not going to be fast. That's why you fight Alex. On the back end, even on the Alex fight, you're getting those negotiations with Francis going. Yeah. And for Francis, what else you going to do? Boxing, all right, you did it then. You made all the money. Good for you. I fully agree. You should have left it Tyson fight and the fucking Anthony Joshua's fight. Even if you lost, you made more generational wealth, made all the sense in the world. MMA, where are you going to go, Francis? What are you going to do? AFL's a sinking ship. They might have another year of their own life support. What else you going to do, Francis? So it's good for the UFC. It's good for fucking Francis. It makes all the sense. Why not figure that out? Yeah, for sure. Even if we're saying it, if you hear saying it, trust me, the UFC team is way smarter than us. There's no way they're like, that's a good idea. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. So hopefully somebody is fucking like, all right, I'm on it. Yeah. Let me figure this out with Francis. Yeah. Yeah. Even though Dana's all buttered, buddy, you know this is good for you. You know this is good. Man, you're gonna make more money than God. Let's figure this out. And you know, Francis has made $42 million since his last UFC fight. Okay, 10. He made 10 for the Tyson Fury fight, 20 for the Anthony Joshua fight. He signed a 2-fight, $20 million deal with BMO with a $4 million advance plus the $8 million. He's at 42 so far since leaving UFC. Like, come on, he obviously made a good decision that you can't question 100%. Make it up, 100%. But if he wants to fight next week, and John's like,
I mean,
because it's fucking Friday, it's Tom Asmal Cyril Gunn. You know, they don't give a flying fuck about Tom. If they go, it's fucking Friday, it's Tom Asmal versus fucking Almeida. You know, they don't give a fuck about Tom, which they should. They owe it to Tom. Because Tom beat Volkov. Yes, they won.
The device can't work.
How long they
It's not really factoring into the
That's the only one I was like,
they look at who's written on it, they look at what seems like a role, they look at the other guy, like, that's where it is. I genuinely got now that
it's unbelievable. He destroyed every single fighter except for Andre Arlovsky, whose entire fight from that point was survive. Like to survive. He survived one. And that's the thing we don't know about Tom. We don't know how it's not Tom's fault. It's just the same that we division. We don't know how Tom's going to react if he fought a John Jones. In the first 3 rounds, he's down. John's dragging the deep waters, and he's fighting the guys with it. He's really going to thank them. We don't know how his cardio is. We really don't know much about that. He's super well rounded. Probably the most athletic heavyweight outside Cyril Gunn. He's the most complete heavyweight. We've seen him all fucking time. We know that. We also know he has a little bit of defensive issues. We all know he's swinging to his chin. And if Francis hits that, if Alex hits that, it can be lights out. So we know that, but we come.
and
I
it's
assume
written on the
he's
wall
going to be the best. I really don't think it's the way. It's crazy when Indian and Francis fought, and you took their records and put them side by side, just went like, Francis beat or Tom 6 heavyweights in a combined 3 minutes and 3 seconds. And you're like, yeah. And Tom's last 3 went against Tom 6 heavyweights in a combined 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
In fact,
That is so bananas. The promos for that would be off the hook. Very hard day. One at least bigger than that. So speaking of dramas, John Jones lost a poor ass the ball. And this man's been in the news
well,
for the wrong reasons. And it comes
a
over
lot
to
of it
the
was probably done during the started really with the
John,
French
my boy,
occupation.
brother from another
But
very
everybody,
caring mother.
anyone that could, it wasn't, it's very the story guy.
That's my God. I
Pyramid
told
had
him,
a
I
place
commended
inside.
this man. I was like, you know what
And
you should do?
they're all their
You
own
should
you
do a shitload of men. I think you correct out of your mind and just come to Austin and challenge the third most famous person on earth behind Trump and someone else. And two other things. And see how it goes down. I just, listen, we're taking up finding the kid. He was the nicest guy down to earth. I think it was awesome. This is a great fucking guy. The family man. That's why I was there. Kids with it. He was so awesome.
AD, there was a
I was
big
shit
earthquake
in the
in
band. People find out he's on steroids. But I was like, wait, this is a thing. Yeah.
So they either killed them or busted them out.
I actually found out all that. This is
And
hilarious.
that guy
He calls me, come on, find the kid.
purchased to scaffold the way up there.
I like you too much. I'm going to need to find Austin. But of course, you're on shit. So I don't. I also don't give a flying fuck.
And then they would
You gotta do your stuff, right? So I like
it's a valuable
Schultz's
sign.
show. I can look at these two. He fucking takes a private jet, does flavor with one function, right? Schultz did a great job. He was one of the best. So we never came in communication back and forth. I was supportive of the Netflix doc. He used to find the kid.
And I mean, literally,
you know, he told him he had some other shit on there. And I see this. And just looking at one before, right? Where you're getting sleep all night. I feel bad for him. I think what he's doing is so embarrassing. I feel bad for him. Should watch a guy who race. But some of it's kind of on the public who gave this man the platform and doing all this. It's like, this is kind of how he knows we're not always meant to be famous, not really meant to have that power. So I think with him is, I just look at him and go, man, that dude has kids. The fuck are we doing? Also, Tom has nobody in his corner when he's in
every day there's just camel training, even taking stuff. All the time. And he actually excavated through the delegation, found the patient's documented them. But I provided this with hope. So he reburied it. Yeah, I mean, it's just most people are
everybody gather around
themselves and not that worried about taking the phone.
because Rogan won't let me on the show for whatever reason. He's like, oh,
But you get to,
fight.
the middle
How
pyramid,
does somebody in this
the bottom two
can't just,
courses, maybe the
let's just go
maybe
finish
the
real quick. So
shorter
we're going to gather all right? Which is fine. I like
You order that price,
you have beef jerky.
the bottom layer, like the bottom two layers, it's really
Yo,
good.
that's tough. Yeah, I must have put up that's true. Let's fucking do it. I need 7 today. I'm so excited. Let me just get all the ideas. So we're gonna drive however many hours it is, 5 hours to the personal house. Like, so
You walk around the
we go to a studio. Like, which part of his personal space are we in? And he's like, okay, cool. And then he's just gonna like walk out here. It's like, oh, it's a game. How to say anyway,
that will look at just the whole spice of it and get to this
you don't just
game
can't
one
do
behind
that,
it.
right?
But
That's
this
how
is you see this everywhere on the truck, and people but you hammer these security,
not just like
hammer away
shape,
create
all
these
security. They're special
and
forces.
then you
There's
get
6 of
wood
them,
or
right?
something,
So you're not even getting close to the house. And then the Russians, they're there as well because it's protect that property. So I'm just, before we get all this shit down,
pressure on the side, and then you would get a
how
lot
the
of
fuck are we gonna do this?
chisel
Did no one went to the steps and he was hours to figure it out. He was saying, we'll just figure it out. I'm still confused.
And yeah, so these
How
things
the
are
fuck were you get through Fort Knox with private fucking security? And I would have been like, once I was staying objective, not the extra one, like, on inside the team, like, what are we trying to accomplish with this? And how is this going to work towards that stated objective? Because listen, I heard Trump is releasing it to do. I can just go to Washington, D.C. and I challenge Donald Trump. Like, it's not that much different. It's that much, except for that random snipers like he's acting pretty. He's not going to slow for him. It doesn't matter if they can see you. He has a shot out. The cops would be pretty cool. CIA let me do it. It's so bananas. I don't like the whole thing is sad to me. I just don't get the agenda. How nobody in his circle does. So let's just go through this again. I'm down to go with him and I'm going to all the drugs. Screw it. Other steroids.
another like $50,000
in the range. But
and
let's
then
say
he's like, if we
that
take
his
their
security
chance for us to
is taking it out.
haul it out,
You get 2 Joe
we would just
right?
take
You get 2 on this giant log.
4 or 5 pieces
What's
and
the
we
plan?
bolt them
He's
all
gonna
together.
find
So we would
right.
make
He
it haul
keeps
it
saying
out.
that.
Like,
Well,
you need to develop it. Like a lot of grants process.
yeah, like what she's
Right. Quarry them out with the quarry, big hooks, and then we cut them
at
in
a very high level
whatever.
karate kickboxing.
We talk about doing granite
And then if it does
sculpture.
go to the ground,
Which
he's
has
a black belt. He's got
like
a
granite,
black
it's very
belt.
specific.
And trained with Eddie Bravo for
And then, yeah, swirling out.
for years.
Granite like
He's
that.
also gorilla fucking strong. He's also in insane shape. I know you trained him Johnston, yes.
And these,
I know
and then
you're
when you watch it, they're like,
but you're not
you
that
watch
shit.
it.
So let's say, which is never
So that's,
happened.
you got
You
watch it.
did
That's what
somehow
double
get
like
through them and he's down to fight you.
And the soft
You're
cut,
gonna get
like
fucking
the
starched.
soft
So
cut,
again,
air
before I load that,
So you take a skip, you take a steel saw, and you try to cut
to
something.
get embarrassed if you
Go
actually
into
get
it real
done,
hard,
not
you put the angle on, you pull it out real quick, and then you go back in and make another cut. There's evidence for that.
And then I'll
Yeah.
ask
But
him,
if you're doing it
why are we
slowly,
doing
with whatever
maybe he
method
thinks
you
that's your
have,
luck. If he can get Hogan to choke him, then he'll be like, hey,
going
let's
the
talk
wrong
about
way,
this
to
on the
pull
show.
back out and
Like,
start
it
going through
literally
right
just
way,
be
you obviously
some
go so
airplane
slow
idea to
that
get
you be able
one
to make
jail
a
here. So
jump
that's why
but that's right, and there's plenty of evidence for other
if you told me this, I'm like, just
it's one of the reasons why look, we're seeing evidence through
it's just none of it's
all
all
powerful,
and then to
powerful.
I do think this is a huge red flag.
And
If you're watching
that's
production,
one of the best I had.
he has so many red, like high cameras, it's a big
Yeah,
production.
just
They're
cut
at it
the
right
cut
there
the
where it needs.
I don't know.
Notice this is all
They're broken up stone now, but
yeah, this is
stuff
high
that you see all over it.
produced. So I'm like, oh, this team's really good.
That's all tight.
Either
One of
that
the one of
or
my
he's
favorite ones.
losing his money, his businesses are falling apart, and he blames Derek and Rogan and whoever else because he thinks that the reason that his empire imploded is because
And if you look on the edge, it's been like just finely touched. There's some sort of
that's
powerful
exactly
tool
what's
that
going
sort of back down. It's got you've got markings below you. It's flying over the field of pressure and fear and you know,
shitty way down.
you look at how many times it comes from. What is it say there? I think it's just it's a very unique thing. I'm amazed because you have people who probably
I do
and it's just a remarkable
ideas and sort of business. Same with that, which, to be honest, dude, isn't
That's all the colours come out of it. And it was actually cut right through here at the end. Cut straight through.
So from the jump, if he can redo it, he can sell this, sell some supplements in this lifestyle, which is all healthy, which I support. There's no reason to support him. You take all my supplements.
Yeah, I mean, you have stuff like this, right? So this is a just Karnak template.
So right here, dude, because I'm
This is an obelisk, and you literally have circles all over the top.
I'm on testosterone replacement. I do, but all I do is just keep my testosterone.
Exactly what you were talking about. Oh yeah, you see right there. Yeah, it was reset. Like the angle of the cup was reset. Yep. And it was some sort of giant circle. They start narrow. They start here and they penetrate and they get deeper, and then they figure out the profile fits a big circle. And in fact, there's some more of these Karnak ideas in the video, but I published it like a show the depth, show the profile.
That's 3 years ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it's really that.
Sharing that clarity messages with people, I know that it's valid.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to
everything you stand for, you control that truth.
I mean, it's hard to. They had stressful. I should say that. It was actually stressful. This speaking is very universal. We've done shit about this. Like a lot of people talk about this.
So I think it's like it's a
see how it's clearly the orientation of the source.
I think it's like the kid in high school who has the hot girl out.
It's contact. It's see this line is the
he goes mad on her to his friends. That's what he's doing.
So it's shaped like this.
He's not trying to be all he's in his the obvious, which is like he's in his mid-40s and he looks like that.
So
that's
not straight.
Definitely on
so
here.
What I think you're looking at is a two-stage
or don't stop lying, I don't care, but you're lying. Yeah,
so they cut it sideways.
Here's my thing.
And then it's almost as if they ran a
with John, especially
and they just retires through like this.
He's always tall.
I know,
that's what scares me.
It's hard to see the photo, but it's super nice color there. And again, you see the stripes.
I just think he's going through a bad episode, and we're seeing it.
Right. This is a very sophisticated.
The concerning thing too is that
I don't know what the purpose was for
the fact
this.
that he didn't have anybody on his team that could read this absolutely
Part of the process, coming away from the stone.
means there's certainly no one who can read it and be like, you need to check into a program and then come back in 90 days and start spitting some off. Because he could be the only way to get out of his way is if he did that.
I've got endless examples of this.
His sobriety or his war stories, and he just presents himself as a good man. He just like, he is so much. Guys that get this deep in addiction. It's like a lot of these soul I don't know one time I just described it this way. I'm like, that just is they're like, he's a chemistry center. I'm like, that's exactly it. He's a chemistry center. It's not the real him. And it's sad because like people don't give people leeway on like, oh, he's on drugs and that's excuse me, that's actually and additionally they judge you. So now you come out on the other side of the soul and you're like, look, dude, I'm gonna be honest, dude, I was in another that's how you just own it.
Because we have the size of the camera is falling apart. You can see where they rough shape. There's different types of tools. Quarry, there was quarry that was looking to reduce that.
Exactly.
Something else to get out of it. It's just then they had the rough shaping of stuff where they were cutting out the
everybody's been bringing that up in the comments on
and then there was the capability to perfectly fix yourself on fine polishing
plastic cords and fine
get those precision surface people and polish it like this. So there's different levels. These were done in different places. And what's interesting is the stone cutting shots. Because it doesn't have a good explanation.
It's a great fucking story.
The stone cutting is like the explanation is that it was a
to me that's like so that's exactly why some people were commenting that I didn't know the answer. The reason I never responded to it is because I've never heard of drugs doing actively
Yeah, not
Yeah.
good.
So they're
And it's
gonna
coming
get
to
that
really
to them.
now.
And then on customers so bad.
So Mark later in the
And
so
then my buddy Waste of Wells was like, dude, let's see what's Waste of Wells out here. Yeah, that's one of my favorite.
it's great. It's super close.
Yeah, that's my guy.
But there's a few problems with that. It doesn't leave
Take his eye.
Secondly, you don't get overshot. You don't get narrow cut. You're not going to get the full stuff with that because it's V-shaped, right? And based on that data though from Dennis and other people, we have data on how long it takes to do this, and it's something like round about
there's more stem cells.
Oh, Daniel Gilmore, you're that's
these things and I took them for another once, and that's when I was like, what the fuck? Like, and that's when I came to it. Which is fucking hard, but like, which is great. And shit, like, there are a number of schools. And again, I just get this. Because the other thing too is like our crews, like I don't think it's something you have to get with addiction and like you take it for like this. Like it's weird. You know, it's like never, like never. That's even bizarre. My addiction all started when I left Showtime. The sort of life that is I was looking for like 7 shows, stand up at night, Driving Dad, Right Lane, touring on the weekends, and I was just like, I can't get out of it. So I just been popping out all this stuff. That's great. And going to the shows, people don't realize it takes away all your personality. All I can say, you're just like this fucking bro. But I made a light for something with me. It's just like, talk to him about it. So I got super neat, which was up to them. I don't know. And then he's a show me the but you can draw a straight line between these notches, which would make it just a horizontal line. Straight line to a horizontal line. It was the exact same experience every time where I would like, it was like what you're seeing is like some straight things that you would be like 3.5 full days. In every case that we look at here, it starts above the line and it ends up below. I literally felt like I had been in Get Out. You know, it's like in the sunken place. And then I was back, I was like, Jesus, how do I let myself do that again? And then just start back up. And it's just like, oh, fuck, I gotta knock this out. That's it. Back to that moment here. And then my day is out. The wind, I'm just gonna knock out. Not really. Well, I have to. So I'm just getting back up. Everything's up. I gotta see shows. There are some crossovers. It seems to have been more than one type of target, but it was multiple types. It's not good. So I went to the other thing to note about this is that it's actually universal. I hope he figures out. Don't figure it too much. Hopefully it's not a kid. He hasn't paid that. So it narrows down. It's a good chance taken out. Probably where it's better politicians than something. That's good. And so you've got to imagine that the whole thing that come out of was straight. One bad guy just paid the stove. It tells us that these two are which means that it's just like this. So every guy gets I can't wait for this cutting on all the feature. I did, my homework coming into here. And then so a lot of physics where people say, well, this, my notes on the for the shop show. I did, I'm kind of excited. I was like, let's get closer to these cars. How we're doing fucking dope, dude. The paper just kicked on at the form, the radical form for the shape of the tool. The second you move it up and all, it loses contact with the stuff because it's the angle changes, right? It's narrower at the top. I mean, it's serendipitous. Did it the first time, and then get down and like when I did it, the first like companion was when I flew into a meeting where it's like, oh fuck, that's Brian, and then now they go out from fucking going, oh wow, I don't think that's or just dude, we like when now they got the nod, we all jumped out, yeah, that was awesome, yeah, I mean, it's quite a lot of quality to the film just because like the guys were changing the division, I'm always like, it's gonna matter, it's like, dude, I'm seeing it, it's all everyone's like, oh, it's all gonna fucking ragdoll, and then that was one of the closest, those amazing fights ever in the hole. But you look at people just all over the place. I mean, the final image of him on top, raining down shots out of exhaust, there's lots of tough on shape, figure out what, for sure. But this one's like, I just never seen on Charles. I always did. Do you have a problem? It's like a weird thing in my brain. I just like the people I'm into to start Darius first, everyone's making Darius like you guys are and then they would try to dispatch them along the angle. Very silly idea. So no, I there's lots of please do. He's my articulate. He's gonna dog on the back of the dash line, which is a because Ilya at 45. So Ilya come to 45 or come to 55 because there's just no competition at 45 and he's just looking to be a double champ. It's none of that. He could have made the cut. He was like, I'd rather not fight than at 45. Yeah. He walks around about mid-180s. I think that will look at him. He's a giant. He walks around at mid-180s. He's like, the cut is made it not fun. And this time, you're not going to be like, it's functional. So we got to wait. 185 around a little taller than that.
Yeah, because it's a natural weakness to kind of go. So it's like it was depleting my body and nutrients, my brain was working. So 55 is basically a lifestyle and life choice. So at 55, you're talking about a guy who was compromised at 45. Pretty fucking good. Knocks out Max Holloway, knocks out fucking Volkanovski. Nobody does that. He does that. And also, it's not like he's fighting. See, I would say Charles is tall, but remember, Charles started his career at 45. And Charles is actually a true 45. Was getting kind of beat up at 45 and had to go to 55. Yeah, he's almost a now. One of the greatest lightweights to do it. The reason he ventured over the lightweight, he was getting beat the fuck up at 45. Ilya dominated at 45. Ilya at 55, he's had a fight there against John Hoover. And fucking right there, that's why you go out of the hours of transfer. I would argue. Now he's starting to compromise at 45. And he gets that chin out of training. And then being healthy at 55. The fury he's going to unleash on Charles. And also gets hit in every single fight. Even once he wins, he gets hit, he gets in trouble. I just feel like Ilya's a guy where he's going to you can't get hit by him. And I just think Charles is just can't change, can't change Olympics colors. He likes to get in these, fucking back and forth fights. How many fights he likes to have? He's going to fight the night because that means both guys do pretty well. It's not just one of you. So whenever you say fight the night, it's usually means it was a fucking pretty good scrap. He's been in an alley fight the night, So I just feel like it's the perfect fight to appear to showcase his skill set. And I don't think he goes back to he's like, if you, the thing that makes it hard to handicap fights when a guy has not lost, like Ilya is like, I don't know his weaknesses. Yeah, I mean, like Charles, you're like, he gets touched. I've seen Charles get knocked out or at least for like, 55 got hurt and got strangled by Islam, but like he always gets touched. With Ilya, it's kind of like, dude, I don't know how to match a strength with weakness because I haven't seen a weakness. Yeah, like I remember fighting 3 years ago. That was 55 power transfer there. He's good striking. Kind of X factor would be if this does go to the ground. Charles Oliveira is pretty healthy, especially in the transitions. That's where he finds his parts and stuff like that. So I just don't know if he gets there. Who's your favorite UFC fighter to watch do jiu-jitsu? And the big one is for me is Charles. He's attacking submissions. And he's not attacking submissions. He's setting one up like that guy is just pure to a high level. It's from God goes from those angles. Just so shitty. Fucking two strike white belt here. Heavyweight division champion. What are you doing? I love Charles something. Yeah, sure. Do it out. To defense when figuring out the thought against Korea. And he was trying to use her with like locks in the fucking post fight. And he's like, dude, he's like, no one has beat me like locks in the UFC, period. He's like, dude, that's my fucking guy. Corey's my fucking guy. Yeah, he's the man. Yeah, Corey's up there for shit too. Fucking beat up, Brian Ortega. Charles, I think Corey's my guy, like, just in general, not like my jiu-jitsu guy. Charles Oliveira's my guy. Probably Charles and so great. Just so damn. I just don't think we know this Oliveira's going to be first. So they're going to defensive guy as best chance. I don't think he knocks him out. I think his leg kicks could be an issue. But then also his leg compares so well. He's great. And he does. It's just stylistically, it's just such a perfect matchup for Oliveira. And then Oliveira's talking about, let's say Oliveira does his job and starting on Charles like I think he does. He's talking about more about a potential technological application.
He's right. Yes. There's obviously an easy argument for why I should have to win another one, but like,
just so much that I don't want to say anything to like, you know, kind of push back on his card. Because he lets his card get style. I know he's like, I'm afraid to answer that title shot. I know, but if you go to the games, he got him stars 300. I love Gage. That's what I don't want to say. I would say don't even want to have this conversation because I love Gage too much. Like, but, I mean, the argument is on this because he knocked down by Max Holloway. You know, he beats Fazit. Yeah, it's like a Fazit turned that on a 5-day notice, 8-day notice. Yeah, it's like beat him before. Fazit is a monster. He had a whole gambit beer that fights like him. You know, fight of the night. So coming off a knockout loss to Max Holloway, which was a star.
Imagine you get to the point where
I love Gage too. I'm just saying, black and white, Fazit on short notice. And those are even easy. But
even replicate themselves.
to that end,
So you could
to compare Gage and take money.
being done with technology that's so small.
Especially Gage like, oh, dude, that's not one more. What they definitely should not do is have
And you like that's one scale of things. And the other scale of things to think about as well.
I mean, but what do you think about Tobias saying he would go to 170?
Dyson Spears.
If you think we get that sort of fight with Islam, Tobias, Tobias, dog walks,
It's an interesting way of looking at technology. Look at it and go, here's a box. It's possible,
because I don't think the UFC,
but
there's too many
it's
fights to make
possible that the answers to
they're
some
not
of
going
these
to let
questions
Tobias
so
go
small
beat Joe
so large.
pounds from that division.
But that's just the nature of technology. We just don't,
Really
you can throw simulation theory into
because you have two, then again, you have two stars. Like Islam star,
it's all
star. I can see we get that fight.
projection.
So you think JD's going to be a force someone beats him at 70 and then he comes back?
That's one of the challenges of speculation.
Islam's just fucking doing work out there.
Endless imagination.
Because also, it's so great when
I do try to focus on
that was a great episode of this.
some of the answers might be based on the evidence that we have.
It's pretty cool.
From
And Tupir's never seen his other person. He's fucking huge. I can't believe it. You should see this guy. You ever seen Tupir? He's like, oh, dude, he's
crazy. Oh yeah, the music spaceship. Oh yeah, we did. I'll ask podcast
all those guys from up there. It's like they are as close as you can get in modern society to like smart, like discarding the fucking babies and spend your entire life training for combat. It's totally connected.
Really figure out some really cool shit on how some of the architecture might have been made. These blocks that go around the corner.
Anything else? I mean, Pantoja and Tiger France. One fight, Tiger France is one of my favorite flyweight.
But they sort of worked out how they
I like the other two. That little massive one. His name is escaping me right now, and it's embarrassing. But he's sick. Tiger France and Pantoja. You know, Pantoja's the favorite for a good reason here. He's been everybody. He's beat Royval, he's beat fucking twice. He's beat everyone's favorite division. Tiger France, he's that guy. Again, my favorite red hardest hitting one. Because he does get finishes. But with Tiger France, he's that guy that's he reminds you of Joy Benavidez. Where he's so good, but he's just not matching. He's fucking so talented. Those guys, except for the depth. He's just a Florian and his prime juice.
that help me to manage.
So being the last person, cool, you know, DQ, but then lost to LP,
Yeah, people serious on that, we have conversations.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's right.
Lost the river, you know.
Yeah,
It was on his tier against the elite guys, but then lost the river, elite guys, lost the river. So his losses are like to the lead of the division. Outside that, he's something after Pantoja, all those names I mentioned that he lost to, and they fought before. I just don't. As he clips I just don't see that. Dude, I just want to think Pantoja's fights. I don't expect him to win. That's how boring it was. Whereas like he did same thing. He was going to win, but I was like,
well, he
I already know. Exactly because I think that would be fun. It's just
it's just high and finds Joshua
developing precision costs.
I mean, people like you just played it out.
You only do that for a
You went to Big Town.
Big
Town,
good.
big up and cover. Clearly struggles with wrestling. I think that last time I understand this match. Why would they do it? Last week, just I tried that fight.
And then they were like, well, we can make more accurate weapons. We actually
holes in this game.
carve out and persuade people what we want to do.
It's such a bad
Australia, and the South, and that relationship, and that helping navigation, longitude. I talked about longitude earlier, but it's very difficult to measure. Latitude's okay, you can use one for that, but longitude, you're exciting to be able to know where you are.
Just someone that's stylistically
time frame, and in fact, the way you just do it is,
showcase
you go to where you want it. You basically write it. It's a scale to get them based on navigation map. You just go running down a web, running down.
You don't need stars. You just need
Get to where you want on the latitude, and then
star gets you powerful, tough to manage.
But
Not the break. We can announce UFC Fight Night.
and it wasn't until the end of the 17th century
It's true. I mean, like,
time people to be able to navigate.
That's not a fun fight for Big Town.
Yeah, and then, the progression precision progresses really industrialized
Broadcast deal, because if they get off the pay-per-view,
create containment vessels for pressure. And that's now in the modern world we've got
I just can't
seven Newton-meter processes that are developed silicon on
So if you go to Netflix,
but that costs billions of dollars a year because of the
and then let's say that Netflix in 5 years,
a long way around of saying that the developed precision that you're chasing a particular functional line.
I'm just gonna have to come back.
And I think that's what one of the indications regular boxing subscriber
audience.
I think that was and potentially some of the structural
Give it for free,
and I think in order to get that functional return, they needed to make it now. So the goal is about industrial design. Once you have a manufacturing system that
now that everyone steals them, and I found this out that like
today
sell
you have five posters, it's going to
the
be
marketing deals to like people who are, they're gonna sponsor the candidates, they're gonna sponsor the candidate, they don't have to read the stolen articles, because it's like 80% of people are watching it for stealing. And there must be no way to stop it. It's
It's so you don't need it, but it's a result of manufacturing. So that's also more abstract. So remember the precision. That's just like that. And then they executed in a manufacturing system
He's like, you want to steal the show? You're like, come on, you didn't really get it.
Isolation. But I do believe that they developed the capability to get some sort of function. What that function is, I don't know. But that's why it does have the function of the function.
The UFC's going to take care of it. Like, that's crazy. That's them doing
correlation. Back to the pyramid of boxing on the grand structure. Pyramid, pyramids are example.
fun fight.
That even with what the people like the Sara shots.
It's like, so I was at UFC 300.
I don't know. I get the sense
Very front section above before that's where you get railroads and tickets. And he had just arrived. He was going as he's my book.
how to see it.
So like I was on this side and the tunnel was over there, and I hate it. I was like, excuse me, all these people trying to like, hey, that's my guy. That's my guy.
Called channel shaped blocks that are below the floor level. So you have these floor tiles that might be a couple of feet thick. In some cases, they're even placed on top of that. But you go down to the that stuff, you have essentially fighting. The ones all under the side. It's all over the place. We see evidence for it. So every time you go back down to the land, you've got the opposite side. It's very strange and complex. Essentially, either there's climbing, and sometimes it's not all gravity fed, like sometimes they'll run all the way down to the place to where there would have been water, and
those cards, that's not going to be good. I'm just going to be fucking itching for the main event the entire time. And then when the main event comes, I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe we're about to watch this fight. This is like, I can't believe this fight's actually happening. Yeah, this is the first fight.
And a lot of those stones show
I'll take the first fight like a month or so where
Alabaster shape channel blocks that are beneath the four cards. It's a real mystery. You know why? It's like you ask the explanation for how
let's get out of here.
Alabaster.
Stupid main event. Let's get our fights. Let's see if we can
White color. It's an expensive stone to try and
paint down the
Alabaster.
I'm gonna give it to Tyler.
Calcite comes from
He's young. He's gonna
extinct
he'll
and
fix the
calcified
tools.
natural springs.
If he's gonna
Like
be anything,
you have to
he will have fix the
go natural
tools
springs that
and will be able to
calcite
hopefully
and
remain
to get white
standing.
calcite,
When I was trying to take it
all
down,
the way to the source of
Mark says Talbot because one of my favorites.
wherever that was. It's not like a easy time to get to.
I'll
You
take
go
the
the route from the source and get to the yellow
to be fair
calcite,
though,
brown calcite, white calcite. Yeah, Egyptologists go that they charge that stuff for color or sometimes. In that case, what is this stuff doing? Very
I like it too, but I love when I don't like the dude just forget about me. It's all fun. What he did to Sting to me,
but never seen it.
insane. Fuck, I lost so much. It was just fucking first team all time.
I think some of these stone types are really particularly as a really megalithic stone.
He's got the big outside.
Might have had a concept of particular types of stone.
Everyone about Joshua Van.
White calcite.
Joshua Van is it too much too soon?
And in particular,
It's fucking great. Raymond Royval.
there's some other indications that there was something else going on.
I'm gonna go in.
The last video I did on Ghana, there was some really interesting. There's an area of Ghana where
Is
there's
it close?
all the way
Close? Close? I think it was like plus 107 or something. Like,
part of Ghana.
so it's super close to minus 101 Royval. But minus 2 Royval's big.
It's something to happen.
That's something minus 102. Minus 102.
Bad at
Minus
this kind
118.
of scale. It's like underground transformation. And it's around the edge of the stone is like there's a couple of inches of where the stone is. But because the inside goes transparent and expanded, it's pressure on the outside and then it's cracked all of the outside. And some places it's got full height, cracked the whole wall apart, and inside of the box. Yeah, inside out and fire. And then we see that also like here and other places where you have like this happens in nature, but it takes literally millions of years of exposure. Basalt is other igneous stones that are formed of lava and formed over pressure in the earth. You can expose them to millions of years. Some might say they're going to erode and degrade over time, but we're talking about cut surfaces of space that are doing that. And it is originally finished, and so at only
Especially after that Rogan episode. Like, Gillian went from like a dude that I was like, man, he's awesome, to like, I don't like him. Like, I don't like that guy. Yeah, you know,
it's surrounded by limestone, but those mating surfaces are special.
It's the closest thing we got. It's special. I think I gotta tell you, for that reason, like, he's like,
going through it.
he's got that,
We have a video where we were playing
that
with
moment
like
that these guys have,
very
it's like, it's their moment, and like, everything is out, and it's like,
lead generator device and they were testing different types of stones, and they have different electromagnetic properties, like granite doesn't do anything, it arches on limestone, but some of them just make it basalt. So they do have different properties under the
I mean, I wouldn't surprise me at all. It's just, I would be surprised if it goes, I would be like shocked if it
I
goes
love
to
these
the
ideas, and I know Chris Jones is more on some of those his theories. He certainly knows a lot more about it than I do. Again, I'm trying to illustrate there may be other reasons for that type of thing. Some of those probably might have nothing to do with the possible purpose. So it's like, why would you not research and go into what it's why I'm going and try and see influence possibly provide an answer.
the big talk.
So,
you know what? That's one thing I did say about Charles Robert. We were talking about his jiu-jitsu. Is like, because Aljamain falls into this exact same category. Is like, you know, when you think about like a
like fall into what a category generally. Like you have these like tank bulldogs, and you have these long fuckers that are trying machines and all that. And then every once in a while you have these guys that are so right in the middle where they have long ass arms, but they're built like a tank also. Aljo's one of those guys that's so strong. Like those two guys are built to be at top smash and at bottom attacks and like and they're great at both.
Oh yeah.
Walker's eggs. I feel like that's a nightmare for Walker.
After watching that last night, he's saying he's just been it's like he didn't get the memo that was fucking he's getting big handles.
Yeah, you did right. I mean, I like
my cat guy is his sister said, very cool. Cold as scary Chinese man. Dude, honestly, I never talked to him about it because obviously I was going to be like, why would they fuck you? Fucking love it. And I was like, what is it like? The only thing that I can think of is they were like, we love Anthony too. We want to make sure that he doesn't like have some incredible like they wanted him. Yeah, like they just wanted him to like put his lights on. And honestly, that's the only thing I can think of is like that guy doesn't have a name and he has first round KO everyone. Like first round, Jesus,
well,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 consecutive first round stops.
Hakeem from all over the world.
I just don't think either he gets too much.
As a guy, and really interesting guy. So you kind of fallen in his father's footsteps. He doesn't believe everything. He doesn't believe everything.
Just so we're all aware,
This is more UFC coaches. Do 2 Brazilians in it.
it's all
He trained in Mexico, but he's still Brazilian.
yeah.
But I guess the UFC is just like, hey, I love what they use this, but they fight like Mexicans.
So wait, so this year's OJ is
San Antonio.
And he does a lot of interesting series. I wouldn't say that he's
yeah, no, that's fucking great. But
He couldn't do it a little hard because the stadiums have the issues.
Right. I thought they were saying the 2026 one got moved to San Antonio. That is fantastic news. I'm gonna take. I promise to tell Albert that one.
very well versed in traditional.
Yeah, but yeah, Gene Silva, in my opinion, now that Ilian's gone, is the best 45er in the world.
And yeah, he grew up literally across the street from the team.
He's fucking
Van Soares
And I'll tell you what, my favorite.
has like El Samam, which is a little village.
I like Diego as his mansion, but he's pretty raw still. And Silva's way more technical savvy and sound.
He has that same thing too as Connor and Celia. Not as much of like the I'm on the God's quest, but he's got that look like like they're like, dude, that's not after this break. Like I'm gonna run you over. It's gonna happen. He's fucking nasty. Like
I mean, one of the things I can put in,
that's why he fought Roy, dude. Like and then the last fight he fought Bryce. Yeah, we fought Bryce. Like that was obviously a setup against Bryce. We did the but I texted Bryce and I was like, listen, it makes
very good results.
I was like, I think you lost the best 45 in the world. I was like, that guy is not going to like that dude is fucking nasty. If he wins, it's like,
I'll fight over here.
Exactly what they were doing.
it's true, dude.
You always have to anymore, man. So you fight
This
for
kind
this
of
guy.
way they
You
can
fuck
get
with
third.
the guy.
It works.
He's like, just like,
Yeah,
Silva technically, that's gonna be a tough fight. That's such a good fight. Those are not Mexicans, so they push that's one of them. Take it because they have Mexicans. It's like, it's really cool. Dude, I take my fucking money.
The original, the last original.
Like O'Malley, you have a splash of Mexican in you.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like,
He's probably the world's most
Irish flag and the Mexican flag are the same colors. It's so funny. But yeah, there's great fights.
No, I told him
I'll take it. That's it. All right. We did. Thank you so much for doing this.
Really? Yeah, he was
Until next time, next week, Carl.
he was at big fights.
This is one of the guys that
He's charming. He could be a charming guy. I suspect he's probably I don't know. I know he's treated a lot of people very fairly. He's probably been less fair to others. I had no problem with him. I was just on a tour and this was a great Hancock tour where he was supposed to be dating him. We spent a day with him. And I think he's certainly had a history of being quite. It's strange, he really attacks a few of the alternative authors around. I mean, in particular, Robert Boston doesn't like. He's pretty fond of saying that, you know, people are just charlatans trying to make money and they're all idiots and stuff like this. But back in the day, though, it was quite friendly.
No, dog. Nobody fucking gives a shit.
At the Sphinx enclosure, and he certainly has enabled some interesting research to happen privately a few times. I had a video about the Sphinx temple that started to get into some of that with, you know, there's an interesting correlation in at least these allegations of connection between him and the Edgar Casey Foundation. You know, Edgar Casey is the American prophet. Okay, so there's the story. So Casey was a prophet, and a lot of people made a lot of money based on his predictions for the stock market back in the day, and he ended up he had his visions and wrote a couple of books, and one of his visions entailed you ever heard of, you've probably heard of the Hall of Records, right?
Yeah.
So that comes from Casey. He talks about the fact that there's a Hall of Records in one of the locations, three of them, I think, and one of them is the location is one of them is under the core of the Sphinx. And then there's another one that's supposedly under, I think it was, I mentioned it earlier, it's Mount Everest, like the network of cumulus tiles in the same site that I also saw for the first time this year. But, yeah, so that foundation, it's the ARE, the Association for Research and Enlightenment, is essentially the Casey Foundation. And they've kind of been involved in private expeditions. They've been looking, right? They're trying to satisfy Casey's prediction about the Hall of Record, and they have been essentially digging and looking around in Giza and these other places since like the 1970s. Now, Zahi's very much against anything Atlantis related. He's like, there's no ancient civilization. Other than publicly facing, he decried any of that type of thing. But he did also grant like the Casey Foundation like a 5-year permit to do unlimited essentially digging and excavation, but not including in the Great Pyramid. And so it's on one hand he's sort of decrying all of this you know, anything lost civilization, and then on the other hand you're enabling essentially an organization whose stated goal is to prove out Atlantis and fields and all the records and everything like that. Not only that, but Edgar Casey's son, Julian Casey, he wrote a book, and in that book he claims, and I will say that Zahi Hawass denies this, he claims that the Edgar Casey Foundation funded his education. They paid for his education at Australian University. They found, like he literally says in the book, this isn't me saying it, he found that they found Zahi, who was a site inspector at the time, you know, like lower rank kind of guy, and that he was pliable and agreeable, and they thought he was someone they could work with, so they funded his education. Later, he was a long-term partner of Zahi Hawass, and they went through the Pennsylvania University, they got his doctorate, and for sure, it's verified that Zahi has had integration with the ARE cleanup. He's gone and spoken at their events, and part of it goes back down lectures quite often, so, you know, it's strange to me that he's associated with an organization like the ARE, which has done because it did, and there's strong evidence as documented by Robert Rothschild which documented the fact that Zahi's been enabling kind of secret expeditions to moving around in like there's kind of one knowledge effort that they made to they were drilling under the body of the thing, and they were the stated goal was I was thinking the integrity of the lifetime but there's plenty of evidence for a bunch of other things. As far back as the late 1970s, and there's pictures of Julian Casey and Mark Lane and Zahi Hawass from those times, and young Zahi, they're all together. And then in the mid to late 90s, he enabled something called the shore expedition, which is not to go to the shore. A lot of people, Morris Bay, but they're all ARE members, they're all part of the Casey Foundation. None of them are Egyptologists or archaeologists. They gave them 5 years open permits to do whatever they wanted up at the plateau. And they did a bunch of stuff. They did a bunch of excavations around the and Zahi was involved in it. And they even made a documentary
the forest lady, the filmmaker, he also died. I started into like old art novels, radio episodes in the 90s where you talk about it. He had a falling out with and he goes to the store, the guy that was fucking and it's based on the fallout, which is the documentary kind of like the part of it, and they were trying to remember. And Charlie at the time, before I said they found changes in the system, like they 100% found changes. By the way, also a playmate on John Anthony West and Dr. Robert Stock when they say they found changes. And at the point when they were doing this experiment, they said, oh, we've got this incredible announcement, discovery, and take up the world history of change that you know about the sort of structure of the human like, oh, what sounds the most related and then this documentary kind of went away, and never said anything about it. And in fact, they denied the changes or the structure they now give ask if they will yeah, they found that four pictures in the wall of the company. Historically, it's not record saying, oh, well, it's kind of what he said, yeah. But it's very big, it's all privately organised and committed by so it's an interesting issue. I think, look, I think if there are changes down there, and if there's anything in them, well, there was, it's long gone. I just it's been taken and then I mean, there's also a chance that you can watch everything in there, but that's a good mistake. There's a couple of different theories that talks about the idea that all the records may well have been there, but it was discovered by the old there's some evidence that they were replicating some of that information and knowledge through their cult that was systematic. And it's an interesting story that he put together with new data, but it seems likely that they're indicating some really interesting information like the spaces of planets, the relative planets of the solar system, of all this cosmic information. But it seems like they didn't really know what to do with it. It was information that they got from this trove of data from a lost ancient civilization, and it's just they just been replicating these and kind of reporting them down in their own way. So all the interpretations of the document stuff that naturally important to himself. And so it kind of goes, there's lots of different directions that stuff goes in. And I've been needing to do a more dedicated sort of dive into that story around the story. Yeah, there's big sitting in his storage unit studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations. There is the first time. So let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. This topic to be tested in court, and Brendan Schaub has not been charged with any crimes in relation to this civil complaint. This is a civil business dispute, not a criminal prosecution. We're just unpacking what's in the public court documents. And in many of those pedestals, also, I will also add the words lawsuit and also Texas and Texas throughout this video. No, it's not intentional. It's just the price you pay for watching hours and hours of Brendan Schaub content.
It's obviously sitting on a bed, but you have to imagine that the structure of the next to the valley couple of she's got the left big people. Big people has been shut in the public access for I don't know how long. He's in his 40s. He's never been in there. But still, he's got to go in there. He's probably one of the first people ever to get into the valley.
Alright, very clean because what I'm about to tell you is so incredibly classically
if you imagine it back in the day,
Rabbi is looking like the least embarrassing thing he's ever done. See, while most comedians would go to Austin to chase stage time, there were women grooming in a circle or just sitting in traffic there at buckets for 6 hours. You're on Brendan's been busy wrapping up lawsuits like he wraps up his punchlines. And this latest one is about the so-called Reddit trolls. It's not about podcast bots. It's not even about his failing broadcasting empire. This time, Brendan Schaub is in a
goes down, you don't know where. What hasn't been leaked. But it obviously goes underground. Not only that, but at the front of the system, we'll walk back in the standing whether like where the seats after the one show. So we walked in the corner about 30 or 40 feet in front of the seats, and there was a little plastic bag. Metal food sticking out of it. That's where Zion's like itself is. But they drilled down like 150 feet into a limestone plateau. And at like 150 feet or 140 something like that, there's little big granite and return these shards and flakes of red from 130 feet below the ground. And there's not natural granite there. But what goes down there that deep and it's made of granite. Right? I mean, it goes on and on. Like you go halfway up the causeway, next thing to the Valley Temple to the Middle Complex, right? The big causeway goes up to the pyramid. Halfway up it is what's known as the Osiris Shops. There's just 3 different levels that you can go to and get a special permission. There's water at the bottom. But there's 3 chambers that go down to about 150 feet, and there's big granite boxes that go down there. And there's tunnels that literally lead off down the causeway that have never been explored at the bottom level. They caved in and stuff, but they've never been explored. There's footage of when they did pump the water out back in the day when they were pouring it, they used like a box 6 years ago. He starts asking about it eventually pure spectrum CBD authority founded by a guy named Rabbi access the picture for any typical entrepreneur trying to build a legit CBD brand. He's making moves, definitely athletes, trying to get into the wellness space, and for some reason, someone possibly under the influence of one too many modern supplements suggests Rep Natural as a brand ambassador. Now, most rational people would look at Bubba's track record, fumbled MMA career, fumbled stand-up comedy, fumbled podcast after podcast, fumbled basic geography by moving his business to a storage unit in Texas, and think maybe he's not the ideal choice. Maybe otherwise anyway, and in late 2018, Brady requested Shaw to pure spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company, straight out of his own personal statement. All Bubba has to do is make a few social media posts, show up to an event or two, mention on his podcast, the bare minimum for someone constantly bragging about being at a shop. But Brady didn't just pop in the bag, he lifted the file, shoved it in a Texas storage locker, and called it content. I have some stuff going on, I have some joint issues and some other stuff. So she told me she told me you brought it. Charlotte's wife. It's Pure Spectrum. It's that CBD story. That was the brand. Pure Spectrum is the brand. And she told me to ask you for that. We talked about it. Plenty of money. I talked to them directly. It's a very powerful figure. Oh, you started. He also done a lot. Did you buy into it, or did you form this company with them? They formed it, and I came in as a board. Congratulations. I mean, it's very private hands. You brought it. You tried to see them. Stuff that gets them in Egypt. I got the best for you. Yeah, everybody for so long. You would think most of the stuff should be out there. No, it's all over the place. Yeah, all over the place. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff that companies. So here's where you have to go back to just honestly go back to the American French, the English, all the years of operation the last 700 years. After getting his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum, Brendan allegedly does what Brendan does absolutely fuck all. The lawsuit spells out numerous things. Brendan missed every single online social media post that's getting scored on that's 88 out of 88 of his posts. He skipped professional events. Yeah, I look on travel. If it's in a museum somewhere, get this. He still managed to collect over $300
There are more houses after missions for Pure Spectrum.
That's right.
Like some of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings, like they fill them up with those artifacts
and she does research for the father of the kid. And honestly, that's impressive in its own way.
I hope
Like every good Bubba scandal, things get double because as Brendan Puppy started taking harder than he spun to find out what it was, Brendan allegedly decided
really hope that they have enough space to show us all the artifacts. They just haven't had the space to show us. I mean, there's so much stuff. And even despite all of this, even the intelligence and article players as well, like 70% of it still under Showtime and IMDb. You're only maybe uncovered so there's a lot going on. And the Yellow Bite, I don't know, it's an interesting sort of story excavation. And I said I kind of goes back to what I said earlier. I hope whatever they do, sure somebody's plan is a guarantee I'll try and look at this game up. I would very much hope that it is that's what IMDb was so share that information that guerrilla marketing tactics that they allegedly threatened legal action. This is directly from the lawsuit. Defendants' misuse of company assets for personal gain resulted in negative consequences, including threats from Showtime and IMDb for unprofessional activities. After receiving threats from Showtime, Mr. Shaw had the money didn't go to the professional campaign, leaving Linton with Brendan's dirt on his hands. That is some of the scoop marks initiate the scam, fumble the execution, leave everyone else retreat to Joe Rothschild'S. Honestly, imagine being so bad at comedy that even your own promo strategy backfires, and the platforms you're desperately trying to impress threaten legal action just to catch you this stuff. It's almost poetic if poetry had CTA and a big wireless left on it. But where does it get started? This was back in the beginning of Brendan's downfall with Joe Spectrum. The next chapter started campaign violation. It's not actually fake. In fact, the sloppiest Brendan what since he tried to trademark Tiger and whiskey. So what's interesting about the scoop marks,
my friends are the funniest comedian in the world. Give me whatever mark.
is there any explanation like how this would happen? It's not natural.
Santino.
It's not segregation. So the explanation of this is that this was a quarrying technique. You see this on the quarries, you see it around the artifacts and where they've been quarried. And it's not a natural phenomenon. 100%. They say it's been made by
using a CBD company's customer list like his own personal email chain.
So they found, at the time, they found a lot of these photos. You will eventually find a way and then get studied to done on the latest phones.
So after Brendan's failed attempts to boost his company career by misusing a CBD company's customer list like his own personal email chain, things finally came to a head. By late 2020, even Brendan, the undisputed king of denial, couldn't ignore the writing on the wall. The lawsuit claims that after months of skipped promos,
you can see a number of different
marketing tactics, Brendan finally agrees to part ways with Pure Spectrum, but not before
how far is that up there?
$400,000 for doing quite literally.
That's generally the
terms of the deal were
so
pretty
this is like the
straightforward.
general
Brendan signed a dissolution agreement giving up his entire 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to
see
a
those other
12-month
forms of quarrying
long-term
in higher layers.
partner with any rival CBD company during that time.
You also
Everyone
have
walks away with less brain cells
probably have
than when they started. Simple, right? But this is what we're
so
talking
these
about.
if they go down some of them 30, 40 feet, they're like cut straight down into the
It's
stone.
violating contracts he never
Like
fully
a,
understood in the first place. Because not even 2 months after signing the non-compete, Brendan allegedly turns around and starts publicly promoting
this is
direct
like
mail. And he
that's right over the top of it. And this is done using a scoop mark as well, which sort of starts to provide a challenge. How do you get in there and count crash down fairly wide enough for a person to stand in there, let alone get down and crash down and reminding Brendan of the non-compete. These go straight down. What they're probably Brendan can keep up,
but true to form,
when you look for a giant promoting direct hand, it's not you're not going to find that at the surface.
consistent with doubling down on the dumbest
Interior of it,
doesn't stop there though, because
you cut down into the core of these
things are about to get
the highest quality stones, the large These are really cool. You can see how it was done.
August 2021. According to the lawsuit, Pure Spectrum insiders and investors are
The
funding
part
a
is
possible
really
takeover of the company.
gives them
The plan was Brady Bell out of his business, take
you start to
control,
see
and
stuff. So
us in
in
podcast
some areas,
industry
it's
fashion.
really interesting.
Blaze over the details later, but they have one problem. They need Brendan's help to pull it off. Even though he signed away his ownership, they allegedly approved other deals.
So there's an unfinished
We know you technically gave up
not
the
the big
stake,
one,
but how
but the
about
one
the
on the side.
lines
And so what? And it's
pretend
sort
you
of
still
cut out.
own
And it
9.3%
goes
of
into
Pure Spectrum,
it goes
and unless you
underneath.
vote Brady out, we'll throw in $100,000 for your trouble. Now, if there's one thing Brendan loves more
So I
than
think some of
Scorpion
the
Bell,
stuff is done.
it's easy
All of
money
the
with zero accountability. The lawsuit
I
claims
would
faster
open up the
than
range.
Theo distanced himself from the father of the kid.
I don't think
Signed
it's
the false
necessarily
declaration, claimed he still owned part of the
that's
company, and helped oust Brady Bell from Pure Spectrum entirely. For a
given the extension of
which in Brandon's world would cover
given the
Chip's salary for the
possibility
next
that it
40
may not
years.
be just
But don't worry, the stupidity doesn't end there.
I
Think after pocketing a
can
cash
open up that
$100,000 and allegedly making ownership documents, Brendan Shaw would ride on into the sunset, maybe retreat to another failing YouTube channel, or finally invest in a real studio that doesn't level up as a car park.
us ourselves now species
When
is
Mama
now
fumbles,
just
he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after helping
Studies
Brady
in
build his own company,
studies
Brandon kept the scam going with some classic payment trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing false tax returns, using a fraudulent Schedule K1 form to pretend he still had partnership income from Pure Spectrum, and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy designed to defraud the IRS and Brady Bell simultaneously.
We're also finding that our
Fake numbers, he allegedly tried to block his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just false like the Demira podcast, we're talking potential felony level allegations, wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax-related crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It paints Brandon as a textbook scammer, hiding behind his MMA background, influencer persona, and ever so fragile ego to cover up for his incompetence. The plaintiff's legal team even calls out Brendan's pattern of behavior. Defendant has consistently leveraged his perceived public persona as a former athlete and comedian to mislead business partners, evade contractual obligations, and engage in fraudulent conduct for personal gain. Translation: the Bitcoin business model is built on hard work. It's built on smoke, mirrors, storage units, and allegedly illegal shortcuts. But to truly understand how we got here, let's zoom out for a second. I'm in the business of likability. Something alien hunts. Looking to
certainly have involved
to people to
other
think that they're going to talk
control the elongated skulls as well. In South America was a real phenomenon. Graham, I've heard him talk about the fact that some of those deals, they may have had other faculties, but there's surely or achieve some of the stuff that well, he gets attacked with endlessly, but he says that it's possible that they achieve some of the things they did through other people. The fact that it's not just that's it, it's television and stuff like that. And stories that people go on and like that. I prefer to take the technological angle and give them a shot together.
this lawsuit isn't happening in a vacuum. It's part of a long, slow motion train wreck we've all been watching for years. Failed MMA career, blamed it on
There's a quarry
failed
you
comedy
reckon
career,
had they
blamed it on
disconnected
being
that
too
one
big,
limestone
strong,
block, it would
and
have been 5,000.
watch podcasts, blame it on Brian
There's
Callen,
stuff up
cheap
to that
and
scale. It
production
seems
stuff.
like they were
Banned from Rogan's mothership, blamed it on protecting
It's great
comedians
that
from
it's
his kids. Now
So,
allegedly
I
scamming
don't
CBD
rule out
customers,
the
falsifying tax documents, and vanity when the feds get involved. This lawsuit basically takes all
We're
the parts
the
of
largest.
Brandon's public persona, the fragile ego, the self-sabotage, the desperate clinging to relevance, and shows that allegedly it wasn't just happening on YouTube. It was happening in boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. And to no one's surprise, it all circles back to that same trademark love-hate energy, time, deflect, distract, and somehow still fumble the bag. If you thought this was just a civil court drama, think again, because the fallout from this lawsuit could make Gringo Bobby look like a career highlight. Brendan Shaw, former UFC heavyweight, failed step
very stark
storage
difference between our DNA and
if even half of these allegations are proven true,
probably
he's looking at some stuff on the written YouTube
yeah,
drama.
other
We're talking massive financial
so
penalties, triple damages under Florida's civil theft laws, IRS investigations for
but
violent
I've always been
tax
fascinated by the work of
to ensure
Lloyd
criminal
White.
referrals to
Lloyd
Department
White,
of
that's the guy.
Justice,
That's how
and
I
worst
yeah,
of
so
all,
Lloyd White
more
was
story you can
he
podcast
great
episodes
lecture on
long
Lloyd.
scrambles to salvage the empire.
He
Let's
was
be honest, we all know how this plays
probably
out.
more
Brendan's going to hit the
well-known
fun and the kids sit next week acting like nothing's happened. He'll play his part in harder than ever, even though Brendan hasn't acknowledged his existence since the move to Austin. He'll blame the haters, aka anyone who's been reading all filings and knows how to pronounce the word conspiracy. And in true Rabbi fashion, he'll probably fuck up the legal defense.
I will say that
his copyright lawsuit, the one he thought was a defamation lawsuit for 2 years until I called him up on this channel, and his lawyers have just scrambled to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost. But let me stop for a second, because in everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. According to the filings, Brendan allegedly sold an 9.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for it, despite the fact that, and I can't stress this enough, he didn't even legally own the stake at that point. He already signed it away months earlier in dissolution agreement. Now, look, I've covered Bubba long enough to know he's no Terrence Howard. The man once thought Texas was an actual place. He thought Gringo coffee was going great.
And there's some evidence
he thought Rover would actually accept the mothership great room. But surely even Brendan Shaw isn't dumb enough to sign
we have a different number of chromosomes.
doesn't own. Surely the people around
than
him.
our closest
Let's
relatives.
remember, Brendan's
And when you look at the DNA structure, it almost looks like
when they're just sitting there watching him allegedly sign fake declarations and cash checks for non-existent equity and thinking, yeah, this is how Bezos built Amazon. I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where were his lawyers, his manager, who's technically adult supervision? Chin's back there fucking focused. Alan's busy
he does
his
in a lot of ways, but there are
out
sort of other examples of that.
like it's another fucking land truck giveaway. We've seen Bubba talk about being a business shark. We've seen him glaze himself on his car shoes. We've seen him
He's not the only thing he's strong
being
about,
a
whereas
we're
we're a weird kind of
allegedly selling land to ownership in a CBD company while already locked down on
we're like
in all reasons of lies believe.
guys of exposure.
Because when you zoom out and
It's
look
like we're not relatively in
property creating Colorado, the Texas move that backfired the numerous scandals, the alleged
Trying to look at the nuclear explosions goes on now.
as surprising as
We
it
go blind
sounds.
if we look at
Maybe
the time. We
Brendan
don't have very good
made it
ideas.
so hard for so long
We
that
die
people
from
around
exposure
just
with
stop
the
questioning the number moves. Maybe the entire
shelter,
ecosystem is running on
Yeah, we have a bunch of really
fuel
weird genetic
confused, life confidence, and
but other
questionable
species don't
paperwork.
seem to
But
fucking
let me be clear,
I mean, there's
this
even
is
some
all just
deficiencies
speculation.
in our
It's
genome.
my opinion based on what's in the lawsuit. I believe this
It
case
is.
will be
Well, and that's
legally
always
still
true.
sharing
The whole
Pure Spectrum CBD.
gap,
Brendan
like,
hasn't filed
that's
his defense
like
yet,
a dozen.
and maybe when he does, it'll make sense. Maybe there's
Oh,
a
there's a
rational
missing- there's a missing
explanation
link.
for how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company he didn't legally own.
To go
Maybe
from
he still owns it, and the
Yeah.
two has it all mixed up. I mean, it's entirely
And it's actually, he works out that in a lot of cases,
history.
it gets,
I wouldn't
that
count
gets
it. This is going to
obfuscated
get
by the
messy.
way they
It's
lay
going to
out
be
the skeleton by making
so if you want to stay up to date on the Bubba downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button to this channel. Then head over to my second channel, Podcast Bridge Minds, and subscribe there so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where we go unfiltered, uncensored, and deeper than Brendan when it's reading his own contracts. Allegedly. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I don't know. I'm not. I was just trying to explain one or the other. I do rate the whole intervention theory as a possibility. So either the OG intervention theory, which is life itself, like DNA itself, coming to this world by intervention, or by panspermia or something like comets could well be the progenitors of life in the universe. Like the fact we're learning more and more about the fact that there's, the amino acids that build up your life, material, if they're radioactive, they can be falls, the water could be carried by the same sort of life. And it's really interesting
definitely creatures of the beast. They just trace their DNA through part of the because they represent the but it's the one, as far as evolution goes, single-celled dinosaurs, the one part of that that's never evolved is the way this life gets expressed as a technology, the DNA. That's never really changed. DNA as a technology has changed. Everything I'm about to talk about comes directly from plaintiff's legal filings in this real mystery. These are just allegations. This is being tested or proven in court, and Brendan Schultz is still ongoing field of research. According to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't officially served the law, so technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond and deny the claims. It's a very complex his side of the story. And even by saying, oh, okay, so Brendan sitting in his storage unit studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations on the very first time. So let's be crystal clear, as of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court. But it's a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't be charged with any crimes in relation to this single complaint. This is a civil business dispute. And I think prosecution, we're just unpacking what's in the public court documents. The legal system will handle the rest. Also, I will alternate between the words lawsuit and lawsuit, Texas and Texas throughout this video. No, it's not intentional. It's just the price you pay for watching hours and hours of Brendan Shaw content. I think we got to try to figure out that I've seen that the light they would not
Purist Victor CBD, a company founded by a guy named Brady Bell, enters the picture. Brady's your typical entrepreneur trying to build a legit CBD brand. He's making moves, sponsoring athletes, trying to get into the wellness space, and for some reason, someone, possibly under the influence of one too many modern supplements, suggests Brady Shaw as a brand ambassador. Now, most professional people would look at Bubba's track record, fumble the MMA trader, fumble stand-up comedy, fumble podcast after podcast.
This stuff is a style of painting and artwork that is very much associated with tree dynamics.
He's not the ideal choice, but they
Before
rolled the dice anyway,
the
and
start,
in
the
2018,
artwork that's on the wall
Brady Bell
matches
Shaw
the pottery and
spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company straight out of his own personal stake.
So what this infers to me is that that artwork done in that quarry was probably done in pre-Renaissance. It's done using the same art style. They use a much different art style. There's other carvings in the quarry with Egyptians that have been around. The more dramatic, typical kind of quarry wood and artwork. This red ochre paint with the style of carving, these birds on this thing, actual birds in that. There's a bunch of other examples of it. It means that it was done in pre-Renaissance times, which also tells you that it was done on the wall that was there after they pulled that block out. So you had to pull that block out first to expose that wall, and then it gets painted. So how long ago did they pull that block out? And yeah, it's crazy. So I just wanted to make that point about the quarry. Yeah.
And I do have a video that dives into that giant block that's been extracted there.
Let's talk about the bases. There's a lot of new shit going on with the bases.
There is.
What we talked a lot about the bases on the first podcast we did, and the incredible symmetry involved in making those bases. Yeah, because they're extremely thin. You shine a light in them. You see that they're so goddamn thin, and they're made out of some of the hardest rocks. That's right, hard. And they still say that these bases were made during those times with chisels, pounding stones, and all that stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Even after you come out with some of your videos and some of the stuff, no one's acknowledged it officially.
Right. Yeah. I mean, nobody's looked at that. Nobody's really said that. The hypothesis for how they were made, at least in the mainstream, is the main same. It was people rubbing on the rocks back home. The main one. And again, the speed run the base is like they existed. They go back to well and truly pre-dynastic times. In some cases, there's evidence of them going back to burials as far as 14,500 years. Right through pre-dynastic times, and then maybe expanded times. Basically during the old up to about the 4th and 5th dynasty, most of them. The majority of them were found in the step pyramid, like 40,000 to 50,000 of them, which is the 3rd dynasty structure. Then they kind of peter out now. There's a few examples of bases that come from later periods, but we identify them as periods because they had very poorly scratched oracles on them. So we talked about that earlier. But these are incredible classes, category of art. Like made from all sorts of exotic types of stone. Like I said, we talked about it before. Perfect symmetry, extremely thin. Petrie found one that went down to 1/40 of an inch, which is a quote that I've got here from him. One of the other things I always like to point out is that they're often, we talked about imitation earlier. This is where you would find them, and they're ascribed to the same person because they're found in the same burial. But you have a hardstone base here next to a hand-formed pottery base that is painted to look like granite. And not even this is not a turned base. This is hand-formed. So a lot of people, even when you get into the details of arguing about this, people are like, okay, they made them on a lathe, but it was just a simple lathe, which is the idea that you're turning the stone to get these results. So I'm like, okay, so if they had lathes, why didn't they have a pottery wheel? The pottery wheel was a much simpler application of the wheel than a lathe is. But it's just a facetious sort of argument to suggest that these came from the same people. I think they're inherited from their own. But what's happened, and there's lots of evidence, they go way back in time, lots of them discovered they were inscribed. They were definitely reused and inherited. There's a depiction of how they were made. That was found at Saqqara, and this is what they used to basically say this is how they were made. Basically, bent sticks with weights on the side between tips.
Yeah, he's rubbing at it with a hand. But what they're showing you here is the vase making industry that happened after the third dynasty. It's the alabaster vase, which is white calcites are free on the nose scale, it's much softer. And we have lots and lots of examples of beautiful alabaster vase work. But it's very simple. It's not simple. It's artful. It's not precise. You don't see the same symmetry or balance. They don't have the same properties as the very hard stone vases that seem to come from earlier times. So what's happened though since I talked to you last was that we finally been able to take this analysis to a new level. We finally been able to get our hands on what is described as the most pre-climatic rose granite vase and subjected to structured light scanning. This is the first step we've taken. This happened at the start of this year. It's come a long way. And structured light scanning is a process where you basically 3D scanning of the vase, and you can basically create a model of the artifact down to about the accuracy of about 1,000th of an inch. You take an inch, divide that into 1,000 pieces. A few hairs between 2 and 3 thousandths of an inch thick, which you can make up to 5 or 6, something like that, 1,000 thick. So our accuracy is down to less than half the width of a human pin. So it creates an extremely accurate model of the vase. Now, once you've got that model, you can start to do some interesting analysis. You can start to look at, okay, how precisely was this thing made? And that's exactly what we did. So this is the vase. It's actually only about the 84.6 inches tall. And that's it being scanned. And once we did that, there were a couple of professional metrologists, and these guys work in the aerospace industry. They make parts for jet engines and turbines and space rocket stuff. These are professional engineers. They're professional metrologists. Metrology being the study of the science of measurement. So in those fields, you have to you use these techniques a lot in those fields, and it's very important. Right? You want to make things precisely. It's a good example of precision enabling functions like turbine blade manufacturing, stuff like that, right? Efficiency of jet engines, all that sort of stuff. These guys work for one of those companies, and this is what they do on a day-to-day basis. So they analyze the scan and they ran it through a coordinate measurement system, and what they found was just astonishing. Like the results, and looking at just how precisely this thing was made, absolutely astonishing. And in particular, it's not just the precise nature of the surfaces themselves, but it's the interrelation of one surface to another. So making the different parts of the vase be perpendicular or parallel or perfectly aligned with other parts. So the way this works, it's fairly complex, but we can sort of step through it. The first thing to know is the vase itself is an ellipsoid. You can't match it to a regular geometric shape. Right? It's not a circle, it's not a sphere, it's not a cone, it's an ellipsoid. And what you want to be able to do is match geometric shapes or regular shapes to parts of the vase, so that then you can do geometry on them. You can calculate center lines, center points, and the angle, how perpendicular, parallel are they to other parts of the vase, and things like this. So we essentially start by creating, an XYZ three-dimensional grid, which helps us derive things like, center lines, axes, and then we can start to compare the other parts of the vase. So the way you do this in the CMM system is you match geometric shapes to parts of the vase. Now, you can do that with 5. You can say, like, all right, we're going to match a flat plane to the top of the vase. We're going to use 5 points to do it. It's not going to be very accurate. It's not going to represent that surface very well. But if you do it with thousands and thousands of points, the more points you use as reference, the more accurately it's representing that surface. So you'll see in these slides the fact that we're using thousands and thousands of points. So in this example, there's nearly 4,000 points of reference that are used to match a flat plane to the top of the base, to the top surface. And then the measurement we're doing is like how close to perfectly flat is this? It's within 3,000 inches. Very flat. Like that the flatness of that surface is within 3,000 inches of being perfectly flat. So very close, very very accurate in terms of the width of the hues and hair. Yeah. That's just the top. So then you can go further from that. Now we can look at, all right, let's look at the base measurement. So this is that round part of the length of the base, if you like. And so what we're doing here is we're measuring it with a cylinder. You can see that on the left of the base mouth there, there's a cylinder icon. 10,500 points to match it, which is a lot. I mean, this actually got some damage on the inside of the neck here, so and we can match it looking at the cylindricity, so how perfectly cylindrical is that within 30,000 of an inch of the cylindrical. But now that we've this is I'll speed up a bit on this because now that we've got that top surface, which is about like an amp backwards, and if you think of the cylinder sitting in the neck of the base, we can now, because we match the cylinder to the surface, we can say, okay, how perpendicular is that cylinder to the top surface that we just managed? We call that the top surface is control surface management. Right? So you can see like the perpendicular measurement, how perpendicular is it to control surface A, and 1,000. Yeah, so it's basically perfectly perpendicular to the top surface. Now, top surface is A, and now we've got this base neck, the cylinder in the base neck, and the center line of that base neck. We can call that the axis of the base, and we can call that control surface B. So now we can measure every other part of the base relative to the top and the neck, and that's what we do. So we go on to measure like, all right, you can match a sphere to the lower part of the base body. And we did that using like 80,000 reference, so it's really accurate. And then what you do is with that sphere, this is worth talking about. This is the highest number we saw in Hollywood, 17,000. So the center point of that sphere is basically within 17,000 from the center line of the base. So it's like a couple of sheets of paper paint. Now, it seems like a big number relative to the other numbers, but what it's telling you a lot more than just like how close to that center line of the sphere. What spheres are interesting, like if you took a sphere and you deformed it out of it, like small on the bottom or you push it, whatever, it's going to shift that center point dramatically, right? So what this is showing you is not only is this 70,000 is no joke, like that's extremely close. The exact center point of that sphere is really close to that center line of the base. But it's also telling you how regular that surface is. Because if it wasn't regular and that's part of the base that matches the sphere, if that was at all the film, it would shift that center point all over the place. So it's telling you that it's not only is this very close to the center line, it's extremely close, it's almost perfectly spherical in this section. So it's a section of the sphere, that blue line, that's the matching of the sphere. It's very, very regular. It's regular to the point where you couldn't possibly achieve it with by hand or by eye. Like if you imagine you're charming and again, they don't credit the old thing that they're serving up to the blade. But even if they had a blade, and even if you're using like a tool rest and you're trying to do it by hand, it's going to be a very novel. This is genuinely not achievable by hand. It's incredibly regular shape. It's a phenomenal achievement, and even though that's the biggest number you've seen before, this represents something that would require some of the very best engineering even in other materials like acrylic or stainless steel or aluminum, microscopically material. We get other results. The same thing. We're matching a cone at this point to the base bottom. This is the other end of the base from the top of the center line. And we're within 5,000 millimeters of being perfectly of being perfectly parallel with the 60,000 points of reference. It's impossible. It's so ridiculously well made. Is what we're seeing. So it gets interesting here with the lug handles, and this gets into some of the details around how this might have been made, which you can imagine, like turning this on the lathe. You can't really do the lug handles. Right, exactly. If this thing had lugs on it, you were spinning it this way. You can't, cutting it and spinning, you can't really press lug handles. Yeah. They add those after. Well, yeah, you'd have to. Well, these aren't added. They're part of one. They're part of one. Exactly. Yeah, so you probably have to leave the ball nose and come back with a different procedure to make it. But we can do things like compare match a cylinder to the lug handles, compare them to A and B, which we're doing here. We're within a thousandth of an inch, like 1 and 3,000ths of an inch. So incredibly accurate relative to these to each other. We can create like, all right, we can make one of these called reference surface F, and we can measure other like handle relative to it. Again, we within 5 or 6 or 7,000 of being perfectly aligned, parallel with the other ones. Not only that, but it's like the top of them, like there's actually a video of us on a surface and having like a tolerance gauges and everything about it. Zero out of one handle, spin around and it zeroes out on top of the other one handle. It's perfectly the same size. And that also speaks to the flatness of the bottom because it's turning relative to the flatness of the bottom. You didn't measure, but that's the fact that you're zeroing out this gauge. It's in some of the videos. Manufacturers and it's hard to explain it. Machinists and people that understand these sort of measurements will understand it better, but they'll get it. So it's interesting to think, all right, so assuming you've left a foremost, right, to create these lug handles, you can come back with a different tool and you've got to carve away the area of the base body between the lug handles. So what about that part of the base? Because they can't be made on a lathe, it has to be made with a different process, right? And so we looked at that. We looked at the actual area of the base between the two handles. And we found the same level of precision. And this is truly remarkable. 20,000 points of reference. We looked at, we matched the cones, we looked at how close is the center line to the center line of B, like that center line of the neck of the base between 5,000 inches. This is really remarkable because in today's manufacturing process, when you change tools, when you change the process, it introduces errors. This is accounted for in our modern manufacturing processes, things like making turbine blades and stuff like that. We understand that tools and process changes introduces errors, and we don't see that sort of error here. We're not seeing it. So it leads you to one of two conclusions. One, whoever made this was able to handle tool and process changes better than we could. Right? So they could deal with changing the process of the tool and just not have the same degree of error that we see. Or it wasn't made on the lathe. It was made in a single pass, which means that you're talking about 5 axes or 3. It's a mill. So think about those CNC mills, computerized mills that we carve and things like a complex object with one toolkit. It's one of those two things. It has to either be not for instance, no, as far as we know, this is reductive. And then we're like taking it, carving it away. If you got more idea, I don't mean, Now, Christian, think about like a complex 5 axis of 3 to an arm. That's computerized. Like that's one of those 2 things that comes out of this analysis. And it's the fact that there's no perceivable lack of innovation. Amazing. So, and this is just the start of the rabbit hole. It's a lot of fun. We made the STL file like the model available online, and a couple of open source it, and there's a photographer from Denmark named Martin really interesting guy. He understood essentially a huge sort of mathematical geometric analysis of the base, and he found some just utterly remarkable aspects of it that I think have sort of extremely startling conclusions. And he kind of started by looking for like, what are there geometric patterns that we can see in the base? So what can we see? And so, he kind of started and found that it actually does encompass some of the sacred geometry that we were talking about with Randall the other day. There's things like the circle of life. There's actually 2 circle of life grids that are in here, and you can see them this way. So if you look at the blue circles that measure at point B, that's a grid based on the maximum internal diameter of the base, and you can also see that grid matches the very top of the base with point A. So it's a circle of life grid that matches the internal diameter, matches the top of the base, and then you have another circle of life grid that matches that's based on the external maximum diameter of the base. It also matches other points of it. And this is kind of where he started. And he found that it created, not not only were these geometric patterns in it, but there's a bunch of these mathematically significant ratios and even algorithms and interrelationships between the shapes in the bays to the point where you could define it with a single algorithm. And the overall point here is it's proving that the space was designed. These degrees of interrelationship between these features in the bays aren't accidental. It had to have been designed and then somehow executed in granite with just astonishing precision. So one of the basic principles that you can sort of reverse is taking the object and reversing it. We're looking at it and trying to find out what was used, what is the philosophy, mechanism, mathematics behind this phase, and it's very deep and very fine. So one of the fundamental principles he found in the phase is the use of the radian, particularly the 1 radian angle. So this is a little diagram showing you what a radian is. It's a simple way to express it at any angle, right? You take the radius of a circle, you apply it to the circumference of a circle. The radius, the angle that it forms when you draw lines to it on the inside is 1 radian. So if you can measure, you can draw something at 2 radian angles. You could, if half a circle is pi radians and 3.14 etc. radians, and there are 2 pi radians inside of a circle. So it's like just an elegant way to describe any angle. And you can see the use of the 1 radian angle expressed here. So the 1 radian angle kind of defines the curvature and the angle of the top of the base. It's based on that circle of light grid center point. You can see the 1 radian angle is kind of defining the placement of the handles. There's a number of different uses of the 1 radian angle. And from that, he discovered something else. He discovered that not only is there radians in this thing, but the radian is the basis for an algorithm that can be used to describe all of the curvatures. This gets a little. You don't have to understand the maths to understand the significance of this. The most widely used shape in the base is the circle. Sections of circles are used to describe the curves on the base, the little tiny curves on the insides of corners and stuff like that. Now, the radius of these circles, so the size of these circles, is very tightly interrelated with each other. And it's only these radiuses, like this, there's none of the size of these circles are accidental. They're all tightly related to each other, and they can be expressed with a single elegant equation that Mark was calling the radial traversal pattern. That's the equation right there. But what this is telling you is that if there were circles or curves of a different radius, there's none of it. There's nothing here that doesn't fit this pattern. So it's only the circles of this size that fit this pattern based on this. Like it uses radians, but it fits this radial traversal pattern. Right. So you can see it's up to there's 14 different or 12 or 14 different circle radiuses radii that are used. They're all related to each other. They're connected to each other through this algorithm. What's that 432? 432 is here as well. And so this is the point to take home is this isn't accidental. You might be able to find 1 or 2 degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object by accident, but to find 12 tightly coupled degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object like this is not accidental. Mark actually said in the article that it'd be more likely for you to wake up one morning and have an entire new universe, like quantum universe sprouting out of your left nostril than it would be for this to be an accident. It's not accidental. It was designed. And in order to prove this, he went ahead and said, you know what? Let's make a model. We're going to go into CAD. We're going to build this base using just this algorithm. Using these circles with this algorithm, make it perfect. And then I'm going to compare the base model to the CAD model that's built using just the math. And he did that. And the median radial deviation, so the difference from the actual model of the scanned phase to the model he built using the maths was 9 micrometers, which is 0.3 of a thousandth of an inch. Like that's the average deviation, 0.3 of a thousand. So like it's 3 10,000ths of an inch. Which is at that point we're talking about degrees where we don't know if it's an imperfection in the scan rate or even in the base. So we can't tell the limit of resolution at this we can measure. Yeah, so you got to also remember here that some of these circles we're talking about, they range from about 42 millimeters in size down to 1.1 millimeters. circles, arcs of circles that fit this pattern that are 1.1 millimeters in radius, which is kind of crazy, right? Very small.
What was Randall saying when you pulled this up the other day? He was like kind of freaking out.
He was. I don't think he's watched all of the videos. I'd love him to. I haven't had the chance to take him through it yet, and I'll probably do that one time.
But he was kind of losing his mind when he saw this because he saw something very similar with the radiuses of these circles compared to some of this plasma technology that he talked about.
Yeah, I think he was this other stuff that was interesting too. The fact that other than the radial traversal pattern, we also see pi golden ratio, the other sacred geometry put in here. So the image on the left shows you pi to within 0.1 of a degree. The image on the right shows us the golden ratio squared to within less than 0.1%. I'm sorry, 1 degree percent, less than 0.01% accuracy with the golden ratio. There's actually the golden ratio shows up in a number of places. I'll just use a couple of examples here. It also has encodes pi to within 0.1%.
You explain the golden ratio is good.
So people don't know golden ratio is the aspect or the ratio of the universe. The golden ratio is a fundamental principle of the world. Like it seems to be an encoded ratio that is encoded from DNA up to the formation of galaxies. It's 1.6, etc. I can't actually remember exactly what it is, but it's a ratio expressed by living things and also can be found by basic geometry. We went through with the Randall Carlson podcast about how to define the ratio, but it can be expressed in the human body in terms of how it grows from the length of your hand down to the gap in your wrist here. That's one part of the ratio. The other part is down to here. The ratio is a line that is dissected where the ratio of the small to the large is exactly the same as the large to the whole. Right? So it's hard to think about it. It's like take a line. The point where you dissect it, where the ratio of size is of the small piece where you've dissected it, the ratio of that to the larger piece is exactly the same as the ratio of the larger piece to the whole. So it's like A and B, B to A is to A plus B. That's the equation for it. And it's expressed in line, right? Everything that grows organic material, the human body, conch shells is the famous one. The Fibonacci sequence is attached to this. You take a cross section of a DNA molecule, you find the golden ratio. It's in the spiral helix of the DNA molecule. It's in the structure of galaxies. It seems to be a fundamental constant of the universe, and that's why I think the fact that it gets expressed in these artifacts, and in fact this sort of geometry, even radiant themselves, they're showing us, the builders of this are showing us that there's a language behind it. They're showing us their capabilities. This vase to me, represents something of almost like a time capsule. It's like something that's sent through time to us that is expressing the degree of knowledge and understanding that its creators had of the universe and of their system, even their system of mathematics. I have a slide on this later, but there was I want to finish talking about the base because there's some interesting implications about the math that we can go through. I'm not doing it just for the sake of math, but come back to that time capsule idea in a minute. But so when you think about the design of the base and how it's been made very precisely in Rothschild'S, and there's a mathematical design that's behind it. Right? We get to a point where we're like, all right, so the precision, the complexity, the depth of interrelation between the features really rules out random chance. This artifact was 100% designed. And it's like, okay, so how could you design it? Could you design it on paper? Remember that there are circles that have a radius of 1 millimeter. Imagine if you're trying to draw that at scale. I challenge anyone to try and draw a circle with a compass that's got a radius of 1 millimeter. See how you go. And then be able to execute that down to the thousandth of an inch. Remember, it's made extremely precisely. You might be able to draw it out on a piece of paper that's as big as a room, but then you still have to scale it down somehow. It's got to find its way to an output somehow. You've got to be able to carve this thing in granite somehow. I think the best way, and Mark proved that the best way to design this is mathematical. design with the math. You can express it with an equation. Once you've got that equation, you've got that mathematical design, you have to then do the same thing. You've got to get it to output somehow. So how do you take it from the design to an output, and into an output of a system that is extremely accurate? Like this, just be able to make something like this in rose granite would require some of our very best precision lathes or precision mills. And you're talking about extremely sturdy and firm fork bearings, rods, and turn screws. It's a whole lot of capability in this, right? It's been made with astonishing precision. And the fact that we know that because of the area between the base handles, right, it's extremely precise. Like they didn't lose positional calibration when they changed tools to make the base handles, or it was made on a 5-axis mill in a single pass. And this is kind of where that evidence of logical leads. And I like to use this. I like to quote directly from Mark's article where he wrote about this, and this is what he said. Quoting Mark: "As far as we know, no human beings, trained animals, or naturally occurring phenomena in modern arrangement take mathematical formulae and equations as input and produce lathe operating motions as outputs. For all the knowledge and insights we've accumulated over the ages, we know exactly one and only one category of things capable of such behavior. The kind of thing that we refer to as a Turing machine, a device capable of taking input, holding state, performing operations on held states, according to predetermined principles, and producing output. Now you can make Turing machines mechanically, pneumatically, electronically, hydraulically, but we call this class of device a computer, and no plausible way of representing, operating on, or manufacturing the design of this artifact exists without having access to it." He's saying that you cannot have made this without the use of a Turing machine, aka to be able to take that design and produce the output to get the result that we see. It's a very interesting space. That's a mind fuck. That's what we like to call mind fuck. Yeah, and it did fuck with the mind of one of these engineers that did the original analysis. Like when we talked about the metrology at the start, one of these aerospace engineers, right?
Yeah.
So Mark does this, and this guy's name's Nick, and he calls me up. He's like, Mark puts out his article, and so it took me, you got to read this article a few times to figure out the math, to really digest it seriously. For me, this is validation. I'm like, this is magic. This is confirming some of the things I've long suspected, and I've held this particular worldview for a while. But all right, there was technology in the mind. Nick, he was amazed by the metrology. He was like, this thing's incredibly precise, scratched his head. But it wasn't until he really sort of chewed on Mark's article that he calls me up one day and he's like, dude, I have to talk to you about this. This thing is keeping me up at night. Like I wake up in a sweat thinking about this debate because you could tell it kind of shattered his worldview. It changed. Like I can't explain this or rationalize it without this type of technology. What the hell was going on in the past? And he said something to me that I was like, I put into a slide here, which I thought was really interesting. And some of the things that I've said, I think this artifact is much more than just a simple page, right? It's encoding sacred geometry, which is the very fabric of the universe. And I think it's telling us a tale of the creator's capabilities, their elegance, their knowledge systems, right? Even their mathematical systems, like they might have a base radian system rather than a base 10 like we use, which is an elegant mathematical system. But what Nick said to me is like, you know what this reminds me of? He said it reminds me of the golden records that on the Voyager space probes. Right? So when the space probes went out in the 1970s, they had these golden records, and it wasn't like we wrote this information on there. We used mathematical principles, geometric principles. We even used the radioactive decay of uranium atoms to provide a launch clock. We gave them all these clues based on different principles and maths on these phases to try and convey information about our species, about who we were, about what we knew. And we sent the goddamn things out into space. I think this base, it seems to be something like that instead of going through space, it's been sent through time. It's like one of these golden records has been sent through time to us. And if we had the eyes to see it and the ability to decode it, there's all this information that we can read from it. That's what Nick was telling me. I was like, that's a fantastic analogy. And that's truly what it is. The deeper we look, the deeper this rabbit hole goes. And crazy thing is too, this was the start of the year we did this and we've been working through it, but it's not the only one.
You guys have more races.
Doing more races. We have literally 20 or 30 more that we're working on now. Early results, we're seeing similar results for a lot of them, even better in terms of the metrology and precision. Like some of them are zeroing it out on like the 1,000 scale. We're also measuring stuff in CT machines now, which can go down to the micron. So even like 25 times more accuracy than the structured light scanning. Yeah, I think very interesting. Yeah.
So this dude you were hanging out with the other day, he has like a ton of these bases. You share that picture of you with all these bases. Is that the first time you put your hands on one?
It's the first time that I've been holding one. Yeah. This one actually is translucent. You can see the light through. But this is the collection that some of these that we're working on. I've been extremely fortunate, and I do want to. I'm not going to name names, but I'm very grateful for people that have been inspired by this made work, and they have the means and the ability to go out and collect these things like this, because these are artifacts that can be bought on the antiquities market, and they cost a lot, obviously. But I'm extremely grateful. Well, some of them, up to like $70,000, $80,000, $100,000. The more provenance, the better usually. Some of them as low as like a few $1,000s, but mostly the good ones. You're talking 5 figures, if not 6. And I'm very grateful too that they're willing to have them looked at now. Of course, the goal is to get into the museum and look at some of those artifacts. We're working on creating a standardized process that we can then propose to museums, and we have some very good interactions happening, and very hopeful that in the very near future we'll be able to get into some museums that do allow this kind of research. They're willing to work with us. Injury Museum being one of them, they've got a number of artifacts that would totally fit within this. I think this technology and this technique is not just to use it on phases. I'd love to see it done. We want to scan those drill cores that we looked at earlier and really define that style of groove. We want to be able to, I'd love to see this used on boxes and statues and be able to really do complex geometric modeling and analysis for those things. I think we're just on the tip of the iceberg when it comes to learning more about
the statues in Luxor, for example. Those things were analyzed similar, not obviously under those techniques, but Chris Dunn pointed out that those statues in Luxor were similar.
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, and the way we've done that is with photographic and photogrammetry. But even the smallest, the sort of relatively small statues, 6-foot statues, I think we could scan down to this level of precision, and we can define just how precise they are, how regular the curves are. I think there's tremendous things we can learn with this technology. I think that's exactly what I think we should be doing. Because who knows what it'll turn out. I just think we should be following the evidence wherever it leads, no matter how much it kind of upsets the apple cart in terms of the establishment of history. So, yeah, it's really interesting stuff, and this has been a huge project this year. And the people that are waiting for more SPA-based file STLs, they're coming. The analysis takes time. Like this stuff doesn't happen overnight. So the process is ongoing. I know there's some interest in writing a paper. We're looking for scientific papers probably coming. But for me, it's the first time I think we genuinely got some very hard evidence that is very hard to argue with about significant technology being deployed to make these things. Because the challenge is out there. I would love anyone to make one. But go make one. If you think you can do it by hand, go for it. If you think you can even machine it with a tool made out of acrylic, go for it. If you think you can get down to these numbers, trust me, machinists and people that work in these tolerances understand just how well this thing is made. I want to see it. I would love to see people attempt to make it and even come close, because I just think that we're light years away from this idea that these things are done by hand. This is great. And again, remember, these go back to freedom.
Do you think there'll be any sort of like attempt to suppress the kind of stuff these guys are looking at, or like dismiss it, or no?
Yeah, there's already people dismissing.
What are they saying?
Well, mostly it's been like, oh, the base is fake. Which is like, you know, Alex Dunn is so one of the entities that's done some about this, but he, I mean, that's the only thing they come up with. The driver base is fake. It's like, you think the base on the problem on this particular base goes back to the 1980s. Some of these bases, provenance goes back to where they'll, in terms of maintenance, they haven't known history. Go back to the 1800s. But even in the 1980s, I think you'd be challenged to make something that precise out of rose grass. And if you think you can make it today, that precise, with that much of all of that maths that's behind it and everything else, try and make it and try and see how much that costs you to make it, and then try and justify that by the cost it's going to, whatever you think you can sell it for on a particular market. It's actually damaged. The thing, it matches almost perfectly, in fact, to the eye exactly. Lots of pre-dynastic bases you can find in the Cairo. In my video, I show it. Like it is the same shape and size as many pre-dynastic bases. Obviously, there's a variety of shapes and sizes when it comes to these artifacts, but I mean, just calling it fake is about the best argument anyone's going to have, because they can't handle it. Well, somebody manufactured it, and I mean, things do happen. Like people try and sell fake artifacts, but it's like it's ridiculous to think that you can do that cheaply, or it's not. Look, this is not something that's made in some like backyard workshop in China or India, and mass produced and sold on the market. It's ridiculous. If you think it's fake, try and make one. See how long. See if you can get it here and how much it costs you. I just think it's a facetious argument. There's nothing behind it more than the desire to dismiss this because it doesn't match their worldview. No one's arguing with the mythology. Like nobody can challenge the mythology. The scans out there as well. Obviously, if you want to do it, you want to figure it out for yourself. The scans are there. You can make the same calculation Mark made. You can measure it for yourself. You can stick it in a CMM and work out the data yourself. So it's all repeatable. But the best people come up with it. It's fake or sacred geometry is woo is the other thing I've heard, which we talked about in detail. Randall, like sacred geometry is not woo. Sacred geometry is the universe. It is the fabric of the universe. Knowledge of that is what essentially comprises the mystery schools, and this is like the way you see the world. The idea that sacred geometry is woo, that's the only other thing I've heard. Oh, you should see the flower of life. Forget about it. It's completely nonsense. It's just people that don't like what it means, and they just are seeking any way to try and discredit it, appropriate it, me, because that guy has or whatever. It's like, I don't care. And I think all these other bases are going to put proof to all of that nonsense. Like there's bases here that are being scanned and provenance going back to the 1800s. In fact, funnily enough, one of these bases that happens to be on this table and is owned by this collector and is being scanned and analysed happens to have been brought up in one of the videos that we made, just like debunking this work as an example of a real base. So we'll see what this real base actually looks like. So pick this silly example because it turns out this guy owns that base. Its provenance goes back to the 1800s, and we are going to scan it because it looks to me like it's going to show some similar. Which one is it? It's the back one on the right here.
That big one?
Yeah, the big one here.
So the guy made a debunking video about that.
He used that as an example as a fake base. No, as a real base. So I'm assuming the other one, the first base we scanned was fake. Oh, this is what a real base is. Okay, right. Let's just see. I don't know what results it's going to show. I will say that not every base shows these properties. There are hand-made bases. They did work on it, but there's often a visible difference between the ones that show these sort of precision properties versus the ones that don't. Most of the handmade stuff is alabaster, but there were still handmade hardstone bases as well, and you can usually pretty quickly tell them. Yeah, it's a fascinating space. I mean,
are they all found in Egypt?
These are there is some actual artifacts from around the world that I'd love to see subjected to some of this process as well. But in general, yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff. I mean, they got this, and I would like to scan other artifacts like Roman things, and I mean, typically there's not a lot of hardstone artifacts like this that seem to display those levels of precision that come from other cultures, and obviously the technologies that they were using getting better. We're getting better too. But I'd love to scan them and compare them because even primitive lathe-made stuff, I don't think is going to come anywhere near the precision of these. The best thing, I don't know of any particular examples outside of these things in Egypt. This seems to be a pretty common. Magda Fuente Bowl, maybe a few others that I'd love to see scanned. But yeah, I think this technology is applicable for lots of different items.
Yeah, they're like time capsules from a previous civilization. Trying to teach us something. What are they trying to teach us?
They're telling us that they knew, man. I think a lot of it is an expression of. I mean, we're not trying to teach whoever the hell finds the Voyager probes anything. We're just trying to let them know that we were here.
Yeah, so we got to figure it out. Yeah, well, bro, you got to catch a flight.
I do at some point, yes.
So in about 5 minutes, you got to get out of here. So thanks for coming, dude. We fucking killed it. We did a whole flurry of podcast this weekend.
We did, man. It was very enjoyable, man. Thanks for bringing me out again. Always great to see you.
Yeah. Where can people find out more about what you're doing? Keep up, obviously. I'm sure a lot of people listening already know, but don't tell them where they can research it online. Book's not out yet, right?
No, yeah, I'm working on it. Another probably going to be a little while for the book, but yeah, Ben Van Jerk is the name if you want to look me up. But otherwise, UnchartedX.com or YouTube.com/C/UnchartedX. I'm also on Spotify. I'm on board. You can find all my videos on Spotify, like I said. I'm trying to stop on Rumble too now. But you can I'm on social media. I'm not super active on there, but yeah, Twitter, Instagram, all that's linked on the website. Pretty much in all of the videos that YouTube.
Yeah. Twitter drama going on.
I don't play that, man. If I wouldn't be on social media if it wasn't for this stuff. But yeah, there was some. I did get some enjoyment out of some of the things I saw happen on Twitter yesterday.
It's so funny that there's people on Twitter just for that stuff, and there's people like you who are just on there just to show the stuff you're doing in the real world.
Yeah,
and it's so funny when you see those two worlds collide.
I ain't got no time for social media. Honestly, I stopped spending time on social media looking at what people said about watching.
Yeah.
So I think Twitter's meant for arguments. It's literally engaging with one another. That's
Well, I'll link everything below, and thanks again. I'm gonna get you back. What are you working on anything new right now that's coming out? What do you got going on?
I am actually. I'm taking a look at the Serapeum here shortly. I just got back from England. We didn't talk about the stone circle stuff, but there's a lot of research involved in that as well. But yeah, if you look at the Serapeum, it's coming up. I haven't really done a video talking about the Osiris shafts. I have some other structures up there in Giza that are interesting. South America, yeah, I'm always working on things. There's another phase video coming about the recent scans and some more data coming about those.
Were you filming when you were down there in Sarasota?
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, normally, yes. Like this was a chance for me to see these things in person, handle them in person. It's the first time, as you said, that I've ever got to handle them like full units. You can find pieces of them in Egypt and like in Egypt, but yeah, the first time I actually handle them, yeah, it was a thrill. I'm really thankful to that guy for letting me play with his tools.
I'm going to at least put a seatbelt around it. He's driving
One might have fallen off the front seat. I wasn't there. He said it's fine. I mean, the fat ones are probably okay, but there's one in here that's like translucent.
Wild shit, bro. Well, we'll get you back in the next year. So
cool.
Thanks again, and goodbye, everybody. One of the hottest topics right now that I want to talk to you about was this new earth-shattering technology with these plasmoids and plasma energy that you are working on with Malcolm Pendle. Everyone really got like tipped off about this when you did that episode with Joe, when you and Grandma on Joe, right? And And what you can explain better than I can. What happened with that?
Yeah, well, the subject of, we're talking about ancient civilizations and did they have potentially an energy source that they were utilizing? And that's always been a fair question and one that's been in my mind for many years. And I had mentioned a few things to Grant that I had, had some conversations with a scientist that had been working on developing energy system based on plasma, which is the fourth state of matter. And at the time, I'm thinking, what I've heard and seen so far sounds promising, but I'm not qualified to have an opinion definitively on whether or not it's valid and viable. So I was very tentative at the time, and I knew at the time that there was going to be some testing in the pipeline that was going to determine whether or not this technology had merit. So I kind of was tentative. I was not too open about it, but excuse me, but I did disclose some information, maybe more than I should have at the time, in terms of the specifics, where his lab was and all of this. So as a result of that, it kind of led to one thing, kind of led to another, and he actually came to America to meet up and now. So we met and we spent a considerable amount of time where he was tutoring me in the science and the technology. And the reason I had originally connected with him was because, in this work I had done in sacred geometry, he had seen some of that had been posted by my friend Brad Young from recordings of lectures I'd given 15 or 20 years ago. And he'd seen some of that, saw that the geometry he was talking about had direct relevance to the science and technology of plasma. So because of that, he reached out to me, and we're going back about 8 years now. So we had regular conversations over a couple, 2-3 times a year, where he was giving me updates, and then, at the end of that, it's kind of so that was sort of what led up to the comments on the remarks on Joe Rogan's. Now, in the interim, I had had an opportunity to talk to an Australian author by the name of Olaf Perry. He was one of Australia's leading authors and investigative reporters. So Malcolm said I should read a book that is a fiction book, but a lot of it is actually drawn from Roland's investigations of Malcolm. So, and it turned out that Roland Perry and Malcolm were friends, because Roland had spent 4 years investigating Malcolm's claims and looking at some of this stuff that had come up in the 90s and the 2000s, where he was in basically, his background was geochemistry, and it was an oil process. My profession was exploring alternative energies, like going back to stuff like the kind of stuff that you would trace back to people like Nikola Tesla and Victor Schauberger and others. There's a whole succession of these inventions throughout the 20th century, and even into the 21st century. One of the most recent was Ken Schultz, who did a lot of research into plasma energy and how plasma energy might be used as an energy source. So I was starting to dive more into the Tesla stuff, and some of these others, Shannon Meyer and some of these others who have been doing this kind of work. And it seemed like, yes, the more I learned, the more it seemed like, yes, these guys really were on to something. Right? So that just made me have more confidence that Malcolm, if he's in that section, in that line of research, and building upon what they've done, that gave me a sense that maybe it's not as incredible as it may have seemed. Okay, so Roland Perry from Australia. I had about a sent me a copy of the site. And in this conversation, he said, yes, essentially what happened was, he discovered it in the oil deposits, and one of the big oil companies, he had the licensing to drill, and one of the big oil companies had overstated their reserves, or getting a lot of trouble because of that. And they saw that he would be able to buy it, and they coveted that particular oil. And so what they did was they became a whole campaign driving, when they were driving, and politicians, our alien has been, which is where the oil was discovered. And as a result of that, the whole smear campaign launched against him and discredited him with the objective in mind of scaring, painting him as a nut job, and scaring away investors, right? Because he was trying to raise money for the drill. He had several investors on board. Well, this whole thing turned into this kind of a scandal, politics, conspiracy theories, all of this. And finally, what happened was this oil company got caught. They got exposed. The board of directors resigned. Yes, we do. I would prefer not to. But I just don't feel like drawing any attention to things. Because if they want to do things, maybe they'll find out. Very well-known oil company. And their board of directors resigned in 2003. But that was so basically discouraged to the point of disgusted over the whole thing. This is politics. He decided that rather than going forward and trying to push forward on the drill, he was just going to go back to what he's been doing in his free time for nearly 4 years, which was exploring alternatives. Literally since he was back in high school is when he started. So he spent 7 years isolated, writing up his notes and building some programs, and then the prototypes were tested, and the principles turned out to be out of the prototypes he did what they were supposed to do. And since then, now, since he came to America, he had one of the things he did, and I have it right here, we did a 240-slide show that uses all of the principles, which I'm still working on copies, because there's a fair amount to it. You know what I mean? It's just like, one of the things I kind of compare to is maybe you go back 120 years and you have alternative current electricity. Some of the basic applications can be relatively simple. You don't need to necessarily build all of the physics behind it, right? To be able to use it. You can, for example, rebuild the engine of a car without necessarily knowing all of the physics of an internal combustion engine. Right? So, where was that was, after the road asked me to come back. So, in the interim, as I said, now he came over here, he was here, and he had set a date for me to be on the show, and I'm not just or whatever, we drove from Georgia out to Austin, Texas, myself, Brad Young, Joe Howard, who, has been one of the key researchers in the shoulder drives, impact hypothesis, and he runs the Rothschild'S website. He was the one who organized the Cosmic Summit. Oh, wow, you got the same thing. So George, I did this application because he was here and I didn't talk to him about this conversation. So I invited him because I just wanted to and then Stephen Puzzle, who was been my assistant, that helped me out with stuff. So I think it was 500 guys. We drove out there, went to Austin, and then I was able to build the next day. I called him up and I said, George, just so happens, we want to talk about the Senate, just so happens that the inventor is here with me. I can bring him on. He could probably explain and elucidate some of this stuff better than I could because I'm still kind of about it. I'm very much about at this stage of my understanding. So he said, sure, bring him on. Okay, so fast forward an hour until we get there to the studio. So basically what happened was substance abuse, talking about the science and the technology, plasma and energy utilization, all of the conspiracy theories and politics and scandals. And as a procedure, I'm constantly trying to steer the conversation back to the science. So Joe was kind of an example from the start. Yes. Which, and I don't blame him. I mean, it kind of came as a surprise. I knew this, I'd seen enough of this stuff. When I had my conversation with Joel Perry, we talked about it, we discussed it, explained the whole backstory and all that. And, Malcolm is in the same routine, just like Dan was saying in our conversation with Dan Percy, we were sitting here talking about a lot of these guys, start thinking in their personal life, they're going to find Nicholas Tesla. He was very antisocial. Let's say we're going to try to discredit Tesla's work by attacking Tesla. You got to be able to separate the two. And so, by the end of the interview, as it's proceeding, I'm getting a little more frustrated because we're not talking about the science. And I've got this great slideshow that I put together. I keep trying to pull the attention back, but then it'll go right back in, they will bring something up. Because, it Malcolm got the pencil. So by the end of it, I just, and it was in the process, I knew that there was some testing in the pipeline that was going to be basically kept under wraps until the results of the testing. It was not going to be made public until the testing was complete. Some of that stuff, when it came out, in the exchange, it wasn't supposed to be public. And I'm thinking, well, the way this is played out, we didn't get into the deep dive into the technology at all. And so I'm thinking, this is going to be crazy if this goes out. Just crazy.
Did you ever come around at any point during the conversation and say,
Yeah, a couple of times when Malcolm made some claims about things that happened, and Jamie was over there, pulling it up, and here comes right up, just exactly as Malcolm said. So there's a couple of points where, wavered, and there was a couple of points where Joe was like, wow, where he was saying that he was and stuff, but it just, the way it played out. So after the interview was over, we're back up to the meetings and calls to the side. With the interview, we didn't hear it right away, so I just did. I took the address, don't hear it. They released through this, and I did. There's going to be this next few months, 6 months, there's going to be so in order to get the questions going on, independent, and one of the weeks, you get the results of this. So if you come on this road, nobody's supposed to come on that road. A lot of that testing was going on over this summer. And so, so we have some test results in hand. And the test results are coming out pretty unanimous that the technology does what it is claimed for. It produces an enormous amount for any I get into some of that. And again, I'm still at this point, like several businesses now with the technology. You get a lot of contractor with aerospace industry and NASA, very highly credentialed, highly credible individual, with integration in this technology, in dealing technology, which is, the preparation of the fact that we have to prepare metals launch a rocket ship. You have to make sure that metal is prepared properly, right? So, like you said, he kind of captured the So, like I said, there's been testing going on over the summer. They rated those July, first industrial scale application locally technology. And they retrofitted a 400 kilowatt generator power plant just outside of London. And we're testing it there. And I have to test results.
Is there any speculation or evidence that some of this technology could have been designed to build these mega structures, pyramids, or anything like that?
I think it's very possible. And that was why that was kind of because how I initially made those remarks on Joe with Ray, because that was the subject that came up in the conversation. And so I said it was that, and it's crazy ever since. And of course, I put out places that, I was just kind of in a holding pattern for some of the further testing out there. Good point. Some testing has already gone down, right? And there was videos that kind of videos that talked to, well, in fact, I went to a meeting in Arkansas about a year ago, and I met some of the key people that were coming together to solve the commercial opportunities. One of them is one of the individuals thankfully to build one of the prototypes and testing fees and all of that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, there are several manufacturers that are in. I mean, nobody is, signed up to dotted line yet, but again, they were waiting to see what the results of the tests were. So now, a few weeks ago, Albuquerque, New Mexico, was the annual Test and Tech conference. All of these people interested in testing technology and into the latest things all come together every year to compare notes and see who's doing what. Malcolm and George Howard went out there. Mike Robertson, who is the CEO of Outlook, went down, and you had 3 or 4 different people independently genuinely documenting the whole thing, where they took around a 30 kilowatt, about 4,000 watts and retrofitted with the technology in front of the audience. They tested, they had, independent people coming in, like, one was from, from high level, they had mass somebody, one of the scientists that came here, I don't remember who he was affiliated with, he brought a mass spectrometer. Now, not the official capacity, Los Alamos is not one of the official capacity, but people that worked on that level. So they came in and you had people bringing in their own gas analyzer to analyze the films coming out of your exhaust or refrigerator. They had to determine, in other words, so they have the technology to turn it on and turn it off. And start to generate it, you get the reading. Now, in the tests that are going on currently, as you see, in a laboratory, I can't say which laboratory yet, I will be able to hopefully review this, but they got 2 generators, they got a programmer and one of the technology, so that we run both simultaneously. And again, it's very happy. Showing that the technology does what it's supposed to do. Well, it's specifically about the technology. Well, first of all, once you begin to understand what the plasma is, the geometry link, I think, for me, is the thing that really brought home that possibility. Because, again, it's complicated. I don't know where to really start. Because part of the problem is, again, my level of understanding of the technology is still, having that 6 months from now, and I will be able to talk more about it because I was taking a deep dive, and because of the people at that reason that are also highly qualified scientific world who are now taking their first look at it. We're kind of all simultaneously kind of like signed up to this course in plasma technology. So we're sharing and comparing notes as we go forward.
But didn't he say that? So he's not going to explain how this technology was built on the back of sacred geometry and stuff.
That he says that I built the foundation and he built the house on top of it. So I think he's giving me more credit than I do. But apparently he found something that's considered of value in what I have done. Because it all comes down to geometry. The control, see, geometry, the plasmoids have an affinity for certain geometries, and they are self-organized. They will cohere into an organized system. Now, once they go from the let's just go to a little background. You have 4 stages of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, plasma. Plasma is the most ubiquitous energy, probably 90% of all the antimatter, all matter is energy, right? Because most of plasma, the sun is plasma, lightning is plasma, the aurora borealis, the northern light, that's plasma. Okay, so all of these things, these are manifestations.
There she is. How are you?
Industrially for a number of purposes, which I'm still learning. But the question is clearly ancient cultures have known about it, and I think the answer is yes, I think they're good. But were they? And I would say I think it's very possible that they did. Why? Well, just like electricity is such a ubiquitous phenomenon, and 150 years ago, consider what we knew about electricity 150 years ago compared to what we're doing now in its applications, right? You look at the whole 20th century, you've got basically chasing the basic principles of electricity, electromagnetism, learning how to develop technologies from it, right? So think about all the things that we're doing with electricity right here and right now, right? Okay, so electrical phenomena, electromagnetic phenomena would be a natural thing for evolving civilization to exploit. Well, in plasma, you've got, going back, solid, you've got strongly bound electrons, and if you add energy to the system, like if you add energy to the particles, still solid. Every solid will have a different temperature, but if you add energy, the solid will melt. Okay, so now it becomes a liquid. The electrons and neutrons are still bound, but there's much greater degrees of freedom. And that's why that's a liquid flow. Solid, it doesn't change its shape because of how strongly the electrons and the neutrons are bound. Okay, for the liquid, like what's in this can, the liquid is taking the shape of the can. If I have anything else, if I pour it into that cup there, it's going to take the shape of the cup, right? Now, if you have more energy, the bonds between the electrons and neutrons weaken even more. Now you're in a gas state, right? So you have greater degrees of freedom. However, there's still a connection. There's still bound. Even though it's a weak bonding, they're still bound. And more energy. And now you have a complete disassociation between electrons and neutrons in our ions, and they're free flowing. The interesting thing about a plasma is it can be electromagnetically conductive, and it has an affinity for certain geometries. And that's the key. And the one form that is most drawn to the bottom of the a kind of a donut shape.
So when the electrons, the neutrons, the ions, the plasma, they're completely unbound. Yes. Not connected at all. Can you see it? We can see lightning, right?
Oh, yeah, you can see lightning. Absolutely. Yeah. Ball lightning. Not this year, but we can prove it is this. Ball lightning is plasma. It's a self-coherent, self-organized system of plasma. So the key is with the technology here is being able to utilize the plasma. And when we become self-organized into a coherent system, like a plasma, rather than just a free ocean without a structure. Because once it becomes self-organized into a forest, it can now be used as a source of income. Now, I don't know if I got every detail because that's information exactly, but that's kind of the basic concept. And so what Malcolm learned how to do, number one, he learned how to create a plasma that flows energy signal by mixing air and water together, where the air is ionized by being exposed to ultraviolet light, roughly 100 micron wavelengths. It is the same wavelength of light that's emitted when the plasmoids are created. Now, the plasmoids are being created out of water, by producing bubbles. Bubbles that are large bubbles you can see, but very small micro bubbles that you can't see. They're microscopic bubbles. Okay? The microscopic bubbles were a necessity because only the microscopic bubbles are perfectly symmetrical and spherical. So what happens is, and I can put a video over here in a minute, so we call the bubble. It's the plasma energy. And what this does is it takes this free ionized air and mixes it with water and it injects it into the bubbler. And there, the bubbler is subjected to alternating vacuum and compression, vacuum and compression. The vacuum creates the bubble. The compression causes the collapse of the bubble. And it's no cavitation bubbles. And there is a history of this to learn to look up cavitation bubbles. Okay, so with the vacuum supply, the cavitation bubbles picture a sphere that's rotating that has an axis, right? Now imagine if you take that sphere and you collapse it along that axis so that it becomes this donut shape. Imagine in a cross section, it actually would look as if what it's doing is it's assuming the shape of an infinity sign, right? So the what we got there? Yeah, there we go, right there. There we go. And I would say this representation would be like all little microscopic bubbles. Yes, except the difference is what this is showing is a collapse along one axis, and then you've got the board. You have the far right, you have this board right. Yeah. What's happening in this system is that the collapse is coming from both the north and the south pole, and meeting at the equatorial plane. So now you just figure you got this vortex coming down because it's in the tornado right down. Okay, that makes sense. So you got that coming from both right poles, bottom and the top, and you're meeting at the equatorial plane. And what's happening is that the plasmas are accelerating down that vortex to high rates of speed, but in opposite directions. So in the northern hemisphere, it's counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it's counterclockwise. And that's really, if that's zero point. And this is what is now being referred to as zero point. Harvested. And what I just weird now, bro. So you're looking at it from above. And if you follow the path of this thing is spiraling around down towards the center, it's spiraling into this vortex. And the same thing is happening in the opposite direction from the southern hemisphere. And then if you take cross sections of it, like this is a 16-fold division of that torus. And so if you look at one of them, there's your infinity system. Which might be a first hit. And football is like an 8-4. Right? I mean, you see as well, right? Well, that kind of represents the universal opposites that come together because in the infinity system, I mean, in the yang system, we see it, we just look at it, it's a fixed, but in reality, the whole point. It's dynamically in motion. See? So now the other thing is that you realize that as this spiraling plasma, electrons and ions are spiraling down the vortex, this is a changing frequency. So vibrations, they're changing frequencies, and the frequencies coincide with the frequencies of the colors in the spectrum. So that's what we got right there. Then the next step is realizing that these elements can be laid along this vortex. And you see the vortex is spinning down everything, each of those frequencies correlate with one another. Well, because every single thing in reality vibrates. Everything vibrates. Yeah, colors vibrate, sound vibrates, everything can vibrate. Right? Everything vibrates according to certain frequencies. So every element has a different frequency. Yeah. And so we discovered that those frequencies can be plotted along this spiraling motion. Which is the pathway of the plasma that is spinning down and the frequency is based upon this particular triangle. Let's not try to get into that before that. It is not necessary because I know of one of the people that I met in Arkansas, summertime, they take different steps to farm. He built the thing in his shop and tested it. He was busy. Yeah, it took him 5 hours to replicate an internal combustion engine. And he says back to his uncle, I mean his father-in-law, he says, well, I don't know how it works, but I looked it up and it worked. He put the gas analyzer there in the exhaust pipe and he saw for himself. Okay, when he turned the technology on and he turned it off. So, and I'm at that point where, okay, I've seen it up now, I've seen it myself, I've been in the lab, I've seen it work. I stood right there while he attended engineers and classes with their equipment for testing. And so I watched myself. And I was already convinced because I've seen probably half a dozen videos. Because every time it's been tested, there's a video recorded. So like, I've seen the videos from the Albuquerque, the testing tech conference, and George Howard, who was a total skeptic, he was there. And yeah, he was like, oh, well, so there's a video of him getting down. We've got this, they're running a generator without the technology. And they had to do it outside because the fumes were so strong, right? Coming out of the exhaust fumes are coming out of the exhaust pipe. They're so strong, you had to move the thing outside out of the loading dock, right? Turn the technology on within about a minute. Couple of minutes. Instead of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, methane, and other hydrocarbons coming out, they've all gone down to just a small percentage. Some of them we zeroed out. What's coming out is like 20% optimum atmospheric level of oxygen you would be breathing in a pristine, unpolluted, natural environment. And that's what's coming out of this probably not that much inside you. But if you were out in George Washington, couldn't see it was a pristine alpha meadow without polluted air. If you're breathing that, that's what's coming out of you. George got down. George the skeptic got down and he was it's on video. It's on live stream now. So anybody who wanted to sign up, and there were people all over the world watching this happen real time. He gets down, we're joking about how George Howard was helping the plasma. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the skeptics have been having a field day. So, well, okay, so this This is the mechanic of son-in-law, and I just told him he just finished retrofitting a generator in his shop. And I watched the video of him saying, I don't know how it works, but I just hooked it up and turned it on, and it works. So right you see here, this is the bubbler right here. This is the flask with the big generator. And this is where the UV light, there's three ionizing the air in this chamber. You can't see the whole system. It's just understand generator. Thunderstorm generator. That's what they call it. So that's those donut shapes. How we create inside that silicon bubbler. That's right. And then the one steroid, they pump the donut shape. Oh, it's cool. Yeah. So the one inside that bubble. What are they doing? Billions. Yeah, billions. That is the video. I don't know if you're playing the video. Let's see if I can buy that. Turn it all down. So this is Gary Lake. He's in London. He's been overseeing the build-out of the big industrial. Now this is a couple of years ago when they were still testing like backyard scale of things. So this is, he's got this in his backyard. He's built the thing and hooked it up to a Honda generator. I'm going to fast forward through some of it, but get some good explanation of what's going on. Let's see if I can. Okay, so he's pointing the gas analyzer here. They're going to hook up to take the control from the analyzer. They're going to put it in the exhaust pipe that's down here. They're going to feed it into the exhaust pipe. I think this is the guy who built it according to the specifications. So he's now going to uncover. So you see the generator there. And okay, so I'm going to pause it right here for a second. Okay, so this is the ionizer. So they feed air into the top. Segmented to UV light of a frequency of about 100 microns. And then that's comes down here in this pipe. And it's mixed with water. And that's updated through the bubblers when the cavitation bubbles are created. And then those millions of cavitation bubbles collapse. They emit a light. They emit frequency of UV light, ultraviolet light, in the same frequency as the free ionizer. And there's this free ionizer chamber that is the key to being able to generate the plasma at lower energy than it would normally take because of this disassociation between electrons and okay. I don't fully understand exactly how it works. Get me back in 6 months and I should be able to be a little bit more, more 40 years. That's where the energy is. Light. UV light. I wouldn't say that's where the energy is coming from. But the UV does when those cavitation bubbles collapse. Now, that UV light, perhaps, again, on my understanding of this, it's still in frequency. Over here, this thing right here is where the water is. The water is spinning here and it goes down. That water comes up here into the bubble. And then the bubble captures those plasmoids and feeds them into the thunderstorm generator. But as we go around, that's closed. Pointing out the explaining how the bubble works. So here, this is the center of the whole system. This is the thunderstorm generator right here. If people want to kind of get the basic principles of how the thunderstorm generator is hooked up to rain, RAN2 vortex. So rain is a vortex. But actually, I think I've got a slide. So this is the heart of the thunderstorm generator. And what it does is it separates the green hot, the green cold, and then brings it back together. So you get a green hot
Time. You ready, folks? I'm sure the bitches will want. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Okay, well, I'm gonna do that thing that I do on Instagram, so if you want to watch that, feel free. All right. I can't hear you very well. Not that you're not coming in clearly. It's just I don't know if you're enunciating. Just enjoy the show, as they say. 'Cause I'm gonna make a fool out of myself. What'd you say? I don't think that's possible.
There you go.
In a world where darkness threatens. So where you from, y'all?
San Diego.
San Diego. Hell yeah. How long you been out here now?
Moved here like almost 2 years ago.
Loving it?
Yeah, man, it's great. It's great. It's such a good place for coffee. I'm like,
You been to LA?
I lived in LA on 2 separate occasions. I was there for like a year and a half over COVID, and I was there for like 15 years ago.
15 years ago?
That's a while ago.
You might have ran into each other. What year? 2010?
Like 20, yeah.
That's when I went to LA.
I wasn't doing comedy or anything. I was an improv guy. What do you think of improv is?
I took improv class.
You did?
Yeah.
Where at? UCB? Groundlings?
Maybe the Groundlings. I can't remember. That was so long ago. At the time, my acting coach was like, you need to take improv.
Do you think it helped?
I think stand-up comedy is the best improv. You can handle hecklers, learn how to deal with that.
Well, dude, comedy is just improv, right?
Thinking on your feet. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta use that yes and, but I get the formula. Because like you get that, and then it's like, all right, I gotta do something back. So the yes and, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I was doing. There's no money in it. It's so low. You would hate it so much. Wait. So I did one improv show here in Florida, and before they started, they were like, before they started the show, they were like, just so you guys know, we're performing in Stone Land. So they did that. And then before we went out, they had like is there anything off limits for you guys? And one girl was like, yeah, no cancer stuff. And in the back of your head, you're just like, you have cancer. They can't like come out and be like, hey, you have cancer, like, you know. And so it's very, yeah, and then pronouns, it's your pronouns before. It's just, yeah, it's too.
Sometimes I feel like the wokeness is more in your face than Austin than it is in LA.
Really?
Sometimes I feel like that. I don't know, maybe the area I live in. Like I live in West Hollywood in LA, bro. You gotta live on
Well, I think it like wokeness push people towards conservative. You know, like I became more conservative when I saw like just they push people too hard.
and it's like, all right, we respect y'all. We respect it all now.
You just turn the technology on. You can see carbon monoxide
It's like a shift. Your shift is push back. You see like the woke movement is a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, bro,
That's what the technology is.
even if you go before those universities, I think they kind of know what to expect.
Carbon monoxide is operating in hydrocarbon. So this is percent of carbon monoxide. This is the parts per billion of hydrocarbons in the air. So now, we will turn the technology that off, and then we'll see what happens as soon as you touch the technology that got the carbon monoxide. Well, yes. But, yeah, just like you got more professionals out of that.
I think so, or like a Netflix presents, like, was it funny? All these, I didn't watch it. I just saw the, like, you know how Netflix showed the reels? I just saw that, and I clicked on the guy,
now he turned it off. I'm sorry. So now he's turned the technology back. I guess I skipped a little bit into it. So now he's turned the technology back on. So what we're seeing is that those numbers are going down. See that? See it?
That's not true. So it's like,
he's explaining it as he goes here.
Very huge comment. He invited me to
let's not spend too much time on that. Let's, here's the cross-section of the sphere.
So this is a diagram of what's going on inside of those spheres.
Exhaust gases are introduced at an angle. First expand anti-clockwise and then contract clockwise as they pass through the cavity between two spheres. This creates opposing tornadoes within both the outer and inner spheres. So again, this is available. People can download this and go through it themselves, and several people are now. This is what I'm talking about. This is your micro vortex tool. If you use a compressed air supply with a room temperature of plus 20 degrees Celsius, let's see what does that convert to Fahrenheit. Does that convert back to Celsius? So right, almost room temperature. So check this out now. Okay, so you produced it at almost room temperature at 73. Okay, so what is happening is there's no moving parts in this thing. It's simply based upon vortex geometry, rolling vortex. So it comes into the chamber where pressurized gas is injected tangentially to a swirl chamber. So this is a swirl chamber in a vortex. In the thunderstorm generator, the spheres are in swirl chamber. So that is the first part of it is to sphere. And then that begins the swirl of the gas. Yeah, there. And then it begins to travel through these tubes. And there's two tubes. There's an inner tube and an outer tube. The inner tube is like cold air, and the outer tube is like warm. So look at the cold air is coming out at minus 15. So the inner recorded temperature minus 15. Steve, what is minus 15? So negative 15 degrees below zero Fahrenheit is coming out one end. At the other end, the maximum recorded temperature in the vortex is 200 degrees centigrade. So it goes from a high of 392 to a low of 57 below zero. So it's not the weather and no separation in this tube. Those moving parts. And if you read this file, one of the things that comes up is that scientists are saying, well, we don't know how exactly how it works, but it works, and it's being used from the industry. You know, where we can use it in nuclear reactors, it's used in air conditioning technology. It's got multiple applications, vortex tubes. Nobody really knows how it works. Yeah, these same vortex tubes are used in air conditioning. Yes, right? In air conditioning industry. And now I want you to look down on what's happening on this end. Right? There's a cone right here. It's this cone that is pushing this high temperature. You see, it's coming. Look at it. See what's happening is it's traveling down this tube. It's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And it's injecting, let's see, into the conical nozzle at the end of the tube. Only the outer tail of the compressed gas is allowed to escape at that end. Got it. Yeah. The remainder is forced to return in an inner vortex. You can see this. So here's returning, coming back, and it's cooling as it's coming back up the tube. A reduced diameter to run the outer vortex, and it is now being emitted in the other. Okay. Now I don't. Yeah, but how it works, I don't know. Yeah, where is the high? Now, I guess, say in air conditioning applications, I guess you would capture that cold air or cooling nuclear reactors. There's some adaptation of this type of technology. And again, I think research is, yeah. So 6.9 bar. Was a difference in injury. Here comes your air supply. And anybody who watched this, and I encourage people to do your own research. So what we're trying to do is get a group of people who are students of this who are exploring it, testing it, comparing notes, and so on. There's a lot of stuff to get over here. This is, so what is that big diagram about that? These are all the elements. This is where it gets interesting. This is the plasmoid unification model. And again, this is basically this integrates all sounds, all colors, all elements, all of the sacred numbers are in this, astronomical numbers. Look up here to the right of the sun, 864,000. And people can go through this and work this out. I've had some posters, full big-size posters printed up with this that I would sell to anybody who wanted them. If somebody wants to really get in and study this, it's really cool on the wall. There's so much information. If anybody wants to dive into this, the diagram is the sun of Earth. Down here, showing the numbers. The sun is 864,000 miles. And it's showing how those numbers that measure the sun, the earth, and the moon correlate to these various things.
You don't want to take risks. You're just trying to go all the time.
So in our previous discussion with Dan, we just touched on some of this. When you're working on a new job, you got to basic diagrams, Karen laid the ionization chamber, especially if you get like this, then that's fed into the thunderstorm generator, then there's the generator, it captures the exhaust output of the manifold and feeds it right back into the thunderstorm generator. So this is these blades these fossil fuels only can get the initial temperatures to create the plasmas, and then once you've done that, it's self-perpetuating. But it requires something in the energy. So the models now use fossil fuels only in the initial, but once the requisite temperatures are reached and you generate the plasmas, now it is, and I still, at some point, I don't know what it does, but it can run. I mean, as long as the equipment has that. So one of the things that's not being done, like the Ford Rock, is they're now going to go into the high performance metals. So I think the lifespan of this process is going to be dependent upon the lifespan of these materials out of which the thing is made. So in the interview, which I can play, I mean, I had it in the interview that we're talking about now. Yeah, you got industry contacts, so they're going to be going into like high performance materials, kind of materials that you're using in the aerospace industry to build the generation of thunderstorm generators. So the pre-ionization chamber, the function of the chamber is to pre-ionize internal air to the engine. The air is drawn into the chamber by a vacuum emanating from the engine that is to be pre-treated before it enters the plasmoid generator. That's the double. It is pre-treated by exposing the air to ultraviolet light at a specific frequency of 100 microns. This frequency is determined by the frequency of ultraviolet light emitted from collapsing bubbles within our plasmoid generators. The bubbles collapse violently as they are exposed sequentially to both vacuum and pressure pulses, resulting from the infinite distance within the combustion chamber of the engine of the generator. This has the effect of making the gases. This pre-ionization has the effect of making the gases go reactive by ionizing a small percentage of each gas present in the air, whether nitrogen, oxygen, or argon. And this all comes back into the carburetor. Yeah. And then it sucks stuff. The hydrocarbons, the carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, that's all being recaptured and broken down into sort of a low energy atomic reaction. So here, here's the diagram, the schematics of the pre-ionization figures. So again, all of this is open source, so people can go on. I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and bluster all you want about hoaxes and frauds and all of that. But while you're doing that, while these people are doing that, others are actually now building using these. I know there's one guy in Australia, young fella, very smart young fella, who is building his own machine. I can see the schematics. And we can see what the results are. Here's a cross section of the schematic of the bubbler. All the parts are that you would need to build one. Right here, here's all the parts numbers that you need to put the thing together. And the team that's come together on this is totally open to helping backyard mechanics, home experimenters who want to try to build the small scale of this technology. Okay, yeah. So it's been pretty interesting. People have done it. Well, the first one we saw, that was Russian shit, right? So what are ultimate implications of this technology? It will massively increase the efficiency of any industry. Anything that runs on fossil fuels, the efficiency will be massively, this is one of the things that's now been demonstrated repeatedly, it massively increases the efficiency. And like George Russell says, once we have cars that are retrofitted, he really put it, he said, like, instead of cars driving down the city streets, exhausting pollution, well, we need like mobile trees. Because that's what trees take the carbon dioxide and they put out oxygen. And then that oxygen, like you get a nice pristine forest, where you've got a healthy forest with everything that's 19, 20, 21% oxygen. Yeah, combustion is only 33% efficient. I think that's definitely massive. Yeah. So all of us would be available to do this study. So I would say, good, be skeptical, but be open-minded and do your homework. Decide for yourself. Here, again, you can see it's just like very much easier to work in. Except in the good vortex view, the core there is in a confined range within the hot air, right? Okay, in the thunderstorm generator, you actually have a pipe inside another tube. Okay. And here, this is your swirl chamber right here. Now, what we do that Malcolm had shown on the description series he had on the website, where he was basically showing a giant sort of like time cone shape. Yes, it was metal and it was like a really giant metal time cone. Oh, I think that was the third one. It was huge. It looks like this thing here. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Vajra encloses turbine. Vajra is what the hell is this episode is well, the Vajra was Indra's weapon, or Indra's, yeah. That's always been very maybe. And so, like, maybe the idea was that Indra was never able to live Indra. I-N-D-R-A. I think it could live. Indra wielded Vajra. That was the source of his power. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the idea of somebody getting mythical, so I don't really have any issues on that. Well, so just like, oh, God, okay. Indra, everything was just king of the Devas, godlike deities, and Vajra, heaven and Hinduism.
There's like a scene where the girl's like, part of the greater market, and she's like doing the man thing. It's my parent, Tony was like nice about it. So it's just like, yeah, it's hanging out there. That's like way too much.
Or you might say an 18
Well, it's more than TV numbers. It's got like impressions, legendary, ritual, the generic white guy, symbolizing the property of a guy, and it's wonderful. Yeah.
The Vajra is a type of club with a rib spherical head. The rib may be in a ball-shaped top, or they may be separate and end in sharp points with which to stab. The Vajra is a weapon of Indra, that is the king of the earth and heaven. It is symbolic. It is used symbolically by the Brahmin traditions of Hinduism, Jainism, often to represent firmness of spirit and spiritual power. Okay. The weapon, so another version, I call it a weapon, the weapon is because the god of lightning. That might be a clue right there. The Vajra, now look at the Vajra. So here, so I can call this thing the Vajra to commemorate. So the wrist, spherical, and spherical. The wrist is picture the thunderstorm here. The sun with the ball shaped top. The wrist with the weather is way here. Some of the oldest writings, 5,000 years old, probably 5,000 degrees. Symbol for nature of reality. What you can wrap up and with the mantra itself are used any right by the law or any Vajraya practitioner the Vajra is a male polysymbol that represents many things. The Vajra is a the wisdom of ancient I like that. There's those sort of right. As well as Zeus. Zeus is thunderbolt was a variation of the Vajra. It's also found from Vedic.
Except it's going to be like a live show.
So it's just on. Yeah. Okay. So here, this is so this is the reading is
Make it school.
right here. This one is recognizing there's your water shape. There's your three ionization chamber. There's your plasma generator, and here's your thunderstorm generator. There's two variations. So they're still experimenting with the optimum shape and geometry of the thunderstorm generator. But I call the pictures people see interviews coming up with the one we did yesterday, he brings up showing those concentric circles. Really? Yes. And I call them measuring the bases. Measuring the bases, yes. You saw there were 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Those are the optimum dimensions for the concentric spheres of the thunderstorm generator. So this one is 4, this one inside is 3, and here we're getting up here now to the larger scale applications. This is the thunderstorm generator with one sphere and holy shit, that's massive. Yeah. So you've got the sphere here, and you get here's the inner tube, there's a smaller tube that's going up the middle of the outer tube. So this is operating again like the Rothschild'S generator. So we've got your end-to-end analyzers here, your electronic control panel, there's your cross analyzer, so it's printing out the results. So this is a replicator that says to a generator. here and inside that is
It's also like really tough that people don't realize it's like when you're trying to make some people laugh.
so there's your bubbler.
And this thing works.
Oh yeah, this is one of the things right here. You can see it. All the analysts, all the video, and the businesses
Being on that panel was like
monitoring this.
so scary as you should
So this is provided generators provided by Caterpillar. The company, you've heard of them, right?
I mean, yeah, it's like the best seat.
Well, so right here, it's what's called the event horizon, is where the plasmas are heating and accumulating. And what happens is they start to each of the plasmas is going to be like almost like a mini black hole. It's with this very powerful explosive force, right? Now, if you assemble a bunch of them together, what happens is those explosive signal accumulate and act as a single organized system. So the inner pipe, if you look at this inner pipe that's going in here, they ran it up. I believe if I remember right, what they did was this thing had 3 spheres and 3 pipes. But the intensity was so great they had to take the middle one out because what was happening is the plasmas are embedding themselves into the crystalline metal of the pipes. And then somehow their middle points are self-clearing and creating this explosive force. I'm very, I'm kind of grasping here because I've seen this on the video. That is explained to me. But I can't say that I fully understand what's going on here other than the fact that we have these millions of plasmoids forming this coherent explosive force. And then what happens is that
I thought it was funny.
the pipe, this is the inner pipe. This pipe here is this one. So in that right here is where that explosion occurred.
What is the truth?
Yeah, it's busting inwards.
You just take a screenshot of the set.
Or it's not an explosion.
Take a screenshot of a clip, and then you put it into like just this program.
So
type it
take a good look at this geometry here. Remember the cone, how the cone separates the flows. Remember we pointed out the cone thing in the vortex too? Yes. Right. Okay, so this is basically doing the same thing. So this is one scheme for, right here you can see the carbon dioxide. This shows the movement, positive generation. Notice here, 4, 3, 2. These are the ratios.
Inches.
Yeah, in this case,
The outer layer of the CO2 chamber is 4 inches wide, and the inner chamber with cold water as on gas. Okay, that's 2 inches wide.
and then let's see what's wrong in gas things. So water vapor is going in the tube, and it's coming out this end. It's a minus,
That's what it's
yeah. And then the place explain all that looks like the bicycle.
So that tiny little bottle,
It is bicycle.
and it looks like there's some sort of a typical aurora around that tiny little bottle. Yeah. That, there's some sort of like purple, like,
Yeah, I think that the Kill Tony clip on YouTube is
This is actually looking down one of those tubes that you made.
it's fucking nuts.
And the picture is trying to create a hexagonal shape.
Views on Instagram. Yeah. If I get on, I mean, the problem is, if I get on again, there's just no way I'm gonna be
The
able to like.
accumulated plasmoid embedded in the metal has this coherent
It's perfect.
zero.
I'll try.
Then when I come back, I'll have a better explanation of what's going on. But see, here's the thing. All of this precedes that the experiments are going on and different people are trying to, there's going to be ongoing dialogue among experimenters and inventors and technicians and mechanics and people that are building these things and testing them and experimenting. And they're trying to understand. I mean, I've heard So, if, somebody with a PhD in physics is still trying to figure out what's going on. I'm a geologist and an architectural designer. So, don't expect me to give me a few more months at least.
Right. So yeah, we really get to some of this. Now, what was Malcolm saying something about in 1923 there was a patent for a Model T Ford using water?
Yes, there was. And I don't know the background on that. But that's true, yeah, there was. In fact, several. And this is okay, so this is a basic assembly here that could be adapted to chimneys and capturing the effluents from chimneys. Now, this is a simple testing mock-up here, but it could certainly be done on a much more sophisticated level. But this was just to test, to try to see what was capable of attaching this thing to a chimney, particularly with the coal
For a coal stack.
Yes.
A power plant.
Yes. And in fact, one of the companies in India that is now very interested in the licensing of this is looking at this application. Because it's just coal plants. Hard to listen to something else somebody can research if they want to try to understand the scientific background of this. I won't try to explain it now because I don't fully understand the workings of the heart and whistle.
Again, buddy, that's something clear. You can't
But
fight.
we've got in this particular,
So is this interesting retrofit on the chimney stacks
And I know he, wants barefoot it's laying down.
is it possible to speculate that this could basically get to a zero?
Joe Rogan has broken his silence on Liver King's situation, assuring that he will go to jail. Brian Johnson, who goes by the name Liver King, was released from a county jail in Texas on Wednesday after posting a $20K bond. His arrest followed a charge for making a terroristic threat against Joe Rogan. The arrest came after Rogan told detectives that Johnson's posts online made him feel threatened, particularly with regard to Johnson's public challenge to a fight and his use of aggressive, provocative language. Johnson was taken into custody at the Four Seasons Hotel in Austin, where he had been staying.
This is what really gets interesting. And I'm not going to try to explain this because I'm still studying this, but you can see it's got, there's that cross section of the forest there. And it's capturing all of it. There's videos to explain the idea. So I would recommend people go online, go to houses.com or Strike Foundation and find links to all of this. You can download the videos, watch them yourself. Links to other work.
Following his release, Johnson was issued a restraining order requiring him to stay at least 200 yards away from Rogan and any member of Rogan's family. The court also ordered him to undergo a mental health evaluation within 1 week, underlying concerns about his psychological condition and overall behavior in the lead up to his arrest. Despite these restrictions, Johnson resumed posting to his 3 million Instagram followers almost immediately after his release. He doubled down on his combative stance toward Rogan, repeating his desire for a physical fight. In one of the videos, he said, "We came here to pick a fight, and we're going to do it." Directly addressing Rogan with the challenge, "I would love to man-to-man challenge you to a fight. No one's going to die, but I hope we'll both get hurt."
It's just a whole, yeah. I mean, they're not making any, nobody's making any intelligible argument to explain any of this away. In fact, like I said, several of the skeptics who come on, look at it and say, well, it's hard to understand. So, yeah.
What the pieces really are. So what is this video we found?
This is an interview between Gary Lee, who has been associated with the plasma or friend of Johnson's for years.
In another post, he claimed the Wi-Fi password in his hotel room was FU Joe Rogan, continuing to play up the antagonism. At one point, he even joked that his issue might actually be with actor Seth Rogen, a pivot many found hard to take seriously given the nature of his previous threats. In his hotel room, Johnson wore an ankle bracelet and stated that he was under curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. He recorded himself crawling on all fours down a hallway at the Four Seasons Hotel, a gesture that many observers interpreted as another attempt to grab attention through bizarre or tribal behavior, something he has become known for online. Court records and police reports show that Rogan had told Austin police officers that he had never had any personal interaction with Johnson. You can still know Joe Rogan.
nights. Anybody who's talking about this, I love it. You're all thinking too much of this is my purpose in life. And as much as it is what we eat, it's also what we don't eat. So to answer your question, I love it. When people are talking about eating carnivorously, I think Joe Rogan shows that he's having a transformation when he does it. I don't know why he does it longer.
According to Rogan, his only relationship to Johnson was through public commentary. On episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience, he had talked about Johnson's PED use and ridiculed his so-called ancestral lifestyle, which emphasizes eating raw meat and avoiding modern comforts. Rogan's critiques appear to be part of what set Johnson off, culminating in his public threats and ultimately his arrest. In a post-arrest video, Johnson stated, "I'm here in Austin for one word, family." He claimed the real issue was that a bully, presumably Rogan, had underestimated the emotional and personal consequences of publicly criticizing a man. Johnson accused Rogan of rallying others to pile on and spreading misinformation. He seemed to be referring to the Netflix documentary Untold Liberties. Released in May, Rogan included details about Johnson's steroid use and controversial fitness empire. The documentary included interviews with Johnson himself, his family, and business partners, giving a wide-ranging view of how his brand grew and eventually fell into scandal. The court documents reviewed by outlets such as TMZ stated that Rogan was confused about why Johnson was singling him out. He reportedly expressed concern for Johnson's mental state and said that the threats were inexplicable to him. Rogan made it clear to authorities that he felt the need to take the situation seriously, even though the two men had never actually met in person. In one of the videos uploaded by Johnson following his release, he said to Rogan, "Man to man, I'm picking a fight with you." He acknowledged that Rogan would likely win any physical confrontation due to his background in martial arts. Rogan holds a black belt in jiu-jitsu, a fact that Johnson openly mentioned in his video challenge. Despite this, Johnson insisted he was still willing to engage in a fight, reinforcing his confrontational stance even under court-ordered restrictions.
It was natural for this guy, literally right to my face, would say, like, blatantly, I am natural.
There's some people that are really jacked that are natural.
For sure. I fucked up. I don't know if you guys are able to watch this, what I was leading to. It's just like, I feel like his overall body composition is pretty consistently represented in the media. I don't think it's implied, though. That granted that it's like, well, if it's unnoticeable, would you even...
You don't see the stuff that's not good. You do steroids.
In one of the now viral clips, Johnson is seen holding gold-painted guns and wearing a wolf felt hat while delivering the threats against Rogan. The visuals appear designed to emphasize his wild man persona and to attract as much attention as possible. He said, "Your rules, I'll come to you whenever you're ready," while staring directly into the camera. His post came just before he was taken into custody at the Four Seasons Hotel. The video of his arrest shows Johnson being escorted to a police car by officers in the hotel's parking lot. After being arrested, he was formally charged with making a terroristic threat, causing fear of imminent serious bodily harm. His mugshot shows him with a beard and disheveled hair, staring directly into the camera. The ongoing investigation into his threats continues, with police still examining the full extent of Johnson's online behavior and how it may relate to the criminal charge.
I know this is sort of like, what the fuck is going on there? And some of these things might be a little bit humorous, but this is also not great. Like, you look at the comment section, and everyone is genuinely like, "Oh my god, he's lost his mind in class."
Johnson has long described himself as a barbarian and built a massive online following by promoting his raw meat diet and unconventional health philosophies. He frequently makes provocative statements like, "Why would I have vegetables when I can eat testicles?" and credits his muscle-bound physique to consuming raw liver, bone marrow, and other animal organs. This lifestyle has drawn both attention and skepticism, particularly when his steroid use was revealed. In 2022, Johnson was the subject of a $26 million lawsuit following his admission that he had used steroids, despite previously claiming to be completely natural. The revelation damaged his credibility and sparked broader discussions about honesty in the fitness influencer community. Johnson's claim of being all natural was a key selling point in his brand and the products he marketed, which included supplements aligned with his ancestral lifestyle.
What disappointment did you experience when you got? What do you think they're thinking? And it really got me. Yeah, first thing I do, I get up, I make a good morning story. I mean, I'm filming stories all throughout the day, every single day, to let people know. Yeah, and I think, I don't know how really to answer this other than, I let them all down. You know, I said that I didn't do this thing. I said that I didn't do steroids this whole time. You know, and I've been doing it. And so I think that when you're dishonest.
In a sit-down interview with Piers Morgan, Johnson expressed deep regret over his deception. He said, "I feel like a total piece of crap. I know what I did was wrong. I lied about it. I feel like I've let an entire generation down." These words came after months of scrutiny, backlash, and the public unraveling of the image he had worked hard to craft. Despite these past controversies, Johnson continues to act as though he is above reproach. Even after his arrest and with a restraining order and court-ordered mental health evaluation looming over him, he has not toned down his rhetoric. His continued videos challenging Rogan suggest that he is more interested in escalating the situation than resolving it or stepping away from the spotlight. It remains unclear whether these actions will lead to further legal consequences or mental health interventions, especially if he continues to disregard court restrictions and use social media to provoke public figures.
Use Joe Rogan's name to get attention, and it's just one big publicity. Clearly, there is no end game. There's nothing happening with Joe. It doesn't matter that he's still in Austin. It doesn't matter that he's out of jail. Nothing is going to happen, and I think it's clear that he's just faking this whole thing. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Like and subscribe for more.
Rogan, for his part, has largely stayed out of the public back and forth beyond his initial statements to police. His original commentary on Johnson's roid use and diet, while mocking, had not been personal in nature, according to most observers. Rogan has long used his platform to scrutinize health and fitness claims, and his remarks about Johnson fell within a broader pattern of questioning influencers who claim to live extreme or unconventional lifestyles while benefiting financially from their audience's trust. Long before recent events, Joe Rogan blasted the Liver King for repeated attempts to appear on an episode of The Joe Rogan Experience. The interest shown by the Liver King has never been reciprocated by Rogan, who only interviews figures he finds interesting. While Johnson has amassed millions of followers through his persona as a raw meat-eating primal lifestyle advocate, Rogan has remained largely unimpressed. His skepticism only deepened following the revelations about Johnson's steroid use, which came to light in late 2022.
Why do you not tell people about your steroids? Because of what it implies. I think another question is, it's the same question, do you take things? My answer has been the same because I've always told you. And you can say or think whatever you want. But at the end of the day, this is what your message is really all about. Did you know 50 years ago we had on average 50% higher testosterone? If you just think about that, we can probably go 50 to 100% higher just by doing the 9 ancestral tests. Isn't that what most people do with steroids to increase their testosterone by 50 to 100%?
Johnson is known for his hulking physique, one that has sparked frequent debate online due to its exaggerated muscular proportions and extremely low body fat. These features are not typically associated with a natural lifestyle, despite Johnson's long-standing insistence that his results were the product of an ancestral diet and rigorous discipline. For months, Johnson denied.
25 kilos lighter, sets up one venture, maybe sets up two ventures, one taking the energetic issue, that's where the issue, that's taken care of. So that's, you don't have to make any additional content, but the factory for that will be devoted to something useful. You're not going to produce
this. Wow. How many more tests do we have to do before this starts becoming something that's more mainstream and used by some of these big mega corporations?
Well, those tests are ongoing right now. Like I said, there's like a major testing laboratory in the United States that's doing a series of tests that I think is going to go a long way to establishing the credibility of this. But yeah, there's several countries that are interested in the licensing. So let's see what happens over the next 6 months. I think this thing could explode if there's not. Yeah, it could go big if it's not obstruction, artificial obstruction. Rather reality obstruction. Well, you say the community that it just, but if you want to know what I think is that, there's hundreds of billions of dollars put invested down into the alternative energy, what they call the clean energy, wind and solar, and basically this sector is completely irrelevant. I mean, it's completely irrelevant if this goes on a large scale. But I think, it may happen. I think it's going to happen simultaneously on 2 levels. I think you've got, you'll have this group of people, and some of the people I've seen that are very interested in this are very bright, intelligent young people that are studying physics and mechanics and engineering and things that are getting interested in this. And so I think over the next year we'll see more of the small scale applications, retrofitting, like this guy Jordan who does Alchemical Science. It's a website that he does. He's been really getting into this and studying the principles. And I just heard that I think he is going to be retrofitting a car. Malcolm and some of the team are going to be helping him with that, perhaps providing some of the components. And one of the ideas is to basically create.
Yo, how you living, Pam?
Because one of the things that George was really saying is that really the applications of this are mind-boggling.
Hey, come to my Discord. Do you have my Discord link?
It's very much still of, where we were 120 years ago, trying to wrap our heads around alternating current electricity.
Absolutely. It's discord.me/rabbi.
Well, what are the applications of this? Well, I mean,
Well, if you just imagine that when we first came up with the combustion engine, started developing steam engines and diesel
It
engines
says
and cars, and that's
click
when
to
we
join.
started with something like this instead, where it was now.
It's just type into a browser discord.me/rabbi.
separate study of the history of these kinds of ideas. And again, like Malcolm says, he didn't originate a lot of this. There were other inventors
Discord.me/rabbi.
worked on these ideas and built prototypes and tested them. They all met with obstacles, usually thrown in their way. Having the patent stolen, having very suppression. There's a whole sordid history of what's happened to these inventors and
All right, well,
scientists that have attempted to go down this road. And that was why the whole strategy now is to open source all of these. So, there are licenses for specific applications.
yeah, there you go. Did you just join? There you are. How you living, Pimp? Wow, so much work to get in here. What's good, big dog?
Bro, the audio's a lot clearer in Discord.
Exactly. How you living, baby?
I'm big chilling. I don't know how many times this is being echoed into different fucking voice channels, but yeah, I just wanted to say what's up.
Well, welcome. You're always welcome in here. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Let me see. I think they did an event in New York, where people got together. I was hoping to see some photos, but yeah, I don't know.
What are your thoughts on Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanino?
The price, where it is, how much each coin costs at the moment. I think it's a good buy.
All right. Well, very well. Have you been interacting with the community?
Yeah, I would say I'm probably one of the most active and consistent for a while now, but I don't want to count myself back too much.
Add away, man. We need all of the pillage of the communities we can get.
You know what I was thinking though?
What were you thinking, Pam?
Do you have like a podcast or something, or like a video that you put out like regularly, or it's just always streaming? Like, do you have a like serious audience that like is like waiting for your next video to get like published?
No.
But yeah, basically to like get someone that has that sort of thing going on, to like to run an ad, you know, like in like within their video about like the Harry Potter coin.
So you're thinking to get with an influencer and run an ad within their stream to buy the coin?
Yeah, you know how people have their like their ads that they do like within a podcast or something, instead of like just the ad playing by itself, like they read off the script or something, or they just let the video play in between.
Absolutely. So it's known as a live read. I think it's a good idea. I think if we were able to fund it to get one of the big streamers, perhaps even someone on Twitter, one of the people who's doing a big um, space, to have them do a live read for some coin or a fixed price, I think is a really good idea.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a live read. It can just be like a little trailer, you know?
Well, if it's a video, I get that. That's something that you have to go through YouTube for, if it's a YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Like a YouTuber or something that a decent amount of people watch. But just something I was contemplating. I have said like I want like a real billboard, but this is like digital real estate.
Right. But like, there's a thought that, I don't know, someone who hosts one of those really big Twitter spaces, like take Mario Knowfall or whatever that guy is, we could get in contact with his people and say, would you do a live read during your stream to have people buy Harry Potter Bomb Sonic 10 and we'll pay you X amount? It doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
Why don't you use a local radio station? I think it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Oh, who is this person?
That's a friend of mine. Her name's Audie.
What's up, Audie?
Smoking cannabis. Thanks for asking.
Okay, so is Audie also from the Telegram, or she's just like...
You know, randomly she is, but she got banned from there a long time ago.
Hey, Audie, do you still have your Harry Potter coins?
Oh, I don't know if she was ever a holder. Yeah, I don't think she was ever a holder. I think she was just a member of the Telegram at one point.
But you know about the backpack? You know about the backpack? Yo, so you think it's a bad buy? You think it's gonna dump more?
It's gonna be so fucking stuffy. I don't know enough about the project to know where this is going. I don't know who's fucking for this. I am not doing research like that. That's way too much. But I also have $0 right now.
You don't have any other coins?
No, right now I don't have anything because I lost my beloved little notebook that had all of my safe versions. and I lost my phone, and I don't remember what my passwords are or my emails are, and I have no phone. But it's okay because I think I only have like $15. But maybe if I added it all, if I had like 20. This is the lowest point I've ever been in my life. It's very listening. But if I had money, I would probably for sure buy something for good measure. I would, but I wouldn't want to not have it. You know what I mean? I would want to have it in my wallet. But how much? I don't know yet. It's like way too early to know that. I feel. Isn't it? Or is this like one of those where like it's all charted out like beforehand and that's written down somewhere?
Audie, how did you get kicked out?
It's hard to tell. How about what happened? Enlighten like in fraction. Please, if I were to
What? What did you say? Enlighten you?
Yeah. What did I do wrong?
I don't know, because I don't even know who you are or nothing.
That's a question that you're asking her that's probably best for the moderators. Because she doesn't know.
Yo, is this the third person, Rabbi? Are there two other people in here?
No. There's Audie and myself.
That's your alt, right?
Yeah, it's the one that plays podcasts.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so Audie, are you like Rabbi's girlfriend or something?
No. I'm jumping in on that one. No, she's just my friend.
What are you guys doing here together?
I'm a girl and I'm his friend. Therefore, I am his girlfriend. May have many of them. I'm like.
Yeah, she's part of the brothel with Doug.
Ding dong?
Big Dog.
No, Fin dong.
No. I mean, that's fine if people want to do that. That's not my thing.
Do what? Huh? Did he say something else after that? Oh, the train was going by. I didn't hear it.
Repeat yourself, Ken. Tim, did you hear her?
I don't think I understand the conversation.
I don't know. It doesn't help that we're talking to him and he's not answering. Tin, are you there? All right, he's doing something. Tim, what are you doing? Tim, I can't hear you in there. Come to the Discord.
Hey, are you watching the Marco Rubio thing?
No.
I like your song.
1976. Same black belt since 1975.
Yeah, lights and paths, illumination, things like that. What's the diagram? Look at all the different. It looks like something that is very similar to something like this. I was then talking about how it's like the air frequency sort of it's off the air frequency goes by some sort of sound. That was based on that too. Let's take a look at the bad thing. Now, remember some of the things that every place that the sound would be in, right? Technology. Look at the mouth. Could this be your world beater right here? You've got the feet running down, you've got the pulse that you can, which would suggest that the body is really just a total bit much larger than the feet. And maybe the body is basically just making the heart instead of the feet, just like your legs that are pointing out the other point of your area, like it's the heart of the whole system, right? Breaking the body is not yeah,
she's been picked up so many times, she's started to grow hands. Graduation, look at pictures on the top. They call it Federal Express, you know. Yeah, but you guys forgot the apartment. That's what you have to do.
sort of stuff that we started to allow before we finally, okay, this is done here. That's the question.
So they still okay. They still okay.
That was lost. So, for example, some of the stuff that Ben showed symmetry against space, a little hard stone, and the pyramid, stone, bonus, but elevating them to the top of these pyramids. Is there anything that suggests that this plasma technology, obviously this technology,
I'll tell you more right now, my last figure's a rough shape, you know? Last figure so much psychotic, I told him, Doc, I keep thinking it was wrong. He told me to get off his couch. Well, last figure's a rough week. My wife told me to go to hell. I told her you're too late, I'm already there. I'll tell you, my wife and I, we don't think alike. When she donates money to the homeless, and I donate money to the topless. She drives me nuts. She's afraid of the dark. She saw me naked. Now she's afraid of the light. I'll tell you one thing. My wife keeps me in line. No matter how many guys are ahead of me. That's the story of my life. No respect. I don't get no respect at all. When I was a kid, when my family went shopping, they only took me with them. That way they could park in a handicap section. What a child that I had. When I took my first step, my old man tripped me. And the time the whole family played hide and seek, they found my mother in Pittsburgh. It's a game called Rock Ride. So if you want to have some fun, like, look me up at Rocky.com and play Rock Ride. Just keep busy, okay? Keep busy, gotta keep busy. You know what they say, idle is the devil's workshop, you know? I'll be busy next week. I was Thursday, I can say it in Vegas. I'll be busy there. I like working on Vegas, you know? Daddy treats you right, you know, you work there. It was very nice to do. I think I'll be careful by drinking over there. I show a friend comes over here, right, me a drink. Another friend to drink, friend to drink. Before you know, an hour later, it's stupid time. I saw my doctor, he told me to watch my drink. Now I drink in front of a mirror. I drink too much, way too much. My doctor told me, you're at a 10.
What I found learning about the plasma technology,
You get older, you drink even more. I'm not a kid anymore, I'm getting old. I'm the age now when I bend down and tie my shoelaces, I try to think of other things to do while I'm down there.
the other thing, analyzing things that we are looking at here,
My insurance company sent me a half a gallon. Man, I got no sex life. I get tired just holding up the magazine. I'll tell you, at my age, you get sex over quickly, then we can get to the neck, you know? My troubles are not a sexy guy, you know? I was a centerfold for flicking a magazine. The steak was coming in. Arthritis, too. That's a beauty, arthritis. You get stiff in every place except the place you need it. same thing. I've been practicing same sex my whole life. I'd like to thank all the girls who turned me down. A lot of girls turn me down. One girl turned me down. She told me she had to get up early just to go to work in the morning. I told her I'd be finished by then, you know. This girl was no bargaining. She was fat. But she walks back when she stops character assassination of brand. Some of the others we won't mention because of the fact that there could be this blowback. But they're out there. Anybody who does this kind of research, you're going to learn all of this on your own. And that's what I'm trying to encourage people to do. Ask questions. Be skeptical. Just like George Love was skeptical of the man. But if you're competitor to that level where at some point you got to look at, I think they respected you. And I started thinking that years ago after I started having my conversations with Malcolm and they deferred. What she was saying, things that I had already learned, but I didn't have scientific foundation. But I've learned a lot. I've still got lots more to learn. I'm definitely now seeing that there's been multiple levels of tests going on. And, you know, now myself, I've been able to witness some of these tests going on. And they're incredible people, but they're as much being about this as they're coming away like yours. Like, how does this work? I don't know. I just see the results for myself. So, there's a lot of work to do to try this together. So on that, I was figure out what's the scientific rationale. Just so that the build out of the latest video that's on laptop. But he was just seeing the fabrication of the largest traditionally scale industrial scale thunderstorm generator. What was the one replicated that? This was replicated this year. This is on the 40 kilowatt generator on a power plant. There you can see the percentage here. I tell you, I'm all right now, but last week I was in rough shape, you know. Last week my wife, she signed me up for a bridge club. I jump off next Tuesday. Here's the power plant. That's very big again. Last week was rough. Last week looked up my family tree, 2 dogs were using it. These guys are not going to appear on the garage, you know. When you live in a place that only got a few drinks, one of the boats, it doesn't surprise me. He showed me a naked picture of my wife. My wife is always something. Her father just died. Jenna's body grows. Every time I take a snack, he falls out of the refrigerator. My wife can't do nothing right. Well, last week she climbed up the car, she went into a tree. She said it wasn't her fault. She blew the horn. What a driver she is. Over the dashboard, there's a pair of shoes hanging that belonged to the last guy she hit. One night, she went out, some guy stole the car. I said to her, did you see what he looked like? She told me she got my license plate number. I tell you what, ain't nothing comes easy. Well, last week I went to the track, they showed off the opening gun, they killed my horse. Well, last week I got stuck too. I bought a new book, 100 Ways to Make Love. I ended up in traction, it was a misprint. I didn't have any luck with girls anyway. I know I'm ugly. I went to a freak show, they let me in for nothing. Well, she don't go for me either. But when she gave birth, I asked if I should be in a room with her. She said, what for? I got pregnant going in a room with me. Since I'm a kid, women always gave me a hard time. My mother never breastfed me. She told me she liked me as a friend. My mother would only see me after I was born. I tell you, when I was a kid, I got no respect at all. Kids don't respect anybody. time I was lost on the beach and a cop let me look for my parents. I said to the guy, I think we'll find them. He said, no, kid, there's so many places I can hide. The old man, he didn't know me, and the time I was kidnapped, they said like a piece of my finger. He said he wanted more proof. My uncle's dying wish, he wanted me on his back using the electric chair. Today, no respect. Well, last week I was gonna jump out my window. They called a priest to talk to me. He said, on your mark.
And 3960, so the radius.
So double 3960, so
Got it. Okay. Now this is showing a diagram of solar wind with some diameter, which is 864, and
Just time verifying. That used to be one of your gives him verifying. Oh, I used to, but I don't now. I fly everywhere. How'd you get over this? We've had a lot of people on the show who said they just cannot absolutely breathe in. It's a phobia. It was a phobia, right?
That's what started with Bob Hope when I was on a tour with him. Oh, we had many crises. I think Jimmy remembers them. Jimmy's here. But now I fly everywhere because I decided that you know, when you want to go someplace, you have to fly. Or take the bus, and it's a bit long.
So you just said that you said yourself, forget it, I'm not going to be scared anymore.
Yes, and I love it now. I really do enjoy it.
Do you have any other negative phobias at all? Unnatural things that drive you crazy?
No.
One of mine is in order to fear of Rodney Dangerfield. That's one of my phobias. It's a great segue to get him out here, right? He's a strange man. He is one of New York's most finest restaurateurs. He's a real fashion center. And with the success of his nightclub, he feels he still gets no respect. Would you welcome, please, Mr. Rodney Dangerfield?
but I'm at work, don't actually take Facebook. But things back down for zero, but living different. And Connecticut, Connecticut, I think.
Here to the show answering for a bunch of teenagers. Please let's be right when you can't help boys from girls. But it goes on slides all the way, bro. I was talking to some years ago, a teenager wants to boy or a girl. He said, it's a boy, that's my son. I said, sure, you know you're his father. He said, I'm not his father, I'm his mother. That's what he likes, isn't it? After I know what I'm like anymore. When you were able to write back, they could sign all and have this night. I'm afraid. Last month I was too famous behind. My friend took away my car. It would mean nothing. I'm teasing nothing, you know. Well, last week I saw my dad at the Metal Beauty with Dennis. I said that maybe put it in a joke to match my age. He put it in a joke with 4 cabinets.
Like I said, I'm very much not a student of this, trying to understand it. I think there's multiple dimensions to this whole phenomenon. That people will be exploring for years to come. And we'll be figuring out applications and what we can do for the stuff. I've seen enough now that I think the new things are good. And I mean, now there are dozens of people that I'm aware of that I've communicated with, that I'm aware of, that have seen it. Participating in the process. Not, you know, not lightly. People who have a strong scientific background. So I think at this point it's past that it's been so further from the time I made those first comments on Joe Rogan. And that is the true intelligent testing that you have. That is the one thing that I did hear was understanding the power of what happened with the test subject to take the concept and what is now happening as we speak with people who have
My boy's birthday last week. I thought they put up the cake to get more early candles. I said, call me which comes true. He said, if it does, that's the last time you'll watch me go out there. I got you. All this time for my kid to call me out, I asked him what kind of crazy hours he told me to send my money away home. So
Welcome. How are you? What up, Eric? Eric, can you hear me? Eric. Hello. All right. Well, we're just watching podcast. Eric, feel free to watch.
Sure. Thanks, Dan.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. You were trying to explain to me last night when I was asking you about the Rush testimonies and all the stuff that you were saying. I was explaining to you that I was highly skeptical of the whole thing. The fact that they made it this big dog and pony show on national television, and I always question it. When the government starts to get behind it, I always question motives and what's going on.
There's no such thing. There's no government. We're in a state of chaos. The government is, authorization means, like easy to start as well. There are different. What you see right now happening, with the extreme Democrats trying to put in jail all the guys around Trump. That's like civil war. That's a civil war. We're already in a civil war, shooting each other. But they're trying to stop during the election. That's a political war. It's getting real bad. I mean, they're trying to put. This has never happened in the United States. It's like a banana republic.
Yes.
I mean, when they do, Clinton might do it. So I could just kill. Who's the guy that knows? The other guy. They haven't done it. Donald Trump's airplane has not been shot down yet. Right. But maybe that's coming. I wouldn't be surprised. Would you? So,
no, I honestly wouldn't.
No. So there's no difference between what's happening in Russia with Putin and what's happening in the United States. Same thing. It's organized crime all over the place. What it is, it's like the mafia. It's like different gangs are fighting each other. Russian mafia is Italian.
When you talk about these different gangs, you're about different factions of the government, like
they're all government now. Yes, they're all the government now. The government, we don't have a legitimate government.
So that's what you're talking about when you say there's a war going on in the intelligence community.
Yeah, right now there are guys. Okay, it's Trump raises their soft-body raises. I have people in the CIA, ex-CIA, who are supporting one of them. And then I have guys who are trying to destroy them. If I get hit by a car,
who's trying to destroy you?
Christopher Bell's trying to destroy you.
Why?
That's a good question.
Why would he want to?
It's because we got into a fight with Donald Trump.
You and Christopher Bell did?
Yeah. That's a we wouldn't take anyone trying. He's going to come up to Bohemian Grove and do his message for Trump.
You and him were going to go to Bohemian Grove?
I invited him. I didn't have a big one.
We should do this podcast at Bohemian Grove. That would be great.
Yeah, the guy that
we have the big owl statue. Is the big statue still in?
Yeah.
They'll let the owl.
Yeah, but they'll never let me back. What the hell was it? But it's true. There was this guy down here Rich. Now, Don Rich is one of the top members of the media. Okay? Let's take up Don Rich. Just passed away about a year ago. Yeah, it's just about a year and a half ago. Don Rich, okay, Don Rich was born in Idaho, cowboy. He's half Indian, half Apache. Okay, cowboy. Grandfather was a Texas Ranger. A real cowboy. Grew up on a ranch in northern Idaho. And his father was a friend of Kenneth Arnold. Worked for Kenneth Arnold. Kenneth Arnold was the pilot in 1947 first right before I missed. Yeah. So Don was a little boy on the 4 years old, was there when Kenneth Arnold came back and had just seen the flying saucers in Cold. Yeah. Don heard Kenneth Arnold telling his father about what just happened, what he just saw. So right there at the beginning, right? Yes. Okay. But there's some other stuff. So of course, Don Rich was in the process of ready. Kenneth Arnold was working with him. Okay, so Don, about my age, maybe 2 years younger than me. So Don goes into the Marines and becomes a tank commander and sees some action in this, I don't know, South America or India. I could get there. Not Grenada, and he gets out of the Marines in the 60s. Yeah, was he well, he's an artist, he's a sculptor. So Don had a big George, he does massive steel sculptures and stuff. They had a forge with, both famous things. And he's quite successful. He worked for Fano, a bunch of famous, got involved with all these famous people, and he started teaching because of this, the artists. Started teaching the artists. So it's like the late 60s. And then this guy, who I think is probably connected to Chipman, he wasn't Chipman, but this guy, Colonel Harry Wolf, which made up his real name. This guy comes up one day, knocks on the door, as of 1969. And Don's brother, who was now a colonel in the Marines, brother, but it was his older brother. Okay. And it was a separate flying Colonel Harry Wolf. I said, listen, we need you to support us. You see, I was. And his job is that he does this for a couple of years. He has part-time, he's a period. They give him stuff for this stuff. And doctors. It's not enough. And he has to do with small packages. And he delivering stuff to the, he said, well, what time went to China, Shanghai? And with the French intelligence, the MI6, the Australians, and the and in turn, they were, they were the parts for the Roswell crash. Parts for the Roswell crash saucer. That killed Russell folks now we're trying to reverse engineer all that stuff, right? So Don is, he's a wrong. And then at one point, Harry Wolf usually says he kicked his ball. But there's something else. There's some else to say. LSD, some LSD stuff involved with it. I don't get into it. I don't know fully what's really going on. I thought it was nothing to do with it. But apparently, this guy, Harry Wolf, was also involved with MK Ultra. That's what LSD experiments on people and stuff like that. Yeah, he was involved. He was funny. So that means he had to be involved with Chip. This was why I knew Chip. So, but this is all a CIA operation, whatever. And so Harry Wolf gives him his Army Bucket Balls, AAF, 19 Roswell, on the whole. And Harry says, don't look at this, I'll be back in a week. So, of course, struggling. They were struggling with the simple, like Egyptian hieroglyphs. Yeah, that's to be it's there. It has to be there. Wow. I didn't change it. It's not, and he's a boy. They're settling as much as everything. It's like you can't be like resist any kind of. So sometimes some of these couple like that stores. So and the coffee was everything like gravity illness as well. Jared stuff like all this water. Okay. So he's telling me I got other witnesses, not just me, Kim, or Larry Lefty, which is not Malay, and Gary Nolan or Gary Nolan. Okay. So Larry works with
They analyze these materials, right?
no, this is back in 1968. This was Don Richtown. This is way before any of this stuff. Yeah. It's back in 1968, 1969. And Harry comes and takes it back. So now, all this stuff, but I had a guy who, oh yeah. So Don Rich's nephew, they really, his uncle who actually works at Mason Dream, which is the other or something like that. That's computer animation. This kid, his nephew, this about 6 years ago, 7 years ago, walks into Cafe US, me and Kim, he says, hey, you guys got to meet my uncle, because he knows about you, he's into flying saucers and all this stuff, and he's very big on believing what's it, you guys take me to the movie. So that's how we met. And Don, he had a big library and everything, and he knew exactly stuff. Okay. Don, at this point, they had a memorial. It was like a memorial to Don. All the top guys. Big library. Don was one of the 6 guys who won the road. In charge of make sure physically, make sure they provide police schools, stuff like that, make sure everything's operating properly. Even like the city. So we grew up the road with them all the time. To hang out with them. They had all these different camps. Next door was police camps. And then we have this camp here. And there's all these camps over this camp and the kids enjoy it. Little bars and guys. I have Robert Gates. Robert Gates getting a lecture down the lake for my statue. And the lake. And Robert Gates, this is back in 2017 or something. I don't know if Trump was president. And Gates told me somebody asked about Joe Biden. Joe Biden, what? Bill Gates? No, Robert Gates was Secretary of Defense. Oh. Robert Gates was Secretary of Defense. That's it. Not Bill Gates. Well, don't go there. Oh, sure. But that Robert Gates, somebody asked him a question about what do you think of Joe Biden? Basically, he asked Robert Gates, Joe Biden is governor. Well, I know Rothschild'S from Joe Biden. Says every foreign policy position that Joe Biden has supported has turned out to be disaster. This is back. Nobody thinks Joe Biden is president. And that supports war. And I heard Gates say this. And then he supports what Trump saying for himself. So he spoke to Kevin Kennedy. It's like Trump is Democrat. Right. In fact, Trump's daughter and children rather than Jeffrey Epstein. No, that's bullshit. Okay, that's not bullshit. No, I know exactly what it is. You don't tell me because I know better than you.
I know a lot about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. I've done a lot of research on this.
Well, yeah, but I know too. What I know is this. His life. Donald Trump never did so Jeffrey Epstein was a member of the Mar-a-Lago Club as a thousand people. Okay? And then Jeffrey Epstein started hitting on a 15-year-old daughter of the guy, or one of the guys who was in front of him, garden or something like that. As soon as Trump found that out, he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of it. Yeah, he's like, everybody, but so does everybody.
Right, everybody. Right.
Yeah, everybody. But I don't think there's any proof that Trump ever went to the island.
Trump is probably more connected to Epstein than anybody else.
If it wasn't his financial
I don't know about that. I don't think there's any evidence of that with Trump doing that, but I think I know Trump has been to his townhouse in New York a number of times. They all live. Right. Anybody was. Right. I mean, Epstein is for some, right? 100%. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I do. So Epstein's job was to compromise. So they have Jacob. Yeah. Even though we were so scared, right? Right. Yeah. No. So that's true. But I do know for sure that when Trump found out about the girls, he kicked Epstein out of our own. Right. Yeah. I don't think Trump. There's any evidence of Trump doing any sort of business or hanging out with Epstein after he was convicted. Yeah. Unlike Bill Gates, who actually met up with him. And let's take something else. A bunch of my physicist friends hung out, went to the island. Yeah. Stephen Hawking went to the island? He kicked it off. And a bunch of other, this guy who runs Santa Barbara, I forget his name. The guy who runs the Santa Barbara office, spends a lot of time there. I mean, a lot of them, this guy stepped away there, my two friends, this is now, I'm not saying I don't think I think when, let me say this, when the physicists were there, I don't think there was any hanging. No. That was, he held a lot of big events there. He brought a lot of people there, and that was part of his operation. It was easier to get high-level people with money like Bill Gates if you see that, look, all these other high-level academics and physicists and scientists are going there. What's wrong with me going there? You're not going to think twice about it. Well, the same thing happens in Women Airlines with the same thing. But one of them was conceptually. Right. The thing was one of them was supporting Russians back in the 70s, and he did the same thing that Epstein did. But he was not involved in anything material. Right. But they also had all these famous firemen and many just died and all the famous talking controlling over here in San Francisco. Yeah, so that was and Lulu was also I'm not sure could be with us, but probably CIA, but the Russian Russian. I don't know but it was definitely part of the intelligence. Right. All right. So that's a standard thing they do. Yes. Yeah. I want to get into the warp drive stuff. Yeah. Can we talk about that? Can you explain to me your warp drive theory and how that works? I'll try. Okay, warp drive theory. Okay, so now it's a little bit. Okay, if you look at Bob Lazar's video, where he talks about gravity A and gravity B, and he says that the flying source of foreign community is space. Yeah. That's what it is. What it is. Einstein theory of generalism of gravity. Gravity is bending of space itself, warping space itself. It's called curvature. Curvature of space and time is gravity. Okay? So gravity is space and time itself is like an electromagnetic field.
We're not renaming the show to anything political. It's not about political activists, unlike the previous administration.
So gravity controls space and time in the sun. The problem was always there. Everybody knew this. This episode is brought to you by Let's Talk About it. The problem is always there that the strength of the gravitational interaction, I don't want to say force, I say force, but the interaction is not a force. Gravity is not a force. But the strength of the interaction of gravity with matter is normally very weak. Okay? And it's an energy, but the concentration of energy in the body is when the stress energy density is good. And it'll warp space-time. So if I had enough energy, if I could shape that energy distribution properly, I can make space-time work any way I want it to. Okay? That's what these machines used to do. That's what they do. The problem has always been that when you put in the numbers in Einstein's actual equations, the coupling is so weak that it makes an impossible amount of energy to accomplish that task. What we know from Ryan Graves and Amanda Bravo, which is talking about stuff, what we see them do is that's what they are controlling gravity from small amounts of energy. So there's something missing in our physics. Okay. Okay, that's the missing link. That's what I saw. Right. Yeah, it's the energy down. And so the thing is this, right away, as soon as it's warp drive, like when Kevin Booth and all these guys at the Congress, I mean, so things are hundreds of G's. That's impossible. Because inside the ship, they're waiting. Remember I told you, there's inertial observers in the space suit floating through space, right? Inside, that's the correct part. What Bernard says was that the ship is falling free, like it's falling through space, weightless, that would be falling weightless, right? Like on the space station, it's going around forward, we're floating around. But it's all right, we're not flying the rocket engine, it's flying around. Right. So what you do, the ship is it's like on the space station, but it has a little, maybe a little fusion or whatever it is. It has a control system where it's able to change the shape of the space around it, so it can control where it wants to go. So even though on the outside it's going at 5,000, well, apparently it's called kinetic acceleration. There's no actual the G force, the actual G inside the weightless. Exactly. But the outside, they're really all moving. It's like they're going 5,000 G and so a trillion miles a second. But inside the weightless. So we understand that right away. Right. Easy. Right. Easy conceptual. Anybody understands that? But the guys, the CIA, or they don't understand. They don't understand it yet. Try to explain it. They don't understand it. Bravo doesn't understand it. Mike Graves doesn't understand it. I can explain it to them. When I tried to explain it to Chris Mellon, he didn't want to hear it. He said, "Oh, you don't know." Why did he say that? This guy, Christopher Mellon, he's a schmuck. He's a schmuck. Everything when it comes to science, what is Christopher Mellon telling Jackson Money that he goes wrong because he's a Jackson Money? I don't think he was playing that. He did. Well, he did. He said, "No, you can't be so sure." He was trying to put it, you can't be so sure. It's a thousand. And he kept taking a physics course. He understands and he's one of he's a stupid guy who shouldn't be stating he's a felon. By the way, his cousin, John Moore, his cousin, the same grandfather. John's an idiot. My cousin's an idiot. Okay, John Moore. It was Senator Warner's son. His stepmother was Elizabeth Taylor. Yeah, right. So Navy Secretary of the Navy, all of the UFOs. So both John Warner and Chris Mellon, we all agree UFOs are real. It's a threat, right? It's a threat. See how it's a threat. It's a threat because some of them are not predators. And things different. There's not just one. Which ones are friendly? Well, I don't know the ones who contact the leaders that are friendly, but the ones there are people who get hurt. That's what John Boehner did. That's what Gary Wallace did. They're already on the board. They said people die. Yeah, that's it. Now they have to be delivered. That's what if I did, I explained when you're anti-gravity, you're under there's a UFO problem. You stand under it. You're not delivering it. Radiation, yeah. Because it's fucking bullshit. Okay? Yeah, explain the blue-red shift. How that works. That's really interesting. It's basically you have an attractive force field. You have an attractive force field. And if it's a negative potential energy, it moves down like toward the bottom of the gravity line. And then if you want to get out of it, it's like walking up the hill. without exerting energy, releasing energy. So when light does that, light is a photon, it's a packet of energy. Where the energy is proportional to the frequency. So in order for the light to escape the gravity field, it's losing some of its energy, just the way you expect energy by going through the electric field. So the frequency goes down. The collection. So it's okay. It's just, yeah, that's not iron. It's only the energy that you get too much damage. It's a low energy. Red light. Yeah, like reddish, the red shit. But with anti-gravity, it's the opposite. With anti-gravity, it's like you're at the top of the hill. Okay, so the top of the hill, and you're on a scooter, you're on a scooter, you're on a skateboard. You're on a skateboard, and you're gaining energy. Yes. And that's the photon, so the photon increases frequency, that's blue. And it gets ionized. It's like a nuclear bomb, gamma rays, high energy gamma rays. But so what happens is the light escaping the water thing is anti-gravity, right? We call it the anti-gravity is canceling the earth. Right. It's not right there. So what radiation, any kind of light energy that's coming from the thing, it gets enough energy and it ionizes the air molecules. It ionizes the air molecules, and that causes ionization, and that, it's really high energy. It's the same as a bomb. It's like radioactivity. Yeah, it's like the effects of a nuclear bomb blast. Obviously, it's happening because these people are getting radiation sickness. Right. Well, I think it was on a PDF you sent me. It really described it nicely, where it shows you the person and it shows the spacecraft moving towards you or away. Oh yeah, okay, that's body. So that's one of my discussions. One of my predictions. Normally, the Doppler shift, the motion Doppler shift, if the locomotive with the whistle was coming toward you, the pitch goes up, right? Right. And the other way, the pitch goes down. Yep. With the UFO, it's going to be opposite. As the UFO comes toward you, if you have the right, if you're commander training with the F-18, you have the right instruments, the Doppler radar, the frequency shifts, and stuff like that. When you see the thing is coming toward you, approaching you, the frequencies are going to be lower. It's just the opposite of what you'd expect from the Doppler shift. And the opposite of that. So coming towards you, the frequencies get lower. But when it gets farther away, they get higher. And if you see that is that's a warp flash. It's a warp flash. Very simple. That's Jack Sarfati is an upper threshold statement. That's my prediction. Theory. And Frank Wilbur, who wrote the. So why is it the opposite of trains? Because that's just what I explained. Because that was the gravity. Think about it. So gravity is different from motion, not motion. Got it. Yeah. So they work opposites to each other. Right. Okay? So that's how you tell. If the ship is moving through air, it's only in motion, you get a regular Doppler shift. If it's rolling space, you get the opposite. So it's very simple experimental thing that the military should have right now. But they're so stupid. Maybe they haven't. But they have top scientists from around the globe working for the government, working in these companies. No, they're stupid because they don't listen to them. Okay, because they're dumb. Were the Jason scientists dumb? Well, back then, Jason died. You know any of this stuff. I was a kid then. That was 30 years ago. But you don't think we still have programs like this with the super? No, because they're too stupid. They don't. Well, some of them aren't. Maybe not. They have more explosive laboratory. It's not in secrets. I didn't know this until 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Well, last week, I find out that what's supposed to lab, they have this big warp fusion reactor, and they're testing this body equation. I don't they haven't done this. Just I didn't trademark this body equation. Yes, that's what they focus on. What? Who calls it that? Who calls it the body equation? Well, it's a board. They all call it that? It's in their publication. Wow. Yeah. They got it from my paper. I mean, there's a guy there, the guy in charge, PhD, Michael Roger Michael Jr. He's in charge of the laser fusion stuff. So it's something like the big weapons, right? And apparently, according to Larry Wilkie, who works for John Lloyd and Gary Nolan, he looks at because they pull the table line these guys like Harold Fedorov, Julio Lozano, they don't talk about anything. They talk about metamaterials, but they never explain how the metamaterials help. All they say is, well, it looks as though this stuff that's a larger crash.
They explain like a foil that couples up the electric.
Well, that's what I was telling you. That's what Don Mitchell had. Exactly. Because he had that. But he didn't know about metamaterials. He's not a scientist. He didn't have an electron microscope to look at it. Right. That's stuff Gary Nolan had. He didn't know. So the thing is, okay, so I have a theory, what we're working on, that by pumping the metamaterial with enough resonant electromagnetic energy, we create what's called it's basically like a room temperature superconductor. It's called a floating ion. It's like a laser. The laser, like the stuff that's lazy, one of those flashes particles that are just emergent properties of the material itself. So it doesn't go out as a vacuum. It's like the material itself. So you've got a quantum mechanical phase. So here, like the picture, it uses room temperature superconductor. But the point is you have to keep pumping with energy. It's like a laser, you have to keep applying with energy. Okay. And that's weird, right? So biological lasers. What do you mean? All the lasers? Yeah, what biological lasers? The math light thing. Basically. This is a guy, he's a guy in Germany who developed this. I have the book here. Yeah. And so the point is, see, this is how the consciousness of the warp drive are connected. See, it's all the same physics. When George Clinton in 1975 says, Jack, the CIA wants to know, one, how does consciousness work? Two, how do the flying saucers fly? It's Janus. The two sides, it's like Janus, the starship. Same thing. It's duality. It's what Leonard Susskind was. It's general relativity with quantum mechanics.
So are you saying that these craft are operated through the mind? Like they think about what they're going to do, and their consciousness is directly connected to how these things propel through the universe?
Exactly. That's what the guy they told me. It's a consciousness. It is consciousness. This is the metamaterial, first of all, is both a conscious artificial intelligence, I'll call it quantum, which is close to quantum computer. It's also linked to the same architecture. Nanotechnology. What is going on? Right. Okay, what's happened there? The chips, the Apple chip, my Apple chip is 5 nanometer technology. It's like my laptop. I have what do you have an Intel?
Oh, I got the same.
Okay, so they got out the M3 is going to be, I think, 2 or 3 nanometers. M3 chips coming out the year. Okay, so you almost know. Okay. And Eric, now the only use of Eric Davis, Eric Davis, I have played with Eric. Who's Eric Davis? He's a physicist like me, so he's a second physicist. He didn't go to schools. He was a military guy. He's in Arizona. He's one of my competitors.
Okay, come on.
He's a schmuck, but he's all right. I bet you all these guys, I bet you will probably all right. Right. Yeah, it's like Donald Trump talking about, this guy, the Texas Tech News, right? They don't have to have it with Christopher Mellon and Julio Lozano. You don't have any choice because the physics are unlivable now. So Eric Davis was throwing that same stuff out. He's crazy. His physics doesn't work. And he's got these pushing physics, which I know how it goes. It doesn't work. So there's this conflict because they're trying to get money. See, the money, they follow the money. Okay? But now, if you want to go to war, they're going to test. So if the test works, that's the concept of this question. So it's going to happen. Already the fact that Lawrence Livermore is taking my work seriously, already Christopher Mellon is gone. He'll come say, Jack, I'm sorry, but you can't. So he's fine, and let's start working together. Like RFK Jr. So everybody trying to get much better.
That's totally no. It's gonna be a right chicken from Connecticut. Oh, there's a great tax color. That's new.
What's up, man? Look at this west side thing. Ooh, this move.
Let me listen.
Okay, but wait, no, you don't understand. You're right now in a privileged, it's like privilege. It's like you're right now in a privileged area. It's what some can't all go to their next door. Can't all go to their next door neighbor. Just Steve Jobs really has to say something. I'm not talking to you. There's all kinds of powerful people getting there. I mean, if something happens to if I call the cops, right, so there's some big happens to them. Not that way. So look, as I'm saying, my friend, Michael Corona, friend of Joe Brown, watching the Presbyterian State of this is passage on the Titanic, and he missed the little fish stuff. We were on the Titanic. I see it. Right? We got a preparation. We're going to sink. Yeah. So nobody's paying attention to that. They just play.
Have you getting back to the UFO stuff? Have you heard about what Gary Nolan talked about in regards to human brain? He talked specifically about, I think it's the basal ganglia.
I am.
So what he did was he studied a group of people and he found out
Oh yeah, they have certain structures.
they have extra structures in like the certain part of their brain, and those people are more in tune to UFO phenomena.
Yeah, they're contacting. So they okay. So you see that? Okay, I believe. Okay. Okay, I'm not about this. I don't know anything about it. I know certain things, and I know if you're smart man, and then you learn the PhD and the PhD in killer, then you know what you're doing. If you know how to kill, you can find out. That's what a PhD level means. And guys are just smart. They don't know that. They don't respect. That was they should respect the stuff. But anyway, but back to what I was talking about Walter Reed in the past. And then he paints some of that supervised. So that's specific. Okay, something happened with Jack is they got this done. So Bobby was never saying how to go. Either like that, then he was 5, 6 years old, around the same time as getting my phone call, and then he got the power to make the marriage. And then there was this guy at the time, the witness was a young soldier, like 19 years old, and married to a soldier. He saw this happening, he was come down to the other ones and trapped who later came out recently, generated size. Yeah, I didn't want to say sorry, but okay. So everything that there is,
So Rodney, when did you start as a teenager in comedy? When you were 18?
I was 15, I was writing jokes. At 18, I was going to the Hampshire Nights. And I was trying to get jobs. I worked there. The first show was in London. I was great. I took my help on the car. I drove away to having been on into hours. That's why I got on the show. I got to hours. in the time I do it. I was the only one who would go and keep it.
But just like info, was well
Going on tour this summer with my love, starting July 10th at the Arlington Park Theater in Chicago, which is more than what is. She had a plane, and I had to sit in the front row and I had to look up all the ironworkers from mountains. She was a wonderful, it's amazing. Thank you. For a child, for some reason, around the second grade. I mean, I remember one guy, the fastest guy in our school was coming from a family of, I shouldn't give you this, I don't remember that name. That's so terrific that you wrote a letter, you know, when you were a letter, she always wondered, and you got your wish, I'm very grateful. What else would you tell kids about this job? Yes, I've been in New York for 6 weeks. New York is really different because they took a lot of people in the city and they just put her over there. Now I'm trying to live together, you know. It's really just good. That's right. It's just, all right. Oh, it's so exciting. It's just, you know, how do you go to the opera and you meet somebody and they go, did you remember me when you were and then people think that streets of man is just lame. Sitting with your wife and then suddenly this meeting comes and you're interrupting his walk just by the side. You gotta get with it, you know? And it is a wonderful scene of that time. I saw shows and it is exciting. City, California, you drive along and there's lights, take you below, and everybody's smoking some on the car. It's going it's just amazing how everybody came and they kiss a little and then suddenly I stayed in the same room that I was born in, you know. My mother had a baby and was big and I was there at the time, so I remember I want to be near your mother and then what's the thing is that my wife and I slept in the same bed our mother and I slept in. Try that.
Look at athleticism, folks. Really, I'm really difficulty coming up with the words. It's not Look at this athleticism. This is fantastic.
Speaking of Jody, I was just watching my first ever guy you punched in the face, or almost punched in the face. Oh, Stephen Gray. He would have killed me. Joe Schmuck. Yeah, he's like Jamal Murray. He's 8 foot tall. You see how he makes on steroids. Yeah. It's probably looked like he was. And fun. That would explain it. So he, in one of his documentaries I was watching on YouTube, he was asking Richard and Jody about false flag operations, and Richard was like, I can't talk about that. That's your last flag. Yeah. No, there are false flag operations. Latest one was January 6th. So when it comes to UFO stuff, there are a lot of false flags, sure. What's the point of that? Well, now you're asking me stuff that's, I don't really care. There are a lot of stupid schmucks, maybe intelligence agents, and idiots like John Brennan,
competent idiots who never should have gotten there. Some of them communist goals like James G. Flegler, and they have all said, we can't handle it. Whatever reasons they have, some of them because they were working maybe for the Soviet intelligence and who wants to know. Who the hell knows? People have different motives for being idiots and for keeping the truth. What's RFK stuff? RFK Jr. There's a lot of evil people, stupid people, and they have different motives for being evil and keeping the truth from the public. Right now, we're being kept from the truth. It's like Orwell, 1984. I see stuff, and I subscribe to the London Times, New York Times. I see stuff that they're saying, and then I see stuff that intelligence people I know, it's just opposite. The London Times, right? They say, Ukraine's winning, look at the map, Ukraine's not winning, everything, and all that stuff. I mean, and it's just the opposite.
That's a crazy thing about the media. I have firsthand knowledge of an example of the New York. I don't know if it was the New York Times or it was one of the top 2, 3 biggest newspapers in the country. A friend of mine, Jack Murphy, who's an ex-Army Ranger. He's now a journalist, and he reports on different sort of like military stories, kind of like the subculture of the military, and reports on corruption and stuff on his base in New York. He was working on a big story for over a year about the CIA using a NATO proxy spy service to do sabotage operations in Russia, blow railroad tracks, burn down ammunition warehouses, and stuff like that. That wasn't part of this, but it was sabotage operations where the CIA would not be legally allowed to be doing that, and so they're using a NATO ally. So this big article that he wrote, this big story, this was this past year, or this was 2022, last year.
So what was the pipeline? Was that just now?
The pipeline was also, I think, last year.
Yeah. No, maybe it was the beginning of 2022.
I think it was 2022. The beginning of 2022.
Well, they did the pipeline.
So, anyway, the point is, he was getting ready to publish this big story with one of these top 3 newspapers in the U.S. And right before they pressed the button, his editor at that newspaper said, "Hey, we got to get on the call with the CIA deputy director." And he got a 3-way call with the deputy director of the CIA, and he said, "No, this is completely false." He's like, "This is not true." So he said, we can't verify this at all. So he said, "Okay, that's fine. We'll put it."
They feel like there's a book about that. There's a movie about it. But there's more like a bunch of stories.
Well, here's what happened. He said, "Okay, fine. We're just going to put that in a footnote of the story that you denied all this stuff." He said it's false, right? So is it great? They got the phone, whatever. They hung up the phone. The story never got published. He called his editor at that newspaper the next day. He's like, "What's the deal?" Like, we're not going to publish the story. The deputy director of the CIA has an off-the-record agreement. So if they don't agree with it, it just doesn't get published.
That's bullshit.
It's crazy.
No, it's not crazy. We're living in a banana republic. There is no real freedom in America. We have no freedom of promotion, except for a little bit of someone. I'm getting less stuff about Biden.
Well, I mean, technically, it's not like he didn't have the freedom. Like, he was able to self-publish on his own website. It's just that publisher. Right, exactly. It's a form of study.
Yes, that's suppressing the information. And it's getting worse. We're losing our constitutional rights. We're losing our page. So I would definitely, if Trump is eliminated, it looks like he will.
I don't know. I think this stuff, these indictments, I think these are helping.
But the point is they may also rig the election. We don't know that. There's ways that when they say rig the election, they're also not just changing the votes in fake votes, but through the algorithms and Google and stuff like that. Like they suppress the information on the left. Right. Things like that. Right. And through the media. And through all I see the current radio is getting London, and I'm subscribing. I used to read it, and I still read it. But they're giving totally opposite picture from what Colonel McGregor and other people I know are saying. And then you look at the map, it's objective. See, Institute for the Study of War, which is like the British Washington, and it shows, the front lines. And they show what's being protected. Like how much Russia has, what the Ukrainians are trying to have. And you see, they haven't, since the beginning of the offensive, they haven't done anything, but they killed 100, I don't know, how many tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. It's a big deal. So it's terrible. It's all because Biden got bribed by oligarchs and they hunted millions of dollars because the country is playing the crime.
Why should you funding? You better shut up about politics. Right?
Well, yeah, it does. I'm trying to see what that doesn't.
Right.
Actually, it seems that my funders like what you're doing.
Right. Well, good. You don't have to worry about being a scientific prostitute.
No, but the enemy they can talk, right? So
I don't want that to happen.
well, hey, odds right now, in case of loss of they can just stuff maybe they protect you. You try to kill somebody, you get zapped by your phone.
Are you familiar with what Eric Weinstein said recently about, he was talking a lot about Ed Wynn, and he was saying that people like Ed Wynn aren't even within striking distance of this anti-gravity technology. And Eric's opinion was that this whole Tic Tac thing and all these congressional hearings are smokescreen.
Because Eric's an idiot. Okay, and I never, he's angry because they told him to do it. I didn't say it to him. No, Eric's a smart guy. Eric is what Einstein calls an intelligent fool. Okay? I know Eric's what I know. Eric is a very smart Jewish guy. But that's all. Takes out. That was nuts. He's part of that.
Peter Thiel.
And he hangs out, and they respect him, but he's smart. I know people who know pretty well, and his theory is no good. He has this geometric unity theory. It's mathematics. He's a mathematician trying to do physics. He's very smart, but he has no physical intuition. And he's like Louis Elizondo with a PhD. Now, Louis was made of any God, He had to be 7 prime dimensions, this, that, and it's what he says about Earth, about what he was true, what doesn't have it true, because Will's not interested. I don't think his father was interested. But Will was part of that, really.
Right.
But I don't think Ed is. And Ed went up, and then Ed went to Eric Weinstein like God, so but actually, I don't see why everybody.
Look at this camp. Shabbat Shalom, you motherfucking pieces of shit. Psych, bitch. You guys are amazing. Shabbat Shalom, motherfuckers. Oh. Psych, just allegedly. This fetichism. Psych, bitch, just did. Allegedly. What the fuck's going on here? Is that fucking thing even working? Sucks. Sucks. Oh, that's nice. Sucks. Go live is the random thing. Sucks. Sucks. Down my old man Johnson's yard. Fine. Anyway, you ready for Dom DeLuise, kids?
Studying anti-gravity and everything all of a sudden.
Crazy looking thing to show you. Could you try how to solve the environment because it was a fool? Einstein used to do that, and it was ungaseous. Oh, yeah, we go. Gas, and he came up with it. I think I know. We know he got this. I know this. We do have a short message here, and we'll be back.
Look at this move. Look at folks. Is that working?
Secretaries of Defense, they should all be court-martialed, their pensions taken away, and tried for treason because they've been keeping the real stuff, jeopardizing the defense of the United States. And I'll tell you one thing, they killed people. Then why the fuck would they like in a box now if they had it? Why do they need these?
Look at this gangster.
Here's the proof. I guess it's set over there. They don't have it. Nobody has it except I may have it. I have some of them. I have some of them. And I'm the only one who has it. I'd love somebody to show me. So, and Eric Weinstein, he's a big dude on the Lake Street, man. And he was blessed with kind of a schmuck to inspire. I like him, but a schmuck. Everybody's putting all his money into rockets. And he's going a little bit crazy. He's a little bit of sugar. So it's on his feet. He's out worse than Trump. He's going to be boxing. Anyway, you like to box? I'm going to box. Did you box against Eric Weinstein? No, I'm 84 years old. I can't. Yeah, I was saying 24.
Much more motherfuckers.
They're smart anyways, but they're stupid.
At least a fight decision.
That's why I'm saying Sarfati Space Corporation is going to kick the ass of SpaceX. So they're going to show that everybody is going to show that all the rocket technology
I was gonna make an account. We don't create on the apps. Who the heck knows if it's about just in case.
This is the thing that goes inside of a lamp that everybody can see. And you know, it's into the bulbs, and then you put the shade on the light bulb. The name is a name for this. It's a heart. You're right. There's an angel in the audience. Just the technical name for that is a heart. I would just say the thing that goes around and sticks in it, you would have to mention. That's why it takes so long to say that. Give me that early feedback that you know goes in with it. Do you think it, the heart was still with no problem? Yes. Oh, if I say yes. You said the same. That's still part of paper, right? You know, it's your hand too. Yeah, like that. That's right. That's why you wait a second. Just a moment. There's a game and there's a point. I got the correct name. all this little thing when you're on the guard.
So this piston
Got a name for it.
now look at this thing.
You know, you're using every day. If you want to get one of these, we'll use it.
And they got these beams of heavy
Chicken
iron
gizzard.
smashing it together. You know, like
Chicken gizzard. It's a hand cultivated. This is one of those.
so the thing of gravitational field of 16,000 tons. Well, if you weigh, really, if you weigh, right, it's about, you know, 16,000 tons.
Yes.
What about you?
What is this part?
Well,
It's over your ears.
but, and,
There's a name for that.
and it goes to, yeah, that's a very good question.
Ear lover.
Actually, thank you.
You'll never get this.
But I think that I was worried about whether it would make a bad thing.
Comfort cable temple.
But I think they made a block hole.
I lost my logo. It's here. Comfort cable temple.
Where they simulate.
Like, I'm not getting this. Like, I didn't get that thing. I haven't seen that the end part that's going to go over your ear. Incredible. Isn't this exciting?
So I checked. It turned out even with the
You know, when you wait 25 years to come up and have somebody ask you if these are for you, but I'm lamb chops,
and the curve
we have it in another name in the fridge.
take it getting
It's in the favorite things, I guess. So like a PAP, I have a PAP. It goes like this. Here's what you want. There's not much going on. Here's what you want. Get us a bottle of champagne or a wine bottle. You see this in the bottom here?
but it's still not
Yeah, what is that indentation? The bottle of wine bottle. Bottle of mail.
explain a little bit about power.
Typewriter mark, you know, you typing. Is that kind of
This is Einstein's
picture mark is like that. Their real names are Salinas and Separatrix or Oblique.
That's the
Now, he galvanized one is pocket lint. I know I'm not going to use it. You're going to want a nerd in your pocket. G-M-U-R-R. I know it's really the Broadway play or something. I just talk about it. It's called nerd. I was going to make up a deal on me. I haven't had enough nerd. Be easier. It's so easy. This was easy. When a cat is overflowing, they goes on. There's a real play, but you want on it. Say it. What this is. What is this little thing here? Cradle. Oh, I'm not about this. See, that's what we call it. Like that. Yes, well, I'll patch up. No. That's your name, Elizabeth. Yeah, that's what I call it. So, yes, it's your name. Yes, sir. This is a wonder. What is the wonder? It's for sugar. What is it really called? Sugar. No, it's not a sugar. That is called a drencher. You drench it with it's a drencher. Now, this is one of these crazy things. It's a shoelace. It's a shoelace. I'm not talking about it. Anyone truly want to know what you call this part down at the end of the shoelace? Flat little thing. No, celluloid insert. It's an egglet. What do you call a hole? It's just a angle. It's an angle in the angle. An angle. appreciate it being a coordinator. One good call.
Back in 2010, 2011, there's a big meeting in Dorpat, Defense Advanced Consultation, what they call the 100-year scholarship, and very few grants, things like that. I speak to Orlando, and I sort of solved the problem. I did my best to what I'm trying to explain to you. It wasn't good. Now,
Change your mind. Oh, don't be silly. Once if you know what your parents really mean, I'm sure you and I are the happiest couple in the whole world. And I don't have anything in my pants.
I guess you can train that.
61. That's the final number. Another word. $25 million. And number 8. Number 52.
Sharon Weinberg, defense journalist, she wrote an article about what happened.
Excuse me, lady. Sorry to interrupt you, but I believe I'm one. Sorry, you are absolutely right. You honestly moderate.
So I thought the problem
First off, if I'm fully more rebuttal, these cars are going to get you out. I'm not going $25 million going to my head. It won't change me.
I don't know why you do it, but this is something else to do.
Can you tell me if you changed at all since you won the $25 million?
People don't change. You're the same guy. People think you change, but you don't change. Hey, can I offer you something? How about some 10s, some 20s, some 50s, some 100s?
She's still just the same. She always
Do the same simple thing we always did. Like listening to Frank Sinatra. No, Frank just sits in the foot of the bed and sings his brain into his, that's all.
certainly seems happy how long have you been married?
Right, it is.
50 years? You look young.
Well, this ain't my wife, this is Ginger. I got rid of my wife, and she had a coming to us from Australia. Oh, I can't you know that ain't feel like stuck up in boarding school, you kid, and they had it coming to him too. Don't make me like a bad guy. We haven't looked to my mother. I know I forgot about the 2 but she owes me. Don't worry about it. I said my father, he's all right.
Are you sharing your good fortune with any of your friends?
Friend, you cannot know my friend. And I had it coming to him too.
That's part of the political, the Civil War.
Yeah, no, it's that's you're basically yeah, that's
Because I'm not going to crumble. I'm not going to.
so no matter what you do, they're going to be able to
Exactly. And then I'm not. For a while, I was sanctimonious. Because he's been doing a lot of sanctimony. And I go right to the governor, and the governor comes up with the thing, and he says, he says, we're supposed to be cutting his face against the war. So you want to strategy. And then, this is for
To me, it sounds like a side.
these are good people who want to make the country better. These are
that's right. But RFK Jr. and I support Trump. RFK Jr. is the real thing. Okay? I think I agree with everything he says on certain things, but he is authentic, he's honest, and he's not bullshitting about lying about it. And that's why I support Trump. Trump is the Trump's like me. He didn't got money. He didn't go with the money. He lost to me. But he could have had, he's because it's a patriot. Because you see the country going down. Stupid asshole. That's why he did it. That's the reason why I can't stop saying I'm a patriotic American. So there it is. I agree with you. One of my politics, my state is government is greater, greater government, it's not bigger, it's not bigger. Trump's wife was, started a show trial, like this inanimate public. Treason that she did in New York and Judge Smith, like asshole. He survived it. And if he and RFK, if RFK got one of these vice presidents, well, as far as the indictment, I don't want to say this hot topic, but the indictment, it seems like the Georgia one got kind of a straight shot because they have recorded conversations with them and I don't know what they have. They have some pretty jamming evidence. Yeah, I'm looking right now. I can call it right now. So why don't you do this thing? Does it really think yes. Yeah, basically. So either it was the guy that were looking for him in Trump, they said something about there was a quote to find the votes. Oh, no, that's not no, what? Oh, no, that's bullshit. That's all. That's find the votes? Yeah. That's bullshit. That's like the man is total crap. That's well, I can ask them, well, I can defend it on that. Signify, he meant by that. That's not wrong. He meant that there were phony votes, that were real votes, they haven't counted properly. If I find the votes, we know the legitimate votes, the phony votes, they're still going to find really legal votes. Okay, let me tell you something. I have people that spoke my vote that was Orange County. Okay? And then some of their friends were Republicans, and their votes were lost. They were disenfranchised. There's funny elections. My vote doesn't count. I don't know. I will say because they were interested about I'm a PhD writer. IQ level what? I can't think of it. I can't figure anything out. So I don't want to tell you. We don't have any voters here that says this is the local. I can vote for Trump. party, you, election state, we have no ability to. My civil rights survived a long time.
Watching me before them.
What?
Watching me
No,
before
because I can't stand the weather. I know, I got beautiful weather. Are you kidding? Look at where I'm living.
So you'd rather you give up some freedom for good weather?
Yes. Fair enough. I never lived here. And also, I'm in London, over 7 years.
Okay. Half the year, wow. Okay.
Well, not yet. I plan to stay well here for a year. But if this thing comes through, we have a London branch, and my better half is British citizen. And we have a British fund. So they go me out. Politics is all for the same and all that. But whenever I went to British citizen club, and we get the club world, and I just like London. You have to go to London. I've never been to London. Hey, the guys are leaving if you have the money. If you want to do it, maybe you come over to London or something. It's not that far from Florida. Right over to London. Yeah. For a couple of days and then you walk around,
As long as I don't look the wrong way when I'm crossing the street.
Like
John Mack.
Yeah. Right. Now, London is great. London is, and even England going down there also, they have some of the same problems we have.
Yeah.
But still, the Londoners are just, we're just more like, and I'm with a very, people in the middle world, government world, the army, police, the friends, the assistant commissioner of the local bank, playwright.
You're a big shot.
Well, I'm part of the, I'm integrated in
Bohemian Grove.
Right. Well, don't know Bohemian Grove, but my guy died.
Are you sure they don't do sacrifices at Bohemian Grove?
No, they don't do anything like that.
Have you seen Alex Jones' documentary about that?
Alex Jones, I'm somebody that, I'm somebody an asshole. He's an asshole. I like some of the stuff Alex Jones says, because I'm a conspiracy nut. But Alex Jones really screwed up.
It's been fun of Chris Melvin calling you a conspiracy nut. You just call yourself.
I am a conspiracy nut, but anybody who isn't a conspiracy nut is just stupid. I mean, stupid not to be a conspiracy nut. Because it couldn't be worse. Everything you think is bad is worse than it's.
What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth?
Not much.
6 months.
So what we talking about? Okay, the growth. Okay, so Alex Jones basically screwed up on the standing of this.
Oh yeah, big time.
That was really, I don't know how it was. I like it as well. I like it. But and then he screwed up on the Bohemian Grove. That's stupid. I've been to Bohemian Grove many times, and it's just like me being in a London club. It's a bunch of basically old guys like me. Okay, old guys like me who are relaxing because they feel safe. Okay, and then they have a few guys like you, up and coming, and hedge fund guys, a lot of them get Chicago, and Henry Kissinger, George Bush. There's this whole camp was full, like Robert Gates' defense intelligence, heads of the CIA, admirals, and 4 stars. They have their own camp. Everything is very friendly. Up top. You go there, and it was a nice summer night. There's like 1,000 people there, tables, out, dinners, and these young people, beautiful young waitresses, and young men, maybe summer jobs, college kids, stuff like that, or the waiters, stuff like that. And they,
Sex slaves.
no, none of that. But these guys couldn't get up anyway. So, I don't know if you react on this.
You ever seen Obama there?
I don't think there's up to Obama.
Really?
Oh, I don't want to have it get
Clinton was a straight shooter.
I don't know. Maybe the guys I just spoke to do like that. Maybe they public I don't know if Obama's good or not. It's a question. some of the other guys. George Soros. I don't think they like George Soros much. I don't know. I don't know Soros. That's just like, I don't know. I don't know that much. He's been there. But what they were, okay, being at the Grove is like when I was at Cornell at 16, coming in on the Cornell special. With the band, being at the Grove is not like being back in the 50s. They have these plays, they have these performances, but everybody, the orchestras, everything's done by them. There's a lot of talented people from Hollywood, from Broadway, very famous rock stars. Okay, and it's very patriotic. Because sometimes when I was back in Cornell, so there's like this big amphitheater, and they're putting on a play or something, and they play the Star Spangled, and everybody gets something. But the reason why the United States America, look at this, it's all very American, so all the black guys, you know, and the guys will dance, and it's so like American flags, and then they play this, they play all the, I think that the Stanford song, the Berkeley song, the Cornell song, the Harvard, the Yale, these are all these people, these are guys that go back to Cornell, and you look at everything else, okay? There are two classes of veterans. My first time to die, if I had to visit, I could have become what's called a creative members. They don't have to pay it. Pay is good. It's awesome. It's also money. But a guy like Kissinger, those are like $30,000 a month. They were hurt by it. But, and those are the rich guys. The professors, the creative, start off the head with their money, they all do that. But they were lecturing like my friend. Said to my friend and my mentor, who was a tough guy, he was crazy. But he took care of the road. He spent, time to do something that the club needs. Make sure everything's running on time. When you work for the club, you do sets, the band, the show, make the section act. Because you put in your time, and you don't have to pay the yearly dues. You keep the club running and creative. They're very creative. Sounds like Scientology. No, it's not. Nothing like science. It's just like Scientology. It's exactly how Scientology. No, except they have it's something. Who's some of the big rock stars? Well, I don't know if he was there, but Alice Cooper. Yeah, well, I don't know who was some of the Americans. Yeah, but Broadway, who's a Sontag, guys like that. They put on before Michael Jackson. I don't think so. But what's the thing was, but you talk to John Warner, Senator Warner, Richard Nixon, Oppenheimer, a lot of professors. They put on shows. They do original scripts. They put on shows that are Broadway quality shows. Wow. Okay. They put on 30 to 50 years. Okay. And they do it one night. Everything's done by members of the world. And then I think they do something with official time. It's just done. Okay. And that takes a lot of them. They have lectures. It's like Chicago, like university, where they're go back to college. There's some people all over the world. And I think John is no, it's very what? I don't know if Andrew was ever there, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I never heard him talk. But I know John was there. Oh yeah, okay. That's why I was so because at 9 o'clock, when they do have women there, 2 days, especially that's women after 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock. No women after 9 o'clock. No women after 9 o'clock. Only young boys. No, none of that. I was walking around that. I took everything. No, it's like
How was your performance this evening? Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I enjoyed it. Tell me some more of the shit. Wasn't the crowd out to you? It was like from your ear tonight. Everyone's sideways in your ear, back fighting fair. So everyone's sideways in your ear, back fighting fair. So why are you so critical of your performance? It was a piece of shit, you know, Britta. How was your performance this evening? Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was shit. Why? Tell me some more of it. Yeah, it was a bit shit. It wasn't the crowd out to you.
it's what? It's like I'm back. Like an 80-year-old guy from like 20. He's back in college. He's back in the 50s. It's very innocent. Yeah. There's no, and by the way, my guy, he's in charge of the cops. You know what they got there? They got their own police force. They got Navy SEALs, FBI, California Highway Patrol. They got private army there. They have like they have helicopters. They got machine guns. They got fun. And my guy is one of the 6 in charge of the military there. And he's a straight guy. He's a Marines guy. He's a separate guy. These are old school guys. They're not going to do bullshit. In fact, there was something like stuff, and then they just threw him out. There's no type stuff going on. I know. How should we wrap this up? What do you want? How do you want people to remember your legacy? If you don't live forever, if you don't find immortality, what do you want?
Especially downtown. So you can imagine that it's like it's empty. It's so like scary to see that it's like there's no one here. And we're paying such a premium price to be downtown, but it's not worth it right now.
And if what there's this crazy rocket scientist back to the research guys, just like me, so I want to be that. I'm that guy. I'm in the ground. I want to be the guy who brought Brian time travel to the world and saved the world from the war. Superheroes. That's not funny. I love it. That's me. That's what I think. Super Jew. That's great. Super Jew. Super Jew, Jack Sarfati. Jack Sarfati. I mean, you want the massage? Straight being charges. Well, we're together. That's a great way to end this podcast. Jim, that was a very strong answer. Where can people find more of your work on the internet? Where do they find it? Just Google. All right. Saw drawing before. I gotta get back. I gotta fly back to Tampa. Thanks again, Jack. Okay. We gotta practice all this shit. Okay. See if you can get some of these assholes I mentioned. Yeah. To debate me with you. Yeah, that would be great. Okay. And also think about if you want to come to London, or maybe you want to come to London and go to Italy too. Okay. And just remind me if you really want to do it. Okay. Okay. Decide you want to do it. Get us in the Vatican. Well, yeah, actually, you can talk about it. That would be incredible. Yeah, I'll just do it. Okay. All right, folks. Hey, that'd be quick. That would be incredible. Because they have the astronomers there. Yes, we can do it. You can arrange us to do something. That's a big plus. That's
let's wrap it up. Good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful marathon episode.
Yeah, marathon.
Good night, everybody.
I feel okay. Come on, you can do this. Right for the marathon to Saturday.